And we're live. Painkiller Already, episode 293 with our guest, OpTic Midnite.
Hello, I'm Ashley. OpTic Midnite. Good to meet you guys. Well, I've already met you guys. I think this is my third time, I want to say.
I think it's been a hot second since you've been on, though.
Yeah, the first one was in I want to say 2011, 2012-ish, somewhere around there, maybe a little later. And then the last time was like a year and a half ago or something. So, I've been listening way before I was ever on, and I don't know. It's just good to be back. Thanks for having me back.
Yeah, anytime.
Cool. Let me tell you guys about the sponsors tonight. We got a few sponsors. I got a brand new one for tonight. It's SmartMouth. We'll be talking about them later, smartmouth.com. Also, we got Casper coming back, my favorite and most softest of all the sponsors. MeUndies, CISO, and Loot Crate, it looks like. I think that's everybody. Yeah, we'll get to all those later in the show. What do we want to start off with first? Do you want to just chat to our guest, who we haven't seen in ever so long, or do we have something topical we want to go to?
I could go with a little bit of a chat.
Let's chat.
All right.
What's new with you? So you're still in OpTic. I see the banner behind you.
Yeah,
when you
right
joined
there.
OpTic, did you see this being like
Oh, no.
a 2016 thing that you'd still be in it?
I didn't see YouTube or anything as a 2016 thing. I mean, I just kind of started making Call of Duty videos for fun. And I'm like, oh, yeah, whatever. And then it got into OpTic, and then that evolved into its own monster. And now just recently we had a book come out about all of that stuff that kind of led to this moment, or these moments recently anyway. And so, no, absolutely not. I didn't picture. I don't think anyone did at the time, though. Maybe Hector might have seen a little bit of a future going there, but I was, no idea. I was in before even the competitive team. So I had no idea the success we'd have there. And so, yeah, it's been kind of a fun ride. I've been streaming a lot more than making YouTube videos lately, just because I enjoy the instant interaction more, but I still am kind of cranking out YouTube videos. I'm still doing Call of Duty videos, which is kind of, I don't know, man, it's kind of tough. After 6 years, how many times can you make a Call of Duty video, Yeah. But I still genuinely enjoy the game, so...
What's
when
the
you joined
shot
OpTic,
status?
Like a no scope trick shot person, right? That's
No,
what OpTic
that's...
said, didn't it?
No, well, it started as a sniping thing. That was how we got a big YouTube presence, was doing sniping and being known as the best snipers. And then they'd make sniping videos from that. Then it turned into commentaries. That's kind of where I came in. And then then we got the pro team, and then it all just kind of happened really fast. It really did. And so it was the right people at the right place doing the right thing at the right time.
And even in their sniping, when they were all about sniping, they weren't so much about trick shots. It was wins, not spins.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was
Hector's.
Hector's.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, that was Hector's mantra. He's wins, not spins. And he liked the idea of being the best in the lobby with one of the most difficult guns to use, right? So
right, and if there was a cool clip that you had but you were losing, then it's not a cool clip.
Oh, he would roast. Or even if you would, Hector will even still say this, even if you had a particular perk on, if you were using steady aim, you were a noob, you weren't doing it right or whatever, you needed deep impact or ninja or whatever else, depending on the game. So he was kind of an elitist like that. And that's how, though, that we got the idea that we did, how we got the idea of being this little elite core of snipers. And so, yeah, that's where it started. And then content became a big thing. And I mean,
do you remember the initial Wings of Redemption drama?
I was just going to bring that up.
This is such old, this is
I don't even know
old bullshit
Which
thing.
one? Because there's a lot.
So Wings was always talking shit about Hex and OpTic and the way they did things, and quickscopers in general. Really, he hated it. He was
tryhards
a
usually do. Yeah.
Yes. And what did he say, Woody?
So
what was
Wings'
the first thing?
His thing was that if you're going to use a sniper rifle, it's all about camping, right? You need to set yourself up in a position where you have a distant view on traffic. And to Wings' credit, he's particularly good at shooting things that are only 4 pixels large. If he has one skill set, it's picking off things from across the map. It's not necessarily zapping on target like a Sandy Ravage can do. And this might have changed. I haven't watched that in that style through that lens in a long time. But
Sure.
Back in the day, his thing was putting a red dot sight on a guy that was barely showing any helmet and getting a kill. And yeah, so that was his thing. He's like, in real life, this is how you use a sniper rifle.
Yeah, he was like Gillies in the
COD,
Mist style, like hiding and all that.
And I remember like they both Hex and Wings like edited like videos of each other to make them look awful. Like so I think Hex took a Wings of Redemption video, and he edited out like all the kills and just showed all the waiting. He's like, this is how boring. Go on.
Wings had one where, because Wings had like really innovative sniping techniques. He would get in the back of a real sniper would, he'd like get in the. You don't stick your gun out. Yeah, innovative. Yeah, you don't stick your gun out the window of a building. That's not how a sniper shoots. You get all the way, like a real sniper. You get all the way back into the buildings, and that's what he'd do. He'd get in the back corner of a building with thermal, and he'd be looking through this bullshit crack or something.
Yeah,
but his view was like the whole corridor, and he's just.
So everyone would know, like, oh, this window can see this window, right? And it's kind of a draw there. Wings would go like to some other spot. He'd find lines of sight that most people didn't know about, and he'd just pick you off from like super distances and stuff. And he'd do innovative stuff.
Power. He would want to use cold-blooded. That was his other thing. He didn't think that stopping power was necessary for snipers. He thought that was
pop the skulls.
Yeah, he wants you to shoot you. She wants to go neck or above. He wants to use that Barrett with like the thermal on it or something like that. Yeah, cold-blooded scrambler.
Camping
his
or not,
back then were like that style. Like, I understand that it could be boring of him sitting there for a long time, but every once in a while, the stars would align, and, like, 6 people would be in his line of sight from his little coven in the back of the house, and he'd just kill all of them. And that was almost more impressive than the whole, like, I don't know, running around and quick-scoping thing, because it's like, oh, he waited for that, and that was almost just as much a tactical win as it was a skill win.
I don't know if he still does it, but he used to run these odd... Like, everyone in the world agreed Scrambler sucked, right? Scrambler's terrible, right?
Universally.
I thought it was fun.
Well, hold on. So, if people don't know, what Scrambler would do is it would make the mini-map in the corner all snowy and worthless. But
no, by proximity. If you're as you get nearer to me, your minimap scrambles.
I
create
That's
an area
critical,
of scramble
right?
on minimaps.
So what would happen is, like, if as your map started to scramble, you'd know a guy was there. Like, it's supposed to blind you, but what it actually does is gives you a kind of vision. Like, oh, there's a scrambler dude around here. And if you knew the map well, you'd probably know where he was. Like, oh, he's going to be looking out that window upstairs. So Wings would use that knowledge. Like, I know you know that. Therefore, Claymore at the top of the steps. Like, he would use Scrambler not to mess up your map, but to ring the dinner bell, right? And he's like, yeah, fuckers are going to run to me all day. I'm not looking out that window. I'm behind the couch, And
with Scavenger. So you would die to his Claymore, and he would ka-chink, have another. And, of course, you're coming right back. and he's counting on the Claymore in a new spot this time, and he's just hard scoping where you came the first time. So when you come up that alley, he's just with a 50 cal thermal, gung, 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 3 feet away. And now you're really pissed, and you're telling your buddies, he's got a Harrier before you realize this is what he wants.
It was neat,
Once in a while, he would just like sit there for like 3 straight minutes, which doesn't sound like a long time, but in a Call of Duty game, 3 minutes is a long time. And he wouldn't see anyone until he just would do like the at no one in particular, and then wait. And then continue to wait.
There was a map in Modern Warfare 2, I forget it, but it was snowy. And in the corner of it, there was like a broken down fuel tanker, like a semi that would carry. He'd hop on it, he'd wait there, and he called it ringing the dinner bell. He'd just fire off his M16 or something and wait for people to come. He'd intentionally put himself on the mini-map so that people would run into his scope. And of course, it got him some heat here and there, but he played differently than everyone else, and he ran kits that were different. He discovered the noob tube problem, like how OP it was.
I remember watching his videos back in the day and being like, this guy does play. He's like opposite play style of me. I'm just the person. Give me the submachine gun and the red dot, and I just run around and see what happens. Whereas he's like doing complex. It almost feels like mathematics to like judge and decide where he's going to be and put himself in the most advantageous position.
Let's not go too far now. All right.
That's what it seemed like.
There were no equations.
Well, there was a little. So get this.
This
he did a video on the fastest way to rank up in Modern Warfare 2, right? And what he would do is he would run emergency airdrop. and he would give the shit away, right? And in some cases, giving it away caused was it called an orbital VSAT? Do you guys remember it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I forget what the orbital even did. What did it mess up everyone?
It was like a black bird or whatever the one was that gave you the triangle
where they're pointed.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, if you call that in, you'd get 50 points. If someone else called it in, you'd get 350 points. It was 7 kills. And the whole team benefits. So why would you ever pick that up yourself? So he would just sit there and defend the care package until one of your teammates called it in for you, and he'd just get a lot, you'd rank up a lot quicker. And he would go through. He's if the Predator, for example. The Predator, I think, was 150 points for giving that away. But how many kills do you get with a Predator? 0 to 2, I would say. Yeah, okay, I'll accept one.
Yeah, one guaranteed.
Yeah.
Not even, you think one guarantee, but sometimes you don't get one. Sometimes everyone goes inside.
For a second. You gotta.
Yeah.
But you usually got
your
one,
guy.
right? And sometimes you're lucky and you get 2. Sometimes you're unlucky, you get 0. So at most you get 100 for a Predator. But if you give it away, you got more than that. You got 150 XP. So yeah, Wings. He would just be give this away, take that.
Santa Claus.
Yeah, it was. He had some clever ideas on that stuff.
There was one video I still remember of him doing that exact strategy. And it was right when Modern Warfare 2 came out, and he leveled up, 7 levels in one game, just giving it away.
Was it Scrapyard?
It was, I think it was,
That's
where he throws that grenade, and the red smoke comes out, and then it starts to drop, and he's just I'm going to make sure there's nothing there I want. Nope! And then he just leaves, and everybody else feverishly runs over and is stabbing each other to get their hands on it. It was a good. I was too selfish for that. I don't care if I got more points. I wanted to be calling everything in.
Are we, so it's post sticker shock, I guess. We've all had a little time to absorb the fact that Call of Duty 4 Remastered is coming. Who's actually going to get it and play it, and where are you going to do so?
Xbox One.
I like what he said. Was just
yeah, I don't want to make a promise. There's someone out there.
Means I'm going to get it.
Yeah, right.
I'll buy it. I got $60.
So is it sold separately? I heard that somewhere. Is that true?
I think
you have to buy the new Call of Duty in order to get the old Call of Duty. For now, I don't know anything about if they're going to release it separately, but I think it makes sense for them to do that at some point down the line. Maybe after Christmas or something like that. I don't know.
But just buy it's included in the next COD.
No, you have to pay $20 extra.
Yeah,
so
like
it's $80. Yeah, for the new COD and COD4 remastered. It has it's supposedly going to have campaign, all the bells and whistles, but only 10 out of the 14 or 16, whatever it is, maps.
Yeah, they'll sell those later.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. I'm actually really excited though because that's the Call of Duty I started on. So
me too.
That's where I started, and that's where that's so many people. So that's where the addiction started, and I mean I'm hoping that nothing bad happens to it. I guess.
What console are you gonna play it on?
I'll probably do PS4 just because recently they moved it over. All the exclusivity stuff comes out on PS4 first.
Right.
So because of that, they're actually releasing the campaign a month early if you pre-order it. So you'll get to play the campaign early, which I think is one of the best COD campaigns. I'll probably just hop on stream when it comes out and play it and have a good time.
I'm not sure. Are you sure that for the next COD, the PlayStation still has the exclusivity? You are?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm 90% sure.
Okay.
I'd be surprised if they went back to Xbox right away. I'm assuming the deal they signed with Sony is longer than a year or two, so...
Yeah, I don't...
That's just assumption, but...
I don't have a PlayStation 4. I guess, and maybe I don't know enough about the new hardware because I know that Xbox just released their new console. So is the new version of the Xbox One the cheapest 4K Blu-ray player? Is that its deal?
Yeah, I haven't done a whole lot of research on the new, you talking about the Xbox S or whatever, Xbox One S or whatever it's
called. I saw
a
white one on...
Yeah, it looks really cool. I think it's smaller and it just has more like 4K type of capabilities, which I'm excited about, but I mean, yeah, as far as playing games, I mean, it might be wrong too. I haven't super researched it, but I think it's the same kind of thing.
Yeah, but I'm definitely gonna have to get. I'm probably gonna get that because I don't have a 4K Blu-ray player as of right now. My PC can do 4K stuff, but it doesn't have a disk drive, so that's not.
Are you gonna play on Xbox One, Kyle? Or on...
Yeah, that's what I was getting
good.
at.
Good.
Yeah.
What's interesting about COD4 Remastered to me is that I since my COD days, I've become a filthy casual, and I won't have to invest the same amount of time in learning maps, learning perks, kits, etc. I assumed on day one, I'm going to know like 85% of that game. And
yeah, that's kind of the benefit too, and it's kind of interesting. I mean, you're probably not looking at it from like a content perspective anymore, but for me, it's like there's choices now. Like if I want to make a video on the new Call of Duty, I can, but if I just want to do something I already know that I know I'm good at or whatever, that I've practiced a lot before, I can go to play COD4, and I'm just hoping it's done correctly. When I heard about it at first, I was like, no, frag times 3, they gotta change it. And now the more I think about it, I'm like, they can't change anything. Don't touch it.
Yeah, don't
change
touch
anything.
Leave it alone.
Leave it.
M16 and the MP5. Like, I still want it to be that there's no reason to not use frag times 3, and there's no reason to
I'm gonna run out of bullets.
40A3.
No,
the
I need the bandolier. Look, the frag times 3 are great in like backlot domination games where I'm just gonna spend the whole game coming to the center to kill 3 people and die, and that's all my.
What's the rainy one? Vacant.
Yeah.
Vacant's a frag times 3, man. Just throw them over that fucking wall. You know where they are. They're by the glass house. I just if I spawn on the uphill side, I throw them over the wall. All 3 of them. It's like a mini airdrop.
Airstrike.
Yeah, it's like an airstrike almost. Boom, boom, boom. You'll get a kill or 2.
I'm not looking forward to being markedly worse at the game than I was, 8 years ago, 10 years ago when it came out.
Practice. See, this is the good thing about this, and this is what I was going to get at. Like any video makers out there, like if you're in the Call of Duty video making game, like go ahead and load up Call of Duty 4 on your 360 and make a video called "Everything You Need to Know About the 10 Maps in Call of Duty, 4 Remastered," and you've already got them right there.
That was my next video, man.
It is now.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, get in there. You got all the. You could show the grenade spots. I bet there's so much. There's this huge wealth of knowledge out there, but it's like 8 years old or something now, and like everybody forgot.
It's stashed away in encyclopedias.
Remember the old C4 throw glitch when you're like planting the
make it look
S&D
like
bomb?
a C4.
All of that bullshit. Yeah. Like all the grenade spots where you just look straight up, aim at a cloud. Those old like COD2 Zergriz style grenade throws and stuff. There's lots of shit like that has been forgotten.
Little life pro tips.
What's the quote in the beginning of Lord of the Rings that Lady Galadriel says something like, "Much that was once known was forgotten," or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Much that once was lost. There we go.
Yeah.
Of course.
Like
okay. I was like, is he gonna know that? Well, sure.
Oh yeah. I'm deep into Lord of the Rings. Like the Call of Duty 4 thing. Like I either want it to be exactly the same way as it was. That frag times 3, leave it all, or I want it to be the exact same way, and they just put something in like that double jump where you can just like and fly across, because I don't love the game enough that I would be really upset if it bombed.
Oh, fuck you.
It's kind of funny to see everybody play it.
Give everybody lassos or something and whips. And no bullshit. I want it unadulterated. Now look, there are changes that I would like for my own play style and the way I think the game could be improved. But I know that I can't start asking you to implement those changes without considering yours, and I'm not comfortable with that.
Like, what's one you're thinking of?
Martyrdom is silly, and the reason why is there are situations where if someone throws a grenade in such a way that it explodes right next to you, it's because of their skill or some random luck, but it can be because of their skill. However, if 2 martyrdom grenades drop, and each of one's to your left, one's to your right, and that thing's got like a 0.5 or 0.7 second fuse on it, you literally can't live. It's like, well, what do I do? If I turn left, I die. I turn right, I die. There's no way for me to win this. This is a no-win scenario, and it's bullshit.
And the martyrdom, it always rolls toward you, right? The martyrdom.
Yeah, it's like heat-seeking grenades.
Yes,
they'll roll towards you.
So if you shoot them at the right distance from you, sometimes you just approach it as it blows. It's like it's properly timed. It can be frustrating, but all the CODs have deaths that aren't really your fault.
If you play Shipment, it's pretty much a guaranteed kill every time you die. if you're playing 6v6.
It can be, yeah.
It's just the constant
Juggernaut
indicator.
and stopping power need to remain, though, because I felt like when they took Juggernaut and stopping power out, the games got less fun for me, because it was only the most ignorant. If you're a sniper, then Juggernaut's just a problem. It just is. It completely changes the way you play the game. But for everybody else, it's just a kind of a mind game. It's one more bullet, and you're on the same playing field, because if they've got Jug, they don't have stopping power. So it's even. He has to shoot you 3 times, you him 3, unless you get some headshot multipliers. It's easy math. But people are like, he's just got more health than me. It's not fair. It's like, yeah, but he doesn't have fucking stopping power, making every kill super easy.
There was a trade-off there.
It's a mental game, because when you shoot and you see the red thing, you're like, oh. Like, I get really mad at it.
Part, because the Juggernaut guy doesn't have something to kind of make him pause for a moment and go, here we go again. Like, he's focused on every fucking kill. He knows they all take 4 bullets. The stopping power guy, he's the one who only occasionally has to fire the second burst. He might be in a groove of like 1 burst, 1 kill, 1 burst, 1 kill, and all of a sudden he gets to you and starts to follow through to the third guy, and you don't work.
It's like,
and you're still alive.
That's
I wonder,
Jug's
there's
smart
stuff like with sniping now, there's like a trail to where it came from. Back in COD4, that didn't exist. You were just ghost mode.
Good.
Yeah.
I guess we'll go back to that. Yeah, like
You got to listen for it. Like, I can remember being in Search and Destroy and us being like, can anyone hear where that's coming from?
Directionally,
because we asked JD Reed if he knew where it was, and he said he was going to peek out, and then it said JD Reed has died, and I can't get him on Skype right now, so...
Yeah, because back then you went into death chat, nobody was sitting on Skype together and, like, having full-on communication.
That's a thing, too, man. Like, back in the day, people didn't have... Like, now you're in Skype together and you've got full-on communication.
Yeah, or even, like,
now,
TeamSpeak, whatever. There's non-stop communication.
Today, everyone has a headset. It used to be, like, being able to directionally locate sound was a serious competitive advantage. You might be the only guy in the lobby wearing a headset. That's not true now. I feel like everyone has it.
Yeah, everyone's got some kind of headset, a mic that they're playing loud music through or whatever they're doing. It seems like every old COD I go on, some kid's blasting like Drake through his headset. But yeah, now it's like everyone's on a more even playing field, and everyone like back then too, the only way that I got information about COD4, there was no T Martin video I go watch or whoever's video. I go on YouTube and see what's the best way to do this. Like, I had to go on message boards and like figure out strategies for doing challenges. It was you really had to dig if you wanted.
I put way too much faith in it.
For the weapon stats and all that shit.
Yeah, that was my first video. I would like look at sniper lines of sight online. And like, but I wasn't nearly qualified enough to evaluate whether this website was worth a shit. So I'm like, all right, here's where I want to stand. It's like on top of an open field. It looks down a road.
No one will see me.
Yeah, it turns out that it's not a good spot.
You learn the most from playing the game. I remember like getting really into Search and Destroy, and that was where I decided where the best players were, because I read online that that's the best way to rank up. So that's where the best people had to be. So I would literally watch all of the kill cams. Like, how'd this guy do this? Where'd he see me from? How did he get there so fast? Like, now it's
the
so
sound
easy.
is the most important thing to making this game the same. Because what I thought was perfect about COD4, what I was really good at, I thought, was playing Search and Destroy, so there's not just constant bullshit going on, and listening for dead silent footsteps, because I could still hear them within a certain
hear them.
distance. You need to still be able to hear them if you're willing to hurt your ears that much, because you really got to crank your shit to hear them, and you need to be able all the footsteps need to be the same. Not just the volume of them, but one thing I noticed in Call of Duty 5, World at War, was that the footsteps seemed to be disconnected from the character models. So the character model might be here, but you sort of heard footsteps in a weird bubble behind them. Yeah. And it was, in COD 4, it was almost like I was a fucking, like, what's that blind guy from Mortal Kombat? Like, Shinji or something? Like, I was just like,
that's probably right.
Fucking know where they are no matter what. But like in World at War, I just remember immediately being like, well, I know he's in that room, I guess. Which door? World at War,
your character became noisy. Like, I don't know what it was. I described it as jingle bells. Yeah.
Just
got
everything's
chains
shaking.
and-
You've got like 6 canteens on your back, apparently. Just
One of those big
rattling
medieval
your
rings.
approach to everyone nearby.
A bunch of sleigh bells and cat necklaces and shit, you know, it's just like you're a total man. And then as you get into
Spinning them.
the more recent CODs that I started playing, like they would intentionally add like rocket launches, moving trains, like bars with dance music popping, and
None of that.
That's
I don't want
not
any of that. I want
yeah.
a sterile landscape to conduct my business in. I want to remove any outside bullshit and it to be if I die, I want it to be my fault or his
Skill.
skill.
Yeah.
One of those things. Like I'm happy with either of those. There's so many times when I die and I'm like, he's fucking better than me. Shit. Gotta change my tactics here.
That's the thing that you don't think about, though, when looking back at Call of Duty 4. Even if they didn't use some underhanded, like, martyrdom, or as all the kids called it, martydom in the day. Even if they don't do that, even back in that day, if I was using the AK-47 and somebody, like, outshot me at mid-range with an M16, I'd be like, well, of fucking course he wins! It's because I'm crippling myself with this horseshit weapon! Like, and that was aggravating at the time. I think people underestimate how aggravating it was to even venture outside the world of MP5, M16, M48.
It depends how you play. Juggernaut AK was particularly good if you played it naked, because as soon as you put the red dot on, the damage at close range goes from 30 to like 40-20, 20 being the mid to long range damage it causes. You got to shoot him 5 fucking times. It probably won't be the same. So yeah, AK was good. M60 AK was good too, because it does 50 damage per shot. So you can two-shot somebody across the map, and they've got a two burst you at minimum with an M16, probably 3 burst. So there were some ways to get around it, but the M16 was just the way to go.
Like
far not the best.
There were problems with certain guns, but if you played them right, they had advantages. Like I always thought the Scorpion was a weak gun, right? However, up close, it did like 50 damage per shot. So if you're is it block? What's the one where there's two?
Yeah, where the two buildings on the side.
Yeah, if you rock Scorpion and spend all your time in those buildings, most of your gunfights are going to be same room fights. You can rock the Scorpion in that and be successful and level it up or whatever it is you're trying to do.
Get your gold. What was the
Gold Scorpion? Yeah.
It was
Scorpion.
Yeah.
That was the worst.
Getting the Dragunov was so fucking disappointing because then you have to use a Dragunov.
I wanted the golden M40 so bad. I was shocked when I found out it was the Dragunov gold. I was like, what?
Well, there's a change they can make. We'll allow that.
There we go. Yeah, that maybe all gold like they do. But yeah, I really don't want them to change it that much. There's a lot of intricacies about the game. Yeah, I want it to be like I still know the little secrets about the game, because I really did play that game a lot when it came out.
I want the glitch on Overgrown gone. That rock glitch where you could get in.
Yeah,
that
the
shit's
glitches
gotta
can go.
What about the ambush glitches? That was fun.
Oh, mixed. The ambush glitches in center map, I'm fine with. You know how you could like, if you went straight across the map, you could like get into the building or go on the side. I think you might be able to get to the roof of the building, but to get outside the map, I'm not cool with that.
Yeah, not outside the map and not under the map. You could do all those things on ambush. You could get all over all these buildings. There really weren't very many buildings that you couldn't sneak out and get on top of in that map. Who made that one? I would love if you could look at the fine print and see what dumbass was the one on that map, because clearly that's the one that didn't get proof tested or something. It's because you could get under the map by the Dom plant spot that's in that little field over there. I never knew A and B. I didn't memorize that part, but because you just look on the map. I never knew how people memorize that. But you get under the map over there. You get out of the map on the far side. You get on top of every single building. So that map was fucked. That can all go.
I didn't like going under the map or outside the map to where even if someone saw you, you couldn't fight back. But the glitch I didn't mind on ambush is where you do like the little look down, then sprint jump, and then you get up into like a different building, but you're still visible and they can kill you if they see you.
Yep.
So I don't care about that. If anything, you're kind of making yourself a bigger target as you look like a goober trying to like sprint run and then fall and then run your little route back up there, sprint run, fall, and then run your little route until you get it to work. But
what about those rocket? Do you guys remember angling the rocket launcher down and wearing jugs so you could boost yourself up? The one on Crossfire, people would do that in S&D the whole time, and you're like, where are these sniper shots coming from?
Yeah, that was annoying. I remember that. It like toward the end of the game's life cycle, people were like, It's like just go do it in a private match. Like I guess they
That's
want it to be like to like get a kill on you from up there.
The bigger problem than getting killed was having them on your team. Like that's what I didn't like. Yeah.
You gotta watch them.
Ambush, man. Like that map, if you won, it's glorious, right? But if you're losing Dom on Ambush, it is so hard to like regain mid-map. You know, you're just pinned down at the end. It's terrible. You buy the freaking turret in the back, taking out the helicopters.
2 long pathways and that long strip in the middle. Yeah, you get pushed all the way back into like the ends of your Z.
And they're just sitting in the lane with their M16. They're calling in choppers that are getting them their choppers.
Mm-hmm.
It was nuts.
Oh.
We were there. It was great. That's what I missed though. Like I hope spawn camping is still a thing. I hope they don't start flipping spawns like they're made of glass. Like
I don't
now.
want them to
I want to
spawn
stick you back there. I want to stick you back there where you belong, enemy player, the unnamed Dragon Slayer 175R, and just like sit there and camp on you for 20 minutes.
That should be old school Dom rules. Now, I mean, even in Black Ops 3, you like touch middle map, the spawns are like, oh god, we better spawn your enemies behind you or to the side of you so that you don't spawn trap them and make them hit the eject button. Like, I think it should be the old fashioned. You could even spawn trap in TDM on COD4.
Yeah.
No objective, just straight up play it right, and you couldn't even let them get a kill.
Or it wasn't as effective because of the spawn delay. But what's it called? What's the game mode where there's one bomb and you're trying to demolition?
Sabotage.
No, sabotage. Yeah, sabotage. Yeah. Sabotage, you can get very mean because of the spawn delay. That allows you to really start moving up your 3-man spawn trap.
Get map position.
You can and on a map like Shipment, where there are precious little spawn points in a game mode like that. Like in that game mode, there's only 3 spawn points per team. So all you got to do is put 4. So all you got to do is put 3 of your teammates in 3 of the spawn points, allowing only 1 more spawn point in the game.
Yeah.
So everybody just aims at that point.
Yep.
Dude, only
like
as
I
we
said,
played,
I hope they keep all that.
Only as we played had a friend named, I think it was Ricky. He was amazing at sabotage. Just beastly. He would get like 185 kill games all the time. And like I remember, I forget if I was playing with Blade or if he was telling the story, but he had to go. You know, he's like they're playing sabotage. I think it was like a 20-minute timer, and they let all 20 minutes go to fully abuse their enemies. And he's like, "Yo, man, I gotta roll. You know, I'm gonna back out." And he's like, "No, don't back out. But we could just win." So he like single-handedly takes the thing, runs it in, wipes out the whole team. Like COD4, probably still the new CODs too, but one man could win a game.
Yeah, in sabotage, if like I didn't like playing it as much where you went in there just to stomp people for 20 minutes. I liked getting a team of like, at least of the 6, like get 3 to 4 who are good. And then if you just have it in your head, like, all right, every start of the game, we're using our little lightweight legs and running over there with an MP5 and we're going to win in 16 seconds every game. It was, you could level up so fast that way.
We did that in Modern Warfare 2, not so much COD 4. Yeah.
It either lasted like 1 minute or 20. You could decide.
If you're on the strong team, and everyone here has like a big group of friends. When I first started in COD 4, so like that first half of my COD 4 career was, you know, just random teams. The second half, you know, I got to be on teams that never lost, which was cool.
Yep, it was nice. Well, we're all excited for COD 4. All right.
Yeah.
I'm
gonna play the new COD, but
Battlefield. Like I feel like the world is excited about the new Battlefield.
I think it looks
incredible.
Cool. Yeah.
I wouldn't be excited about it if I hadn't just got this gaming PC. I wouldn't play it on console. I'm not too interested in that. But I really want to play it on this computer. I really want to play it in like the wide monitor and everything.
It should definitely be good on the computer. I've played Battlefield and I never got into it because it's so much feels so much slower. It feels more like a simulator than the arcade quick shooter like Call of Duty.
A hiking simulator.
Yeah, like I would die and then
on team.
This is what it's like to run half a mile.
Yeah, basically, but I played
the breathing that they do. The breathing in Battlefield makes me feel more panicky than Call of Duty because, like in COD, if you get shot twice, it's like, like as he's kind of dying, but then he's okay. In Battlefield, you take like 3 steps and your guy is just heaving and hoeing, and it makes you feel like you're gonna hyperventilate. Just
making me nervous.
I hate that. I hate that about Battlefield, but I will play it because it's World War I, and I don't think I've ever played a World War I first-person.
Yeah, I'm excited for just the setting.
Have you watched much of the content from it? Because there's full-on gameplays and stuff.
I've seen it all, I think.
Yeah, it looks cool.
It looked like, I don't remember the keystroke they were using, but it looked like if you like shot a guy once and then like pressed F, you would go into like a bonsai type charge and just hunt him down and fucking gore him to death. So that looked really fun. If you just put one bullet in him and then stab him to death, and it wasn't always a bayonet. The bayonet charge is a thing, and he'll like hit the guy in the chest and take him off his feet down to the ground and kill him. But he'll also, if you attack someone from the side with a melee, it looked like he pulls out a trench shovel and just hacks him into like the throat right there. So that looked really satisfying.
I can't tell which game is going to be better. Like if you look at the trailers, Battlefield's going to be way better, right? But Battlefield's always produced better trailers than COD has. COD trailers just aren't that good. And but then when you actually play the game, like it's like the same as last year typically.
Yeah, it depends on how long like you really want to put into it.
Sometimes they have the nerve to release like just skinned games. Like I didn't play the Star Wars one, but everyone who plays it kind of agrees like this was a thin game, you know.
Yeah. That I didn't play much Battlefield, but that was the one where I played. I'm like, okay, this is like Battlefield, but I kind of like it because it's Star Wars and it feels like Battlefield, so that was kind of like the familiarity, I guess, that I felt with it. But yeah, that's why I'm looking forward to this one though, because I feel like it'll be like that, hopefully, because I kind of like that game.
Great.
Aside from the running.
And in my exposure, like everyone switched over to PC gaming, but I don't know what the real numbers are. Like for all I know, console, because I feel like in 2012, console was way bigger. It's 2016, and like everyone I know is kind of like gotten PC excited and into that. But I don't know.
I think it might be like a lot of younger people invest in consoles because it's easy to say, "Hey, mom, go buy this PS4." That's what I would do, when I was a little kid. But for PC, especially for like Battlefield games, that's like a really big community on there, and that's like the community you want to be in for that game. I mean, you can still play it on console and probably have a fun time, but I want to try it on PC. When I was playing Battlefront on PC, and I was getting annihilated by these people that were just amazing. So I was like, okay, I need to play this more.
That's my CSGO experience.
Yeah, about the same for me. I'm a silver 2.
That's my every experience with any sports game I've ever tried to play online against any other person. Like, it's not a sometimes I go up against someone who's not that great. I swear to God, everyone who takes the time to actually go online and play Versus and NHL 16 on the EA servers has 4 to 6 hours a day devoted to techniques and strategies and offensive zone break-ins. And it's like I play my friends when they're over, and I'm just like beating ass. Like, oh yeah, I'll play as the Oilers. You can be the Blackhawks. That's fine. 6-0. Yeah, eat shit. I play against a 14-year-old half an hour later, and it's like he'll get into my zone and be like, that was too easy. I'm going to double back. Like, now you're humiliating me. Same thing with Madden, any sports game. I know you guys don't play sports games, so maybe you don't have the same experience.
I have the exact same experience with Madden. I can remember being at like a house party, and we get it out and start playing. And I had no Madden experience other than just playing single player, maybe a couple hours a day. But I was still as good as just about everyone there. I didn't win every game. I would win some and lose some. But then we got online, and we all just get destroyed.
Yeah.
And it's just like, who are these people?
Is there a group of friends at some other house making fun of us right now? Or like, what's happening?
Yeah, there's a bunch of smart people somewhere just killing us. Their house party is just laughing at how bad ours is.
And when they like do strategies in game, like, I'm not trying to look like a real NHL team out there. Like, I give it to the best guy, and then that guy dupes and doodles around and then shoots. When they come up the ice and they look like a real team, where they're like, pass back to Smith, over to OJ. OJ takes the shot, and he scored. It's like, oh, fuck. Whereas mine, it's like, another fast entry from Tarasenko. Oh, misses the net. Like, anyway.
Well, see, now maybe that's the barrier that you've got to penetrate, because that happens so often in all the games that we've taken on that I've gotten good at. Mostly RTS and Sit and Civ, which is turn. But I can remember at first it would be like, we can't even beat the AI on normal, and then we get to the point where that's laughable, and then we can't beat the AI on expert. That we can't even fathom that, and then we get to the point where we can beat the AI on expert. So maybe there's just a little layer you got to. Are you watching your YouTube videos? Are you training?
You know,
You doing your finger exercises?
I haven't done any of those things.
Gotta get your rubber bands and stretch them. Yeah.
Dude, is
No,
St. Louis gonna suck next year? I was just in real life that your hockey team. I keep did they trade like 3 of their better players?
Go ahead.
Even the GM is saying stuff like, "Yeah, we hope that our younger players get better really fast. That's our plan."
We're really trying to accelerate the good process. No, basically what it is David Backus, our captain, who
He's gone, right?
It's a different one. Yeah, he's 31 years old. He's played his whole career in St. Louis, and he's a power forward. So he's constantly sacrificing his body, getting the shit beat out of him in front of the net. And he wanted like 6 years as a contract for like $6 million a year, whatever, in St. Louis. And that's a bad contract to take because those power forwards, their bodies start to fall apart. So that would have been maybe worth it for the first 2 years, but not at all after that. Boston picked him up. And so they're going to get maybe 2.5 good years out of him, and then not. Our other power forward, Brouwer, we didn't want to sign him because he's also 31, and so he went off to Calgary. One of our goalies went to Calgary as well. So really, I'm glad that we let them walk as opposed to signing them to contracts that'll ruin our cap later. Because now it's like, we have a young core of a lot of guys under 28, and we're taking a small step back, maybe medium step back from last year, to make sure that in 3 years we're not totally shit because we locked up all our money in a couple of guys who now are on injured reserve the entire season.
Another way to rephrase that is, it turns out last year was our shot.
Oh, no, they've had so much better shots than that and still blown it. So many. That was their second best. The 1999 team was really fucking good. They had a shot. 2001 team was really good.
Did they win the President's Cup this year, or am I crazy?
No, the Washington Capitals won the President's Cup.
That's right.
Blues were in third place in the entire league, I guess.
They're
good.
Strong.
We'll make the playoffs next year. We just won't be as good as we were this year because we have to wait for these guys to get older as that happens.
Oh, okay. Yeah, getting older will help. Unless there's so you're saying that unless there's some sort of Captain America serum used on your hockey team, that it's going to be a couple of shitty years to come.
Not necessarily shitty. I would say this year will make the
compared to this year.
Compared to this year, next year will be disappointing because
will you make the playoffs?
First round. What?
Will you make the playoffs?
Yeah, we'll make the playoffs. Yeah. I really have no doubt. Like the Blues are still one of the best teams in the league. They're just not top 3 anymore. Now you'd probably put them at like 7.
So. Yeah.
I don't
See, that's the beauty of being a Flyers and Hurricanes fan, because there's nowhere to go it up. If we make the playoffs, we'll break our non-playoff streak.
Yeah.
Can we make some
the Flyers of we're a team. We certainly play every
there's
year.
not a college team in the nation that could take us.
That's true. I would stand Midnite. Are you a hockey fan at all, or are you near?
I really should be because I'm from Minnesota. Hockey's huge here. Go Wild, I guess. But yeah, really, I only like NFL, Minnesota Vikings, and I avidly watch the UFC. That's my sports I watch. Everything else is like, oh, cool. But I'm not like following it.
Odd person out because Minnesota is like the state. Everybody's a Wild fanatic, which sucks because they're set, right?
Yeah. But, yeah, everyone here loves the Wild, and like I have like family members that play hockey, and they grew up playing hockey, and it's cool, and there's rinks all over the place. But yeah, I don't know, it never clicked with me. I remember going to a game as a kid and being like, I can't even see the puck. What's happened? Like I couldn't follow, I guess.
My first boss at Cisco, right? He lived in the South somewhere, I think. I don't know, that detail could be wrong. And then he moved to Minnesota when he was like 16 years old, right? Oh, yeah. And it's this small town in Minnesota, and everyone's talking about him, like getting the scouting report, like, ooh, what's the word on this Chris guy? And they're like, he can't even skate? Like, he can't skate? He's 16 years old. He can't even skate? What the fuck? like the way he described it, the whole town was like, Chris, they want to know like what kind of addition they're making to the local team. And when they heard he couldn't skate, it's like, what kind of fucking teenager can't skate?
Get him out of here. No, yeah, that sounds like small town Minnesota.
Can we all agree that they should at least alter the puck in some way?
What way?
Make it white,
more visible to the crowd and the viewers online.
What's better with black? Maybe they should have black ice with a white puck.
No, although I like that. I would like it if instead of like this opaque white ice, it looked like they were skating on infinity, like just a clear thing with like distance underneath them, so it looked like they were flying. Imagine how cool that was.
Disoriented, trying to catch the puck on their stick.
Yeah, add some skill to the game. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Skating
absolutely.
on the ice turns
Instead
it
of the-
white.
Yeah. Suddenly, depth perception becomes a new trackable stat. You know, guys are like got wonky eyes when they retire. Like,
Yeah.
you know, I
But
just
more
been staring at that
realistically-
puck for so long trying to track it to my stick, and now it's all fucky. You know, it's like
But more realistically, what if in the center of the puck there was just a really bright red LED? I don't know. Just
like a light or something.
yeah. What if it was glowing red so that everybody, including the players, could really keep tabs on that thing? Like
The one thing I would be
because
good
when
with...
when they fire a slap shot, when they really knock the shit out of it, I know the direction it's
Yeah.
going in, so I immediately just go, all right, look toward the net, and we'll figure out where it is now. And I bet you guys are the same, unless you have some sort of crazy vision or like 200 FPS monitor you're watching these games on.
I was gonna say I've got two ideas. One, if the TV channel went to 1080p at 60 frames per second, like that would be a step in the right direction. I feel like just like in gaming, when you go from, well, in this case 24 to 60, it would be a big improvement. Or maybe
that
it's
would feel
30.
smoother.
The other thing, and they used to do this, when the puck isn't visible, like when it's behind a player or like up against the boards, they'd make it glow so you could see where it was.
yep.
Box.
Not the trails. It used to be
Yellow.
when
Oh,
you
not the
passed
box
it, there was a blue streak, and when you shot it, there was a red one. But, yeah, that I don't need. But you know,
And they were shitty. It wasn't like listeners who are hearing this who never saw it are like, well, actually, that sounds like a good fucking idea. It was more like on NFL Sunday when they like have that magic marker that they like write on a TV screen with and like show you.
Here's the puck's going north into that side of the ice and over. Yeah, real quick though, he passes it back, and it's like, it was
Some
not helpful.
meteorologist handwriting showing you how they hit the puck. That was bullshit. And that's one of the reasons when I went to the game, it was great because I'm getting whatever real world. I don't know how many pixels are out there in RL, but it's a whole shitload, okay? And I don't know what frame rate I'm reading things at, but it's high too. So I can see the puck all the time. When they crash into each other, you know, the audio is perfect, obviously, because it's fucking real. But I just can't get into it watching on a screen for some reason, the way I do other sports.
Well, if you ever come to St. Louis during hockey season, I'll buy tickets and take you to a game, and it'll be fun to be there in person because the atmosphere is like the
Some of those
Woody knows,
$8
there's been
beers.
Tons of,
Yeah, I was gonna
those,
say
like $9 beers, but
Do you
Woody
sit at the top?
atmosphere is
games,
good.
the environment is so much fun. It's so energetic, and everybody's screaming. The fights are exciting
Riot
when they
Punch?
happen now. We got the best enforcer in the league, so if there is a fight that Reeves is in, we're gonna go ahead and win
Is that the
one.
black guy?
he's
He's
somewhat
half black. He's at least
Yeah.
half black. Yeah.
I mean, if you're look, I think that being a black hockey player is like being a black president. If you're half, that's good enough.
You're
to just
full.
stick with it. Yeah. Like, there's
He's
well, he's half black. No, he's the black hockey player. I saw him. He's out there, and he's just like, yeah, come on. And he's got like he's a good skating fighter and a decent hockey player, maybe. I don't fucking know. But what I definitely noticed was that he was. If there was a fighting league that just you fought on skates, we get him right in there because he's incredible. like he's a really good fighter, and he had all these techniques where he was trapping their arms and like fucking chicken winging them and like punching them in the face, and they're just like, who is this guy? It was great.
Get me out of here.
It's like that. The NHL is changing and moving away from like the enforcer role even being a thing, which I really don't like because I think it's good to have like the Blues all-star Vladimir Tarasenko, one of the best players in the league. If someone starts fucking with him, I want to know that the next line they're gonna be like, "Hey Reeves, we need you to go out there and beat the shit out of De Kaiser," or whatever our Canadian coach says. Like, it's good that they know that threat is there and that they can't just act pissy and
How
ignore
much
it.
of the success of a smaller framed, wiry, quick guy like Wayne Gretzky is because players
Nick Sorley
didn't
was
want to hit
there.
him?
Yeah.
Is it because
Sorley.
let me finish my question. Is it because players didn't want to hit him because, hey, that's Wayne Gretzky? No, don't fucking hit him. Or was there an enforcer for the bulk of his career right behind him ready to kill someone if they did?
So Woody sounds like he's ready to answer that.
Oh, I mean, I know you probably do it better, but yeah, so he had an enforcer. His name was McSorley. He ended up getting in trouble, and they threw him out of the league. But he would protect that. But I think also, Gretzky had a vision that made it hard to hit. Like, if some brute wanted to line him up from 7 strides away, like, good luck with that. He's really
but if he's killing you every night, like, somebody's gonna hit him in the back, right?
Well,
if he's Billy McGuire from Utah, like where hockey's not so big,
No, you're right. Like, and the NHL is just like most sports is notorious. Like, if LeBron James gets punched in the stomach lightly by someone, it's going to be a way bigger deal than if you hit Joe Schmo the same way. Like, that's just the way it is. But like the first part of Gretzky's career, McSorley really protected him a lot, if I'm not mistaken. And then it got to the point that he was so respected and just so much better than everybody else that it was like, no, you're not going to cheap shot Wayne Gretzky. Are you going to be the dude that's known in the NHL community forever as the guy who ruined Wayne Gretzky's career? No. I want to continue living and have people like me.
And he changed, in the beginning of his career, when McSorley was next to him, he was a playmaker, a goal scorer, etc. In the later part, when he was playing for the Rangers, he would set up in his office, behind the net, and everyone's playing except Gretzky, who's observing and setting things up. And then as soon as it went to him, he'd hit that outlet pass, and the guy would one-time it. And how are you going to hit the guy whose whole thing is watching what's going down?
Yeah, he would just lure you behind the net, and then as soon as you're behind the net, he can either dip and dodge around you, fire a pass off, and by that point, you're too out of position to cover the person that you just left open. So he was a master tactician at that. And in the realm of Michael Jordan being the best in the NBA, I don't know who you'd say for the NFL, so many positions, and Wayne Gretzky being the best for the NHL. No one's records beat the fuck out of everybody else's like Wayne Gretzky's. The way it works in hockey is you get a point for a goal or a point for an assist. An assist is any pass to the person who scores or a pass to the person who passes to the person who scores. So it's 2 passes out. If you got rid of every single goal Wayne Gretzky ever scored and only counted assists as points, he'd still be the all-time leading scorer.
In points.
That's crazy.
So he's like first place, 2,800 career points. Next up guy is I don't know, 1,800?
Yeah,
now,
it's
is any of that, when you look at that score objectively or that record objectively, is there any of that you're like, well, but there was those 3 years when he was here and it just seemed like they were giving him assists because this is the guy he was feeding them to? Or is there any part of those numbers where you're like, well, it's that high because of X?
Yeah. Well, there's certainly the fact that he was on
good teams.
The Oilers as a dynasty. Mm-hmm. So in 5 years, he won 4 Stanley Cups with the same team. So it wasn't
are all of those postseasons counting toward his records, right?
No, that's regular season record.
Wow.
Oh shit, that's impressive then.
Yeah, his postseason.
Wow, really?
I'd have to look it up.
Really good, really good. There was another guy. Who's the guy that played in 5 decades? Gordie. It's not Gordie Howe, is it? Is it Gordie Howe?
He just died. Yep.
This guy played, I'm going to get the things wrong, but I think he played in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s or something insane like that.
40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s.
Okay.
And then he played an exhibition game in the 90s, but that doesn't count. But from 1949 to 1981 or whatever it was,
it was so crazy. Yeah, he'd play in the NHL level with his children,
Yeah.
And he's still a viable player, It was good.
There's pictures of him facing off, or there's a picture of him sitting with Wayne Gretzky as a little kid because Wayne was his biggest fan. And then there's another picture of him taking a face-off against Wayne Gretzky in the NHL 12 years later.
Dude.
Still playing, totally bald.
And for as long as that guy's career was, he had 2.5 careers. Gretzky outscored him by a lot.
An order of magnitude.
Yeah. Gretzky was really good. Now, you could argue he played at a time when people scored more than they do now, defenses changed and such.
Yeah.
But still, right now, people are arguing that LeBron is better than Jordan. And I feel like there are knowledgeable people, I'm not one of them, who say, you know what, the Jordan mystique is just this thing that he couldn't possibly be beaten, that there was no one on his level, etc. But when you really look at it, Jordan was just actually the best player of his era, and LeBron, with his size and his stature and the things that he's doing, there are people who think he's a better player. I'm unqualified to say. No one does that about Gretzky. No one says, you know what? Tarasenko's actually... No, he's not. No, it's Gretzky. It's
Yeah.
Gretzky.
Nobody's
Unquestionably.
better than Gretzky.
Undisputed.
Like, best argument would be Sidney Crosby. Or maybe, like, if you're going to talk about someone right now, I'm saying, and you're a Flyers fan, so obviously you're going to be like, oh, that guy with 940 points in 700 games. Wow, what a loser.
He
like,
sucks, crybaby.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I'm sure they're tired of hockey talk. But I'm glad you asked that question because that makes me happy.
I have a whole
Do you want to watch this guy shoot himself? Unless you got something better.
I could do that.
I
I've
love
seen it
your
a couple
eyes.
times. I had a different topic,
Sure.
but I think yours is
Sign
better.
me up. That's
Looks
why I
like
came
you
here.
would like to watch
Well-
a man shoot himself. All right.
Can we show this? Can this be on YouTube?
Does he
I
die?
think it is on
YouTube video we're
YouTube
gonna
now.
No, he doesn't. Oh,
So it's not
No, it's
safe
not.
for life or not? Is it like an accidental,
He
like?
makes
No.
it.
Oh.
In my understanding, if I have the background in this right, is this guy's a rapper and he shot himself
Oh,
for
no.
a rap video,
like
to
Cheddar
be
Bob?
hardcore.
Yeah, exactly like Cheddar Bob.
Yes.
except he
Oh,
took it
sure.
out.
Similar
He
to
even
Cheddar
looked like Cheddar
Bob.
Bob.
I guess.
wannabe
Oh,
rapper
shoot.
shoots himself in the mouth.
Gotta love that thumbnail right now. That is a
Yeah.
man on his thumbnail game. Look at that. He's letting you know right away. Yeah, this is happening. Like,
The
Jesus.
only time where
No
you won't
clickbait.
believe what happens next is actually a prudent line, and they don't use it.
Now,
I'm
I gotta
queued
be
up at
honest
0.
before we watch this horrible thing. I opened it on my phone, and it got to the part where he goes, and then I stopped it because I was like, I don't want to fucking see that. So
Dude.
So first impression is he does this.
Wait, are you
to
queued up
look
at 0?
hard?
You queue up
I am
0.
queued at 0.
You go to 0 and we all press play together.
Yeah, I'm stuck at 1, but I'm
That's
sure it's
fine.
0.
All right. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ready, set, play.
Nice warning.
No.
I don't want audio.
I have audio. I'm doing. Oh, he has a neck tattoo.
Oh, God, he's
so-
about to do it.
Oh, Jesus!
Oh, why? Why do you do
Oh
it?
shit!
What is he doing?
Oh, he's spitting blood out. Like he doesn't care though. It seems.
I don't give a fuck about nothing.
Nothing.
And that's it. That's a... Now, the
What
thing is,
I
the
followed
bullet's
bullet.
gone.
No, he said I swallowed the bullet.
Right.
Which-
I was about to say that. He thinks he swallowed the bullet. It did not come out the other cheek. My expectation for something like that would be it'd be in one cheek and out the other one. But
I was thinking it went like through this cheek and then kind of like forward out, you know, like maybe an
out the
open window
front.
next to him. Because there's no way it went through his cheek and just went like, "Wah," and then stayed in his mouth.
and then he
swallowed it.
swallows it and doesn't like notice that he did that. Or
Oh, I just swallowed a really hot piece of metal. Oops, like it must have slipped my mind.
I like your theory. I like that the
Does he
cheek
want a
deflected it.
piercing, or why did he do this? I don't get it. Just
To
to be
promote
like, yeah.
I think
But
it's
to,
for.
to be fair, he should have mentioned the rap album before he shot himself in the face.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
yeah.
Like we don't know where to go.
November
Is it in stores now? I don't know. What's the iTunes?
Yeah.
Okay. Knight
Sequeless
explained.
on iTunes. Bang! Like that. There you go.
Knight explained that he originally wanted to perform the stunt for a music video, but no cameraman would film it. So I did it myself since I felt like taking a bullet to the face. Anyway, this is really nothing. I've been shot a couple of times, and this was like 4 out of 10 on the pain scale after the initial impact. I looked slightly disoriented after the blast, but that's because my ears were ringing in pain. It was hard to focus on sound, and although I assume I swallowed the bullet, I wasn't quite sure. And then he tells anyone worried about shooting himself in the face, deal with it. He should put sunglasses on.
Oh man, he really came out on top with this one.
I don't
Yeah.
give a fuck
He
whether you
told
want me to
us.
live or not unless you're paying me money. You care for my life will never supersede my
know what the
disregard
worst
for
part
it.
is? The worst part about all of this is I'm pretty sure this is going to count toward the gun statistics. Like, this is why those stats look so fucking bad. You got this guy out there going like, check out my album 2017. What the fucking asshole? Wow. I don't know what kind of gun that is. I don't know what kind of bullet that would have been.
22?
You know,
Is there
well,
like a
It's hard to
17
tell
in
where
a
the bullet
handgun?
went.
No, it could be like a 25. It could be like a 32. There's all of these like
What's weaker
Little
than 22?
17, right?
there's a 17
I only know of that in a
but those
rifle.
are those are fast, elongated varmint bullets. But in the class of short, slow pistol bullets like we would see here, it's a 22, a 25, I doubt a 32, something like that.
Is there
some kind of
Are the 25 and 32, are they more powerful than a 22? They sound it.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, you can't be 100% sure. Maybe they've got like no powder or something, but they're obviously heavier. So the 22 is the weakest. I would have thought even a 22 would go out the other cheek. Taylor has to be right.
You say weakest, but in what by what measurement?
By the ability to pierce the other cheek.
Well, the 22 is a 32 grain bullet or something like that, going 700 to 1400 feet per second. So, I mean, it could do all kinds of crazy shit. A 22 can, but maybe a 25 is like this lumpier, fatter bullet going much slower, and maybe it's 700 feet per second and 70 grains. I don't know what a fucking 25 is. To me, if I'm being honest, like the guns like the 25 and 32 are like street guns. Like, there's no reason for someone who likes guns to really have one. Like, that's what I usually say is like, why would you? That's kind of like a low class gun. The person who has that is like up to no good. Or it's like Granny's old pistol in the attic or something. Like, that's not the kind of gun that you would buy.
Is there any round out there that wouldn't go straight through both cheeks? Like, I feel like even the weakest thing, if you hold the barrel up there, it's gonna just punch right through.
I feel like anything. Yeah, that's what's surprising. So both cheeks are nothing. Like, it's just I mean, people pierce that all the time, right?
Yeah,
like,
that's what I was gonna say. He was just looking for a cheap piercing.
He could have made a dummy load. That could have been. This could be fake. I mean, let me watch it again. I guess.
If it was a rubber bullet, would it still go through? Do you think if it was a rubber? I don't know.
I think a blank.
I mean, that close.
Through. Yeah, when it's that close.
I'm gonna watch this shit again.
I looked it up. I did some more googling, and another article describes it as a 22.
Oh wow.
So he used a revolver to make it look more hard.
See that. If you pause it at like right after he shoots, I'm going. Oh, hang on. I think.
Did we see where the bullet went? I'll watch it again.
Yeah, I think maybe she goes in his mouth, in his
the side
cheek, and like out his open mouth. Maybe I'm like clicking it frame by frame at the worst part, which is 12 seconds.
That's what Taylor said. I think that has to be it. He's lucky it didn't hit his other cheek, because it would be like an exit wound, kind of like. I think it'd be worse.
I can't tell if it's like the force of the gun that like made his cheek do that like roller coaster like wah thing, but it looked almost like it went through, hit this little edge right here, and then like
kind of like
really
just whizzed out.
Went out
his face
went out
before
his
he does
window and hit a house.
Yeah.
The pistol barrel kind of points toward the camera at one point, and it looks like a 22. It looks really tiny. The barrel does.
Yeah, what a douchebag.
Yeah,
I mean, his face before he does it, he's like, yeah, this is the best idea I ever had.
Don't shoot your face, kids.
Yeah,
the more I watch this, the more that
don't get to this point of your life, okay?
You think he did do it for a piercing, and he was just
No, he's so full of shit. He's got earplugs in. It's like, I don't know. He's got earplugs in.
Let me see.
Well, safety first.
Is he driving?
There's no. He's in the car for sure.
Wait, is it the right side of the cheek that means you're gay?
He does have earplugs. He turns his head right like 7 seconds.
So bizarre. I don't. This is one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen, because I'm trying to like wrap my head around what he was really doing, But in the end, I'm coming to the conclusion this is a real crazy fucking person. Like, he even says after he shoots himself in the mouth, I don't give a fuck about anything anymore. I'm just driving around shooting myself. That's what I do. That's because I'm hard. Check out my new album, 2017. Don't give a fuck.
Rap lyric was like, I won't let your concern for my life ruin my, harmful hobbies, or whatever the hell it was. Where it was like, what the fuck?
He's gonna have some good rap lyric about spitting bullets, or like,
The thing about the internet, though, is this like whole event will be completely gone in 2 weeks. He really needed to bring it closer to his album's release date.
He'll shoot himself again. He'll just reload. I mean,
his calling card now is going to be like Lil Hearing Aid.
That looked like it fucking hurt, is what that looked like. What an asshole.
Yeah, that's stupid. I mean, the blood that pours out of his mouth, too, after he does it's kind of insane.
Just cascading.
Yeah, it's just like...
After talking about that gentleman shooting himself in the mouth, now might be a time to tell everyone about Smart Mouth.
Best segue ever. After talking about Dumb Mouth, welcome to Smart Mouth.
You can imagine that gentleman might have a terrible taste in his mouth after doing something so stupid. He should probably have some Smart Mouth. Mouthwash brands want you to believe that bad breath comes from germs alone. But trying to freshen breath by just killing germs is not effective. Within an hour, those germs start coming back. Science proves that beating bad breath means beating sulfur gas. Smartmouth's activated mouthwash is clinically proven to neutralize smelly sulfur gas and keep it from coming back for 12 hours with each rinse. Smartmouth's line of activated oral rinses provide a daily cure for bad breath by eliminating and preventing the bacterial production of volatile sulfur compounds for 12 hours per rinse. Smartmouth comes with because you activate it. Smartmouth works because you activate it, releasing zinc ions that actively block sulfur gas. The sulfur gas will be gone even 12 hours later. If you want truly clean breath for 24 hours, you need to fight the real cause of the bad breath, sulfur. For that, you need to use Smartmouth Activated Rinse. Smartmouth solves a real problem with real science. So learn more about science or order online by visiting smartmouth.com. Or look for Smartmouth in your favorite store. Use offer code PKA for free shipping or print out a coupon online. Once again, that's smartmouth.com, code PKA. Yeah, and, I got a whole gift box from them the other day. The mints, the mouthwash, all that stuff. I'm a pretty big fan. The mints especially. I think they prevent like dry mouth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and a quick addendum onto that. I'd feel like I feel guilty if I didn't divulge my bias with this, and well, I guess I can explain it differently. You guys always want you guys, I mean the listener. You're always trying to get the like behind the music VH1 of my life, where you're like, oh man, what does he do when he's not doing podcasts? It could be anything. It could be a stripper. No, it's not that exciting. I'm a marketing and advertising consultant, and Smartmouth is a company that I've worked with before, and so obviously when they reached out to me, like, hey, you want to, have us as a sponsor? We really think some of your audience may enjoy this product. I was like, of course. And so I wanted to keep it up front with you guys. This isn't a CSGO lotto situation, and it's not like I fucking own this place anyway. I'm not making this money. But
Good guy, Taylor.
But it's an excellent product. It's actually 2 liquids in there at once. And when I first learned about it, I thought it was kind of like gimmicky. Like, why do you need 2? That's kind of weird. Like, it's got 2 spouts where 2 different liquids pour, and they combine together and activate. And it really does do what it says it's going to do. Like, I hope you guys trust me enough to know I would never bring a product I was affiliated with on here unless I really thought it was good and that you would like it. And unlike pretty much every other product we promote here on PKA, it does most of its business in stores. So even if you don't want to order it online, pretty much walk into any store around you, go to their toothpaste, toothbrush, mouthwash section, you'll find it. And the science itself, like, it's not one of those products where, like a homeopathic, where it's like, oh, just crush up ladybugs and ant legs and add soy milk to give yourself a moisturizing cream. Like, no, it's actual science, clinically proven. Go to their website, check it out, and they have coupons you can download there as well to use in store. So, yeah, it'd reflect well on me, of course, if you go buy some fucking mouthwash.
There it is. 12 hours is amazing. Most mouthwash doesn't even attempt anything like that.
No.
Have you guys been watching the Democratic National Convention?
I checked it out.
It's really upsetting.
It's been really interesting so far. So there was a lot of Bernie supporters making themselves heard and making themselves seen. That part in particular I found interesting. It's got to be frustrating if you're a Bernie supporter, a real one. Like if you liked Bernie for the revolutionary movement as that he was talking about this whole time. I'm not really a Bernie supporter. I don't really like a lot of the things that he stands for. But if I were, I would be so upset by all this. I would be so upset that he took all your money and he gave it to Hillary Clinton. He took all of the time and effort that you put into this and basically gave it to Hillary Clinton. He's going to give her all of his lists, all of the information that you guys went out and ran around the world on your feet, compiling all that data. He's giving it to Hillary Clinton. And I don't know what you're getting for this. Yeah, the ticket is a little bit more to the left than she would like it to be. There definitely were some concessions made as far as policy and so forth, but you're not getting your minimum wage, you're not getting your free college, you're not getting a lot of the things that he stood for. And the person that you're nominating, the person that he's telling you now to bend over and take it from is...
crooked.
Is crooked. Yeah, crooked, as Mr. Trump would say. But the reality is that she's in bed with the people that you guys are so vehemently against. From big corporations to Wall Street to Saudi royalty. Putting money in the Clinton Foundation into Hillary's pocket for influence. I don't get it. I don't know how you bend over.
I've been ripping on Sanders supporters for a while now, but I've really turned around on a lot of them watching the DNC little clip of every time, at least at first, before they all left, which they did, huge swaths of Bernie supporters just left the convention, so they had to pretend that it was still full by just focusing on the stage. But every time they were like, we need to vote. Even when Bernie was up there, and you gave me your money, I gave it to Hillary, and now it's very important that we vote for the establishment that 3 months ago I said would literally be the end of the world. It's like, and his fans were like, boo, no, like, this is ridiculous. And kudos to them, like, sticking by your gun. Like, you're not just...
Well, they're not retarded.
A leader.
Like, you have to be a moron to just really be like, oh, well, I guess he says to follow her now. That'll work. Okay. Like, no. Like, what are you talking about? She's just as bad as Trump. Like, she's just as much of a problem for you if you're a Bernie supporter. If you're that far to the left of Hillary, then she's just as bad. I mean, she's pretty right down the middle from your standpoint, from your point of view of being a democratic socialist.
Do you think you're
going to get a basic income from her?
Do you feel like he was kind of forced into the situation he's in now? Because it just does seem so...
I think he was bribed into the position he's in now.
I feel like it's so backwards from the trail he was on. I mean, I'm not a super political person who follows it all closely, but I did follow what he was doing. And to just kind of turn, like, real quick, he's on this path, and then, I
mean, it's completely possible that he's not in love with Hillary, like he's sort of pretending to be now, and he's like, look, it's Hillary or Trump, like, get real. And that he's just, he's voting his conscience based on the options that are out there, because what else is he going to say, go to Trump?
Personally not a big fan of either of them.
Jill Stein offered to give him the Green Party nomination, right? Like, I bet Gary Johnson would probably step out of the way and let him run as a fucking libertarian.
But we all know the effective result of having Bernie and Hillary is a Trump presidency also.
Yeah.
They would split the left.
It's a Trump presidency, right? Because if there's a split thing, then it goes to, like, the House, and then they make the decision, and then just go, well,
it wouldn't
Trump.
even be like that. Trump would get the 270 so easily because Hillary and Bernie would split the states they would otherwise get.
I think a lot of the forecasts would show that, like, maybe no one gets to the 270 if you introduce a candidate like Bernie Sanders and he's got the backing of, like, the Green Party or the Libertarians, and they actually get on the stage of the debates and such.
That's possible. Then I think the Electoral College, like, votes a couple of times, right?
No, it's the fucking House, man. It goes to the House, which is Republican controlled.
You're probably right.
Yeah, that's what
Do you guys get the vibe that Republicans don't even really are like, Trump?
No one,
like,
no one likes their candidate.
I don't like Trump.
I've got a couple things. So
I don't like any of them. I don't know
Trump.
what to do.
When Obama and Clinton ran against each other back in 8 years ago, everyone was like, no, us Clinton people are never going to go over to Obama. They like don't even think about it. We're split. We're pro-Clinton. That's it. And then they did. They went to Obama. So I assumed a similar thing would happen with Bernie. That, we're pro-Bernie. Don't think we're going to Hillary just because she's also a Democrat. I actually question it now. Maybe those Bernie people aren't going to come to Hillary. But I can't think of a race with two weaker candidates in my lifetime. There has always been somebody doing this who would be like a decent president. And sometimes, the first time W ran, when it was W versus Gore, I was like, you know what? I feel like if either one of them gets president, they're both going to be fine. Turn out
George W. was great that first time around in those debates and that early process. Like, he seemed like the guy you wanted because you had Gore up there, so mechanical and robotic.
He kept talking about
he kept talking about the polar ice caps, and George W.'s up there, and he's your friend. He's kind of and I remember when Al Gore tried to do that shit where he, like, creeps up on George W. and, like, stands over him because it was like a debate tactic of his because he's a tall guy. And
he was alphaing. He's trying to alpha W.
He walks up on him while they're debating. They're doing those things where you kind of walk around the room with a microphone and answer questions from the crowd. And Gore's like trying to, like, alpha dog him or something, like coming up and, like, looming over him. And George just goes, "Hey there," and like kind of pointing out, like, "What are you doing so close to me, you fucking weirdo? Let me finish answering this question. These people want to hear what George W.'s got to say."
Gore walked over there like alpha, and then W made him look like a dork. Like, what
are you doing here?
Aren't you goofy? Yeah.
It totally backed.
You smell like mothballs, you old weirdo.
And Gore got up there.
Gore,
He had a plan to, like, make Social Security solvent. And in his plan, he mentioned the word lockbox like 3 times. Oh my gosh, SNL's just running with it, the lockbox, and no one quite understood what the lockbox was really about. And like, is it a physical lockbox? No, it's a virtual lockbox. And yeah,
in the lockbox. He always sounded a little bit too much like Forrest Gump to me, too.
Imagine if Gore won. Like, just play this out. 9/11 still happens. And instead of attacking Iraq, which made no fucking sense at all, right? Instead of pretending that Iraq had anything to do with 9/11, which is the Bush, excuse that they used. If Gore was in there and said, you know what? In response to 9/11, we're going to go energy independent. We're going to fuck the whole Middle East. We're going to get off oil. We're going to change this whole thing. We're going to start selling technology so the rest of the planet gets off oil too. That's what Gore would have done. He would have changed the planet. He would have devoted that $1 trillion to like solar power or something. And
I really think that a lot of the same would have happened.
No.
Like, it wasn't just Bush at the time who was like leading the charge of we got to invade Iraq. Like, it was everyone.
Everyone was
had a flag out on their front porch. Everyone was screaming about.
They looked like they needed a good invasion.
Nobody has this hindsight. So to them, if Gore just goes, well, let's not be hasty. Let's really just let them continue to do their thing. Like, people would have been severely upset.
Gore
like,
was
it would not work.
On CNN doing interviews. This is in the build up to the Iraq War, and he's like, "Look, Afghanistan and the Taliban are hiding Osama bin Laden in there. They're giving him refuge. We're going to war with them. But Iraq has nothing to do with it. We have this national patriotism that we've never seen before in our lifetime. We have an energy surrounding it. Americans aren't really patriotic very often, but suddenly everyone has American flags. Everyone's rallying around like, yeah, we have a country too. I had never in my life seen that thing. It's like we could take this national
crazy
energy and push it towards energy independence. This is what he's saying in the lead up to the Iraq War. He's trying to pull the nation back and go towards some sort of green energy thing, which is like his baby, right? So that's what would have happened if Gore was president. I believe it. We would have attacked Afghanistan just like Bush did, but he would have stopped it there. He would have gone with one war, right, which I think was maybe good enough, and then otherwise he would have just defunded Saudi Arabia by getting off their oil. That'd be pretty neat.
It was just so resoundingly popular with everyone at the time, though. And everyone wanted to go to war at the time.
Yeah, we wanted revenge really bad.
You don't think we could have steered that enthusiasm towards just one war? Was it
it's hard
too
to
much
say.
enthusiasm for one war?
Saudis. I would have liked that better. Why don't we could have went in there and take the Saudis out, take their oil, as Trump always wants us to do. What does that even mean, though? Do we actually set up some refineries with American soldiers outside pumping oil? Is that what you
51st
put
state?
American flag down? This is ours now.
That would be great. That's. I hope that's
but
the
then
sort
you
of
have to
diplomacy
defend it.
that he's going to bring to the world.
So it's funny. I have thoughts like that too. Not that particular one, but sometimes I'm like, you know what? I hope the Russians do get the rest of Hillary's emails. I'd like to see them, and no one else is hacking her. And then I think it through. Wait a minute. You can't encourage the Russians to hack American secret emails, classified shit, and release it and be like, "Thanks, Putin."
That's not what he said.
I owe you
he
one.
said that if the Russians or anyone else have these emails, they should turn them over to the FBI. That's like saying if anyone knows where Osama bin Laden is, you need to turn him over to the FBI. He's saying there's some information out there that needs to be divulged if it's readily available, and it doesn't care where it comes from.
And if it's what Clinton says that it is, just party invitations and her Cosmopolitan monthly update, then it shouldn't be a big deal that the Russians have it, right? She says there's nothing hugely compromised.
She doesn't read Cosmo, man. She probably reads some weird shit.
I bet she does read weird shit.
She just looks like someone who does weird stuff.
I have a
Humans and you.
Behind closed doors. She's not even in a sexy way. Just she's reading up on some crazy alien. She just looks kind of like.
What he said was, Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. I think you will probably be rewarded mightily by our press. Now that you misquoted, dude, Kyle, that's fucking fucked, right? Like that's not, hey, if you happen to have them already, then release them. No.
Wasn't he being a little sarcastic?
I
Well,
hope
there's been
you're
a lot
able
of
to
information
find
that says
them.
that they have hacked them. That's been their take the whole time, is that, look, she had this unsecured email server. The Russians hacked into this thing, and then that Guccifer guy, he was saying, yeah, anyone could have hacked into this. Of course, other government agencies would get in there, and then of course they could hide their own footsteps. I think he's been playing this narrative the whole time, where it's like, yeah, the Russians have her information.
To rephrase
I think a lot of people believe that.
What he said is, if you're able to find those 30,000 emails, you'll be rewarded mightily. Like that's essentially
He said
what he
by
said.
the press. Like, it's almost like you can read it like that, or you can read it as the fact that all the DNC leaks, everything that leaks that reflects poorly on the Dems, is completely ignored by every outlet aside from Fox. And so he could be saying, yeah, I mean, I'm sure you'll be mightily rewarded by the press when they once again ignore every bit of it.
Let me go for a little run on this here. I heard Milo talking about death threats and stuff, right? So Milo Yiannopoulos, something close to that. He was picking on this star from Ghostbusters, right? He said the movie was bad, and then he teased her. I didn't get the quote on the teasing, but the people that follow him just went over the top, death threats, crazy nonsense, etc. He's not completely responsible for the things his followers do, but they were following him and they ran right past him into crazy town. So then Milo said this, and it sunk in with me. He said, you know what though? She's an entertainment. We all get death threats. Fuck, I get death threats. We all get, mean comments on the internet and stuff. But only one group, the left, makes a big deal out of it. Only one group on the left says, hey, people are talking rudely to me. People are being mean to me. People are giving me death threats. I want you to protect me. Like, people on the right don't do that. They never, take their weakness and use it as leverage to get something to happen. That's just not a thing that the right does. The right does do this, though. They complain about their coverage constantly. They're always saying, you know what? CNN didn't cover the emails. Yes, they did. Like, the CNN's covering all kinds of crazy shit that Clinton's doing.
Was it
and
ABC or CBS that completely glossed over it in their Clinton interview the other night?
I'm not sure.
It was their non-story was a story in and to itself. They were like, why did they?
The Republicans are always running with this unfair press story, though. That's something the Democrats never do.
It's true.
It's true from the lens that you look through.
Absolutely true.
It's absolutely, look at every network out there. Every single one that's not Fox leans left. That's why Fox is the biggest, because all the conservatives have to join together and watch that shitty station, while people on the left can watch a number of shitty stations.
They split it up, right? I hear you. I don't know. I just I've seen it before, where they say, CNN's burying this story, and I'm like, huh? And I go to their website, and it's the lead. The right will always say this is being ignored, but if you go look, it's not.
It is in a lot of ways, though.
I think so.
And you also have the additional thing of social media being completely inculcated, at least in censoring certain viewpoints, to where they will totally and shamelessly push a trending topic that they want to the top of Facebook or the top of Twitter. Or just like yesterday or the other day on Reddit, Donald Trump did an Ask Me Anything. I didn't read it or look through it or anything yet, but apparently it just got taken off the front page.
Yeah.
Kind of
do you want
willy-nilly,
the details behind that?
Apparently
sure.
it got
Yes.
downvoted, but I don't know. That's what I read.
12,000
but-
upvotes.
So here's the scoop
yeah.
with that.
Yeah.
What was happening is the Donald was being organized in a way to take over the front page, right? So they would sticky posts, they would organize upvote parties. So if people don't know Reddit, r all is all the subreddits, and if you dominate r all, you get a lot of attention. So the Donald subreddit was just organized in a way that videos or politics or funny.
Like Sanders for president did for the last 8 months.
Well, okay, if that's true, not nearly as effectively. They didn't dominate the homepage. The Donald would at times have 7 of the top 10 topics. So what they did,
because it's a much larger group of people, they're a much more active group
they're
of people.
super
they shouldn't
active.
be punished because they're good at what they do.
Let me explain what the change was. So what happened was they made it so that the algorithm had it less likely for a single subreddit to have multiple posts on the front page. So the Donald was on the front page. Like they had like the top post. It's just that it wasn't the AMA because they were already dominant. Like they already had their
some
subreddit
other
up
like
there.
hot thread or whatever.
Absurd.
Yeah, yeah.
Because we all know that like
compelling.
Reddit, because Reddit knew that Donald's coming to do this. Clearly someone they've set up the rules in a way that keeps the Donald contained, that makes it. And one of the main ones that they complained about was that they were stickying posts. And it's like, isn't that what subreddits do when they want to promote a thing? Like, I know some subreddits don't sticky every single day 2 or 3 things, but now they've made it so that only the mods can sticky something, which really takes away from the whole community aspect of what the subreddit's meant to be.
There's a fair argument that the Donald is censored in a way that never happened to any other subreddit, but also they had a front page dominance that no one else had ever had. No one else ever tried to organize front page dominance before, so that's the thing.
I think the Sanders subreddit was very similar.
I had to slip out. Colin hurt his thumb and he's upset, so let me.
All right,
I'll be right back.
Okay, we can carry on. You got something to read, Kyle?
I do.
You do. I can't wait.
I was looking for an ad read that would accompany child injury best.
You don't have any on deck there?
No Band-Aid companies for
Put
us
some
to promote?
mouthwash on it.
Yeah, pour
You
that
could
all
put
over.
some of that mouthwash on it. It is antibacterial. It'll keep any sulfur from getting into the wound.
There you
But first
go.
I'm going to tell you about Casper. Casper mattresses are obsessively engineered American-made mattresses at a shockingly fair price. And now you can get $50 toward any mattress purchase by going to casper.com/PKA and using offer code PKA. Listen, you spend about 1/3 of your life sleeping. Let's make sure you're doing it on a good mattress. Casper brings together 2 comfy technologies together for better nights and brighter days. Latex foam and memory foam. So they've got just the right sink, just the right bounce, no matter how you sleep. They've got a risk-free trial and return policy. They'll deliver it straight to your door. You can try it for 100 days, and if you're not happy, they'll pick it right back up. At the store, maybe you'll get a minute or 2 to try out a mattress. It's one of those mattresses that everybody else has laid on, which is always grossing me out. But with Casper, you'll get to keep it, and you'll get to sleep on it. It's $500 for a twin-sized mattress, $950 for the king-size mattress, which is what I got. Comparing that to industry averages, that's an outstanding price point. So get $50 off of any mattress purchase by going to casper.com/PKA and using offer code PKA. I'm not going to dwell on it too much because you guys have all heard it before, but I really, really do like my Casper mattress. For whatever reason, I had never upgraded to a king until I got this one. And I just love how enormous the bed is. I can get in and out of it, and like, if there's someone in bed with me, like I don't wake them up. Like you remember those old commercials where there's a wine glass on the bed?
Yeah.
It's like that virtually. It really is great. I don't know. I don't think I have anything else to say about it.
I did that to my parents' bed with a cup of milk when I was like 6 or 7, maybe. But they didn't have that kind of mattress. They just had a spring mattress.
Yeah.
And so it did move. And
Oh,
milk
that's the
spilled.
worst.
And spilled milk is something to cry about if it soaks
Yes.
in.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
it
it
is.
smelled awful. Imagine
It's
the
all
bacteria
hot.
that was alive
Oh.
inside that mattress, just
Curdling.
growing on all that lactose.
curdling.
They're eating that curd or whatever formed in there. There's like some sour cream germs in there, starting a community amongst the springs.
Ew.
Oh, and every time you like lay on it and like you're like squishing it and like opening it up to like creatures
Spreading
of the night.
it, goop
Creatures
everywhere.
of the night.
Yeah,
Oh.
Start
maybe
to have
some
a serious
fruit fly.
cat problem.
Fruit flies start laying eggs in your mattress. Next thing you know, you got a maggot mattress. They're just in there
Oh my
squirming
God.
around,
Yeah,
eating
that
your
doesn't
milk.
happen with Casper because
Not
you would have
up-
never
That
spilled
would never
the milk.
happen.
That would never happen with
I
Casper.
do have to divulge that I own 15% of Casper. So,
Oh, well.
you know. I'm kidding, obviously. Jesus.
Yeah.
You'd be a very wealthy man. But
I would.
yeah, I really do like those mattresses. Check them out. I guess we'll just stick one more of these ad reads in here while we find. I wonder what happened to Colin.
Yeah, I hope he's all right.
Maybe he was outside turning
Did
up.
you find any child injury related sponsors in the last minute or so?
No, but while we're speaking of children, let's talk about MeUndies. You wear underwear every day. That's 365 days a year, rain or shine. You need it to be extraordinary without an insane price tag. MeUndies understands this, and that's why they've created the world's most comfortable underwear. Luxury at half the retail price you'd find anywhere else. MeUndies is made from a very special fabric called modal. It's twice as soft as cotton and twice as soft as whatever you're wearing right now. Most of us wear underwear every single day, so Why settle for low-quality multi-pack underwear that's scratchy and lame? MeUndies has tons of colors and styles for both men and women, which means you and your lady can finally have matching underwear. They release a new design every month, and on top of that, they even offer free shipping to the United States and Canada. MeUndies has a money-back guarantee. If you don't love your first pair of underwear, you get to keep it for free. That's right. They don't want your used underwear back, so there's nothing to lose here. The best part about it all is that we're offering 20% off your first order when you go to our URL down below in the description. It's MeUndies.com/PKA. Click on the link in the description and go to MeUndies.com/PKA to get 20% off your first order.
Sheesh.
They really are super
Definitely.
high-quality
Are you
underwear.
wearing your MeUndies right now?
I'm not wearing underwear.
Oh, I'm wearing my MeUndies right now, and they're. I don't wash mine as much as you, so I don't get through the cycle of underwear as much. But these are bar none my favorite underwear now. They're
So
excellent. And
the fabric
look
you
good.
said, the fabric sounded
Well,
fancy. What is it? Is it like a thin, soft type of t-shirty or?
It's soft and it's also stretchy, so it feels as stretchy like real cotton can be before you wash it. But even after you wash it, it's still stretchy, and it really conforms to all the like nooks and crannies and supports things that needs to be supported, and it just makes everything look good that's inside the underwear.
It keeps it under control because
I think
if you get
modal
too
is
used to
made
the life
from.
of- Go ahead.
I think it's made from some sort of tree bark extract or something, or some product that originates as tree bark. But yeah, I like it a lot. Really good underwear.
You don't realize the sense of control that you've lost when you walk around for years in boxers.
That's
You know,
absolutely true.
like Kramer talked about in Seinfeld. You know,
I'm
everything's
there, Jerry, and I'm
you know,
every minute of it.
but it's to get back to something like super comfortable and it's not super tight. Like it's breathable. It's great. I love these underwear, and they have them for women as well. I believe you read. in
Damn,
the-
I'm sold. How much are they? You get a pack
an affordable price.
at affordable, and I get a discount with the PKA. Okay.
God, so lucky.
Trying to see what I want to go to next. You better hope Woody doesn't see this E-Cigs and Cancer article from The Verge. Let's just sweep that one under the rug.
Let's sweep that because if he sees an E-Cigs thing, we're gonna have to talk about it, and I don't think anybody cares.
There will be an
about that.
I told you so, the likes of which you have not seen for quite
Has he been saying that for a while? Like that can't be good for
I've never
you.
disputed it. I've never said, oh, this is good for me. Like, no,
Yeah.
but it's not as bad as
I was gonna
cigarettes.
say I don't think anyone legitimately thinks it's good. I think inhaling anything into your lungs can't be good for you. But it's better than the alternative that everyone was addicted to before. I think so.
Someone here asked me I got some AMA questions from this month. This guy says, Kyle, I saw that you got a train to go around your house to train your Pokemon Go eggs. What is the brand and model of the train? Man, I just got on Amazon and searched toy train, and I bought the one that's like $45.
Did that really work?
No. And that's
I was gonna say, does it go fast enough? Or?
I'm glad you brought that up. No, it doesn't work. So if you want to fake train your Pokemon, the fan thing works if you got a big bedroom. You just tie a string to your fan blade, put your phone in a plastic bag with a charger plugged into it, log into the app, let it do circles around the room.
No way. Are there people really like the cords swinging?
Yeah,
with
there are
it?
some people
Jump
who do
roping.
that.
Here I am like an idiot walking
You would
around.
never do that, right?
Yeah, the worst part is when I'm in bed and it's going woo woo woo.
Oh
woo.
my
If I
gosh.
whenever I get ready to, I'll see that the battery's died and it's time to turn it off. So I've got to time it just right and barrel roll out of bed, crawl across the floor, flip the switch, and then catch it before it gets wrapped up in the blades. So it's a little bit of an ordeal. If you really want to know the best way I've found to hatch eggs, I go to an outlet mall where the speed limit, you drive around at 6-7 miles per hour, and I just make laps around that thing endlessly because there's a Pokestop at one end, and I just get my free shit, keep making laps, catching Pokemon, and I just drive for half an hour, and you'll do 10K in no time in a car.
Dang. You've got it down.
Yeah, I'm losing interest quick on Pokemon Go. The fact that I can't find out how fucking far any Pokemon is away from me is upsetting.
Yeah.
And the fact that I haven't seen it, there was between the 17th of this month and yesterday, I didn't see a brand new Pokemon at all. 10 days. I logged in every day. I looked around for Pokemon. I caught a fucking Mankey on the 17th, and it was nothing until the 27th when I caught a Magmar that just wandered into my home.
We
And-
So Hope is into Pokemon Go. While she was at that speech and debate camp, like everyone else was playing it, so she got into it.
It's good to know she was working hard while she was there.
Right. So we were walking around Wake Forest today. It's a potential college she's interested in, and she's got she's trying to get credit for all these like kilometers that we're walking. Didn't hatch one egg. She said the server kept crashing. I don't know, server app crashing or whatever the deal
I'd
is.
be mad.
Yeah, but we like all day long we were just like touring a campus, and she didn't get credit for the kilometers that she walked because it wouldn't stay working.
Well, that's shitty. Yeah, that's one of the things that turned me off. Is every now and then you'll lose credit for some stuff you do or a Pokemon you catch. I beat a gym until it turned gray one time, so now I can like put my shit in it. Now it's it's virtually my gym. I just have to bloop bloop, and now it's mine. And that's when the servers went out. So all I did was like go in, clear all the bad guys out, and then leave essentially for some random asshole to come along and be like, "Yeah, I'll be the gym leader."
That's
sure.
my gym.
It's like, did you ever play Skyrim where you'd go through a really difficult dungeon, kill everything, and then you forget like the helm of Pelennor or whatever on the back chair, and then you leave and you're like, fuck! Then you have to go through the whole thing again. That's what it's like.
I've done that many times. I got so much endless time in Skyrim and in those Elder Scroll games in general, and that happens a lot. Yeah, you'll go through you'll do a dungeon crawl, and you'll forget that like the red sword of Big Pete is down there, and then a year later they tell you to go get the sword, and it's just sitting there. You never saw it.
Ashley, so you've been live streaming, right?
Yeah.
I think you said you like it more. So be honest, is it the profit thing? Is that why it's better?
For the last like 3 years that I've been doing it, I kept YouTube up consistently as well, and I've always tried to make sure that I don't have all of my eggs in one basket, right? Because if that basket ain't there no more, then you're gonna have a bad time. But I've been able to keep them even, but it can fluctuate too. You know how fluid it can be. So it can be like you're killing it for like a couple months, or even like around November, things are really going to kick up. This is like the slow time of year. So to be honest, like if money wasn't even something I thought about between the two, I guess I would pick streaming, but it's so hard because YouTube's about creating and starting with a blank slate and then doing what you want. Or even if it's just like a Call of Duty video or a vlog or whatever, you're still creating something that you had a vision for. Whereas streaming's all about interaction and playing the game and making it centered around the game. So they're kind of really hard to compare. But I have tried to do them both super consistently and grow them both at the same time, which I think like if I really focus, like let's just say I just quit YouTube and I focused really hard on streaming, I think I'd be more successful at it. And vice versa, if I just super focused on YouTube and had all day to create and stuff, because streaming takes a long time, right? Like you have to do it consistently and for a very long time. This is my cat Simba, by the way. He's
Simba.
up from his nap. Hey Simba. I have another cat by me too. I promise I'm not a cat lady. I only have two.
Just a lady with cats.
Here's all it takes.
Lady with cats.
Well played.
I love dogs too, but I can't have dogs where I live right now. But yeah, I really like streaming. I like the interaction. I like the community that you kind of build. It's a little bit different from YouTube. Like especially it got to the point where YouTube comments, it was just like, gosh, why bother reading them, right? Like it's just craziness. Like no matter what you do, you're never correct or right. And it's not even about being right, but it's just being criticized almost constantly. I mean, there's good comments too, and you even have trolls in the stream too, but
yeah. When I stream, it's troll central. It's hard to stream.
You have to have some solid moderators who are there with the little green sword, timing them out. You got to get Nightbot on some automatic word recognition stuff. I mean, if you can moderate the chat, but it is hard.
Oh, you should try streaming while you own a Minecraft server. Like so.
Oh gosh.
If I don't know how well you know Minecraft, but factions in Minecraft is the most toxic community in like by far amongst.
Is
Minecraft
that where
players.
so the teams are versing each other type of deal?
Or it's like the PvP section, right?
It's
okay.
PvP, but it's like 6 months long. You build a base, you store your stuff in
wow.
it, you make these cannons that like knock into other people's bases. People in factions, this is my favorite way to describe it. It's 6 months long. They'll change the sound of TNT to sound like an alarm clock, so it wakes them up in the middle of the night when they're being attacked, so they can defend themselves. They'll like I'll pretend to be your friend for 6 weeks to gain your trust and get into your faction, and then rob you blind and laugh at how stupid you were for having trusted me at the first place. It's called inside raiding. It's a thing. And
that's just lying.
yes, manipulating, lying is the dirtiest, most awful thing.
The George Costanza way of Minecraft.
They take it out of the game.
That's how you would play.
They will dox you, or they will threaten to dox you unless you pay them
Dang,
off.
It gets super serious.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They'll send SWAT. Dude, players on my server, you'd think sending the SWAT team would be like it, but they got creative about it. They sent a sailboat to someone's house. They sent bouncy castles to people's house. They sent a crane, like a big construction crane, to somebody's
Oh my
house. Yeah. Like they
What's
went.
wrong
learned
with
that
people?
I learned that you could rent bouncy castles because someone did that to someone. And then we had a party one time, and I was like, "Bouncy castle it up! Let's do it!
Let's do
For a
it."
few $100s, you can put on your own private carnival in your backyard. It's absurd. You can get jugglers, all kinds of crazy shit online.
So these are the people watching me while I
Monkeys.
stream. And it's just
Absolutely.
so toxic and so nasty.
That's
and,
tough. Yeah.
And
Monkey
like,
handlers are extra.
so nothing's perfect, right? Like when you play COD, you're always fussing about lag or this or that.
oh,
Woodycraft
sure.
was no
Something's
different.
always pissing me off on Call of Duty.
Yeah, and Woodycraft was no different. So the players would just go ballistic about like one problem that they had, even
Oh,
if it was
and
days ago.
I'm sure they have the perfect way to fix it too, and they're telling you all about it. Everyone
Yeah.
has their own way.
So streaming for me, like it's been a long time since it was like
Yeah.
a real fun environment, since the chat felt like my friends.
Yeah, I could see how that would be a little too like. I feel like I'm really lucky. I have a pretty good community. It's kind of cool. You have like regulars that are there like almost every day, nearly religiously. Like it's kind of like, dang, like am I that cool? I'm not that cool, right? So
I'm not.
having like regular people come all the time, it makes it feel more familiar. Even if you're just stopping by, you're like, oh, this place seems kind of cool or whatever. We try to keep it chill chat, but it is work to keep the chat, moderated. And I don't have like hundreds of billions of viewers or whatever, but I get a decent amount sometimes, and it's like the trolls come in at that moment.
I laughed. I wasn't laughing at you. I've been looking at how to rent a monkey for a party.
How much is it?
Well, I found this place called Wild About Monkeys. So I'm kind of looking into that right now.
Monkeys
wanna
Gone
know-
Wild is a different site.
Oh, that's a very different site. Yeah,
That one's upsetting. Rent a monkey for a party. Service monkeyhelpers.org. It's
I was gonna say,
.org.
does that
It's
come with
no-
like the trainer?
I don't
You
want.
want the
I
trainer.
want no supervision for my monkey. I want a guy to show up. He's just like, "Who wants some monkeys?" And like he just opens the cages. He turns the monkeys over to us. Maybe hands me a leash or a rope, whatever, or maybe one of those long poles with the loop on the end, so you can keep them from clawing at you or whatever they do. I know they like to go for the genitals. I learned that, and it's a really smart way to fight if you think about it, because most of the fights that like lions and tigers and bears get into with other lions and tigers and bears is about mating rights. It's like which caribou gets to mate with all the caribou females in this herd. So the monkeys and maybe just primates in general figured out that, hey, if I just rip his balls off, what's he gonna do? Like now I'm done. I won. It's over. Now he can't fuck any of my females, so it's over. So you got to be careful around those monkeys. So I think
Yes.
I want one of the little ones. One of the
Not
There is a
Ashley so
Groupon.
much.
There's a
You're
Yeah,
good.
that's
Groupon
what I was
here
just gonna
for
say. I think
$49.
we're looking at
Rent
the
a monkey
same
for a
thing.
week.
Read below. It's
no,
like
you can't.
it's
You can't get
serious.
a monkey for
Rent
a
a
week.
money
listen to
rent a
this.
monkey for a week for $49 in Chicago. It's a Groupon.
This is real, and it says in bold letters, with today's Groupon only, criminal background check and medical testing ban are waived. So, if you have a criminal record, doesn't matter. With this Groupon, you can rent your monkey for $49 a week.
Monkeys,
Monkey
they don't give a
rapists,
fuck.
it's your lucky day. Yeah.
I mean,
Our monkeys will fit right in with your posse. Like, they don't care.
$49 for a whole week for
how
7
do you
hours a
even
day.
take
You
care
could-
of it?
Dog food and goodwill.
I would give
That'd
it
be
people
fine.
food, but in tiny little portions, like that I would make look like his dinner. On like
Yeah.
a saucer, like a little bit of steak, and then like a little baby carrot, and like a little tiny red potato, Oh, it'd be adorable.
Are we talking about one of those little marmoset shoulder monkey fuckers that
Yeah.
like throws her poop or whatever?
Organ grind monkey.
I'm gonna be honest though. I want a chimp. I want a chimp at the party.
Like a bigger one?
Yeah, the big one that could kill you if it got out of hand. And I'm going to tell you, I fully realize that those are the dangerous ones. I'm going to wear a cup for sure. We're going in. We're not going in unprepared. I'm going to put my pistol on my side. You know, if things get out of hand, I'm going to waste your monkey. Like, you should know that going in. That like, and my level for when we move from like, oh, that monkey's getting a little out of hand to bang, 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 is like that. It's like that. Like your monkey could kind of yawn too aggressively, and I'm going to take him out. I don't want any like monkey rampages going on, but I would like to hang out with a monkey.
Yeah, hanging out with monkeys.
I would like a 2-hour thing, not a 1-week thing. You know,
like one of those dolphin experiences.
Yeah.
Swimming with the
I've done a
monkeys is a
2-hour
much
thing
more
before.
horrifying thing.
Yeah, Taylor,
done
what
like
kind
a
of monkey did you
ate
have?
They were very young chimps.
Okay.
So they weren't like the level of chimp that it would like tear your hands off or something. But they were very little chimps, and it was only like a couple hours. But you definitely want a whole day with them, because I cannot tell you the dread and sadness you feel when you realize you're in the last 6 minutes of monkey time.
Oh.
You know,
Oh.
when you realize that clock's winding down and you just can't get enough of this monkey. Like,
I didn't realize
gonna
how
want-
sad your childhood was, Merca. I didn't realize the hardships that you endured. You
What do they smell
You
like?
only had your monkeys for hours. Ah.
Yeah, did he smell bad? Or
I was very young, and I probably smelled just as bad as they did.
Fair
So I didn't notice at the time. Yeah. Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. At the next PKA gathering or whatever, or next gathering that I'm at all, we're gonna have a monkey.
I'm totally down for that.
There will be a monkey there.
Yeah, I'm not going on a 600-mile motorcycle ride. I'm not going to
With
go
the monkey
parachute
on you though. Now that's a good time to bring a monkey.
all goddamn day with a monkey. Just as long as it's cool, you know. I don't want
You
some
want, like-
sassy monkey that thinks he's too good to be there because he
You don't
like
want a
did
nerdy monkey?
That. Yeah, I don't want a showbiz monkey. They're spoiled. That's well known.
I saw a showbiz monkey when I was in LA. Like I was walking to lunch and I looked next to me and I'd been looking for the monkey all day, and there it was, just on the guy's shoulder. I was like, "Oh, you're the monkey guy," and he goes, "Yeah, I'm the monkey guy." I'm like, "Can I shake his hand?" And he's like, "Sure, shake." And the monkey shook my fucking hand, except it's a monkey,
What?
so it grabbed my finger.
what?
It's little hands.
Like, yeah, I was like, I reached up and he goes, "Oh," and he fucking shook my hand, and I was just like, "Oh shit!" And it was just like, and then they went and got some quesadillas or whatever, so I didn't have any more. I'm not in a scene with the monkey or anything. I just got to look at it, but it was really cool.
I realize monkeys
Yeah.
are novel and everything, but like these are the experiences that new parents get as well. Like, yeah, the
Yeah,
baby
but
held-
none of the responsibility or cost.
Right,
You're-
right.
yeah,
I
but
hear you.
Imagine if this was something else. You're like, for roughly $250,000 and a lifetime commitment, you could have one of those too, like anytime you want it. And I'm like, yeah, I know. It'd be cheaper to buy a herd of monkeys, though, right?
What was wrong with
I
a
could
monkey?
become
And I
a
need half
monkey
an
zoo
hour.
owner for less than it costs to raise one kid.
Yeah, with a kid, that's shit. But like with a monkey, the worst thing that can happen is that it goes awry, and I have to spend like 25 minutes with the garbage disposal, and then my life goes on. You know, like
Thank you
nobody's
for
gonna
saying that, because I was thinking it. I was like,
had last week. Ah, fucker escaped. Oh well, he is a monkey. Like, see, nobody's gonna ask questions.
Never found
More.
again. Just a
Yeah.
big puddle of red mush. I have a whole new topic, or are we still in monkey talk?
Oh, we can skip
does
monkey
your
talk.
next topic involve monkeys?
It does not.
Could it? Would monkeys improve it?
No.
Mix it in there.
Is it the DNC again?
It's
What do you got?
Phantom Lord. So Phantom Lord is a huge Twitch guy. I think he had like 1 million followers or something like
Yeah.
that. Giant CSGO person. And it turned out he secretly owned a gambling site in the same. It's like the same drama as the Syndicate Team Art.
This is real familiar theme
Josh
with
owes you-
CS:GO.
But dude, this
recently.
one's worse. So what happened is all the Skype chats got leaked. I don't know if it was a hacker or what, and it is confirmed that he cheated in his gambling. So not only did he own it and sort of not admit that he owned the place, just acted like a happy customer.
Stack the deck.
Yeah, they would take skins. Like I think what happens is they win money via skins. So they would just take those skins and use them as for gambling. Like they would take the winnings that the site collected and he would use them to run his streams with.
Yeah, it's all free money.
Well, I mean,
For
it's
him.
money
For
that could have
him.
been cashed in. It's advertising expense, you know?
Yeah, but he cheated to win the money from
No,
it, right?
that's true.
Like, he's like, let me just go out and cheat these fans and subscribers out of a little cash. All right, now I can use this to gamble against my subscribers. Come on, everyone. Come on, do your best.
Even if he's losing, is he even losing, you know? Because he's probably won way more than he lost.
Yeah.
So.
Right? So I'm not an expert on how it
going on there
works.
playing under an assumed account, cheating that way, and making $10,000 today.
So apparently, like, these websites are like provably honest in that the hashes are all determined what wins and what loses ahead of time. Like, it's not just done on the fly. And because those hashes are done ahead of time, if you have access to the back end, you can know whether they're likely to win or lose. And
do you remember? This is because it was so similar with the online poker thing. Do you remember when it turned out that they were employees of those big online Texas Hold'em sites that were cheating in a very similar manner and making off with hundreds of thousands of dollars?
I remember about
Same
that.
thing.
Yeah. So this guy, unlike the Syndicate T-Mart Josh OG guy, his account's closed on Twitch now. So Phantom Lorb, I don't think was big on YouTube.
He got terms of service banned like for life.
So another thing he did, apparently he was like shady in everything he touched. He would have fake subscribers and fake followers. Like he was
I think that's more the
view-botting.
reason he got banned.
Yeah, right? Like
How much money
Because
do you
when
think
it
he was
looks
making
like
millions.
from Twitch a day?
Oh.
Like is this
Oh.
because I think that's what the listeners need to know, because if you're not like plugged into the Twitch user scene, then you might be thinking, oh well, he can't share his online experiences anymore the way he wanted to. How many thousands of dollars is he losing a day?
I would be
it
guessing
has to
wildly.
be thousands.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'd be
okay, so he
guessing
lost
too,
the
but it's a
ability to
ton
make
of
somewhere
money.
between $2,000 and $10,000 a day, right?
Yeah.
Like easily.
It's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds, I mean, with donations and everything that he was probably doing. I mean, he was, I guess, I didn't really watch his streams because I'm not super into like the gambling stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But he was making it look like he had large sub trains to entice people to keep the sub train going. Kind of gives that sense of urgency, like, oh, I should subscribe to, you know, if everyone
Everybody's
else is
doing
doing
it.
I should, yeah. If the community is so big, it must be so awesome. So I'll
Bandwagon.
join too. Yeah, and everyone loves that too when it's actually legit. Like there are some crazy sub trains that happen on Twitch, and big streamers can pull them off like magnificently. But yeah, I just like my opinion as a streamer, and as I mean, obviously not like as big as him, but how do you think that's not ever gonna get like found out?
Dude, early in YouTube, it used to be possible to buy view bots and like bots and stuff.
Sure.
I
Yeah.
never touched that stuff. Heck, even before YouTube at Cisco, it like there's expense reports and stuff you fill out. I never tried to expense a haircut. I never lied about the tip, right? It'd be
I'm
so
too
easy
paranoid.
to tip $2 and say you tip 12 and then like, turn in the customer side, like,
I forgot my T&E receipts 100% of the time anyway. So it'd be like, keep these. And it's like, well, fuck. I guess I bought that.
But I never touched it. I'm like, the gravy train is my job. I'm going to try to steal $10 from Cisco and lose my paycheck. Like, don't even think about it. And with Twitch and YouTube, it was the same thing. Like, I never bought it anything. I never faked gameplays. No one ever accused me of not going 25-5. Like, I accomplished that on my own.
Big badass.
But these guys, that they fake it, and now he's done. And it's another one like I meant earlier in the show. I was saying I was kind of envious of the position that like a T-Mart or a Syndicate had. Dude, everything's at risk, right? Like you don't know how big this fine is coming down. There's a reality where Syndicate goes to jail and his whole net worth goes below zero, from this thing.
Yeah.
Do you think that's likely at all?
I don't think it's that unlikely.
It's too hard to say. I mean, I don't have enough knowledge about it to know how that all works.
Like, so on the
really hope
FTC
not.
thing, I don't see it coming down that hard. I bet it's a pretty significant fine, but, like low 5 digits or something these guys can write a check for and not notice. But they really did run an illegal gambling site for children.
Yeah.
Like, that's a thing they
shouldn't be
did.
Like, if it's like 20 grand or something they can write without even thinking about it, like, I assume they can do that given the amount of money they're making on that site.
Mm-hmm.
And granted, I don't have the figures. I'm just going by what I've heard. Like, I don't want to see them destitute, obviously. Like, T-Mart's a good guy in his core, I believe, and I don't want to see that. but it should be severe enough that like it's not just a haha.
Yeah,
got
I don't
away with
think
it.
this.
It should be
I don't
like
think
a,
this
yeah.
is like a situation where it's like, oh yeah, you screwed up, but like it's cool. I think they kind of screwed up big, and I like Tom and Trevor as people,
Yep,
like because
yep.
I guess I know them differently than most people, you know.
Mhm.
Or I mean, probably more Trevor, not so much Tom.
Me too.
But like, yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's
All my interactions
took
with
a
Tom have
huge
been
risk.
positive.
They had to have, yeah. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
same here. I mean, hug him when I see him, and then whatever. So it's like, I don't know. They
Yeah.
had
I
to
don't
have known
see
while
purpose
they
there.
were screwing up. I think they knew they were screwing up too. They had to have.
Yeah, they wouldn't have made such a concerted effort to
Deny
like make
ownership.
it seem like they stumbled upon it. Of like wow, this new partner of mine. Like they could have done it so much better, just admitting their affiliation.
Well, and that's the smartest way for them to do it, though, right? Because people are going to be less enticed to say, "Oh yeah, check out this, new gambling site that I have. Check it out, guys." Whereas they could make it look organic, and which will in turn get more viewers. I mean, people on the site. But yeah, they kind of, I don't know. I guess they made
I
a
even
mistake
disagree on
in
that
thinking
point.
that.
Oh yeah.
I
You don't think-
they could have been just as successful being like, hey, yeah, you come gamble over here. You get paired up against me or Tom. Bet whatever you want because you are winning. Like, you're going to drive a ton of people who go over there just for the off chance of, oh, fuck, paired up with Tom. I'm getting a ton of shit.
Right.
And everybody's all on
When
board.
you're that popular, you don't need to cheat people.
Yeah.
They're already begging to be your friend.
I would have
Yeah.
named
Like,
the thing
it seems like
Cindy
they wanted
Mart.
to wring out the last drop of money. You know,
Yeah.
it was
I
like
would have named it Cindy.
Yeah, really. Like you think Woody Craft is just coincidentally named after me? Like that people would have been like, this is Syndicate's site. This is the one that like has
That's
his
a-
integrity
yeah, that's
behind
true.
it. Like that's how I would have run it if it were my
And then
business.
if they would have sponsored, like, streamers publicly and been like, hey, we brought on this streamer because he likes gambling and this is where he's going to do it. So that's even more benefits. So I don't know. There's definitely different ways they could have done it. But
Yeah.
we'll have to see
be
if how much real legal trouble they're in. Because I think they're definitely in some.
I
We've
think so
talked
too,
about
but
it
I'm
already
not that
quite a bit,
qualified.
and, like,
Phantom Lord though. He cheated his customers. Like he,
Yeah, really
there's this. Yeah, it's a whole different thing. These guys failed to disclose and perhaps failed to enforce the age thing. He did that, but you add to it, legit like stack talk to his dev about the back end. Hey, give me something that where I can, pretend I'm behead or sure win, or he might intentionally lose a couple, then snipe a big one at the end.
Yeah.
That was the kind of stuff they did, and
sort of like the
Twitch,
DNC.
Twitch didn't shut him down for doing that. Twitch shut
I
him
don't
down
think
for the
they
fake
did.
subs and stuff.
Yeah, I think that fake like viewer and follower and sub thing is a huge no-no on Twitch. It's like super enforced when you sign the contract. So it's like he knew he was doing something really wrong. And like even like he was so successful at it.
Mhm.
Why don't you just kind of like stop doing that? So now you've got such a big fan base anyway that you don't need to sit there and do that. I would think. I don't know why you would do it in the first place, and then why you'd continue to do it for what seems like so long.
Yeah, you risk it all, baby. And now he lost it, and who knows what's
I'm
coming.
too paranoid, man. I would
Yeah.
if I did something like that, I'd be constantly thinking like, okay, they're gonna find out. They're gonna find out. Someone's gonna find out.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
So I think we
They
need to
need-
focus more on Chimpanzee Rentals. So I'm on that now.
Chimp rentals, are they more expensive than the little dudes?
They must be, right? Because of,
They have
I
to
mean,
be.
It's
Do
by
they-
the pound usually.
Do you have to have a trainer with them? I mean, I'd be afraid to be alone with
oh
a
yeah, I
chimp.
definitely want a trainer or a big club in lieu of
Yeah,
trainer.
like just
I
take the
should write
chimp back
that
to
in
your
my email.
house.
I should write an email to them like requesting the chip and like I would like a trainer or in lieu of trainer a club. Just see how that goes.
I'd like a
over.
large cudgel to handle the beast if it gets out of hand. Like,
Show it what for.
are you sure you just don't want to send our expert with them? How much more is that? $8 an hour? No, I don't think so. Like, I can handle this ape on my own.
I've watched a few YouTube videos. I know.
Yeah.
Have you heard like the 911 call when the chimp ripped the woman's girlfriend's face off? And she's
No.
already stabbed it a couple times, and she's trying to explain to this dumbass 911 operator. It seems like they're all idiots. Like whenever you hear one of those, you're like, come on, what are you doing? You're terrible at your job. This is all you do all day is answer emergency calls, and you're not even good at that. But she couldn't comprehend what the woman was saying. She was like, we're sending the police, but why? Why are we sending them? They're like, because it ripped her face. It killed her. It killed her. Who killed her? Is she breathing? Is she conscious? No, she's not conscious. Like, well, who did it? Who? She's like, I already stabbed it twice. Come shoot it. Bring guns. I need guns. And they're like,
oh my
why
gosh.
do you need guns?
Who killed him? It was Bubbles! I've told you 100 times! It was Bubbles! Like, who's Bubbles?
She had
Bubbles
already.
is a 30-pound female chimpanzee! Like,
That's what they needed from her, because it wasn't until like 2 or 3 minutes into this call where she's finally like, the chimpanzee, my chimpanzee. And the 911 operator's like, I don't really understand what you're saying. What do you mean by chimpanzee? Like, she really couldn't get it.
yeah. I'm sorry, but
What
if there's a man at your home who's tearing people's hands off willy-nilly, we don't have any officers who want to come.
The 911 operator gets off with her. She calls dispatch. Yeah, there's a black man in the neighborhood that they want shot, I think. I'm not sure what she was getting at. It's lots of, you know what to do. They go out there, shoot the fucking neighbor. Meanwhile, the chimp's still murdering this woman in the house.
Yeah,
No,
did
it
you
ripped
see
her
the
face
picture
off,
of
though.
her after?
Wow.
And they
It's-
gave her a new face.
Wait, she
and they-
lived?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, she lived.
Yeah.
And they gave her they called it a new face. That's what they said they were doing. But what they meant, you ever see the second Hannibal Lecter movie?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
I'm not
I think
sure.
it's maybe Gary Oldman playing that disturbingly mutilated former child molester that Hannibal Lecter had carved his own face off, but that's what the woman's face looks like, in case you're curious, like the replacement face. They should have took that fucking monkey's face and given it to her, at least. That would have been better. It was a nightmare.
It's honest, like you were saying, not even joking, like, unfortunately she lived. Like, when you saw
I meant
her, it looks like one of those, no, I'm agreeing with you. Like, there are some grievous injuries that just ruin your life to the point that, like, her life is, like, there's no way she's enjoying her life now. Like, you'd have to be a really upbeat motherfucker to be fine with no hands, like 1 foot, just your whole face just gone. Like, you're blind pretty much. Like, this monkey,
She's
these
blind.
things are so strong. Just tears your, like, it's, I would just be laying there like, just kill me. Like, at this point, like, is my face gone? Oh no, because I've never looked myself in the face without a mirror, and I see it right there on the grass. So
There it is.
yeah, where are my hands? Oh, near my face. Like, no.
So sad, man.
It's
sad.
terrible. It's it's one of those one of the worst stories. And still people out there have pet chimpanzees, and I'm not positive about this because I'm like 3 years removed from like really following up on those news stories and stuff. I think maybe it was because I think they were lesbians. I think it was literally her girlfriend was the story, but I think that the girlfriend was, I think either the monkey thought that its owner was its mate, or I know that the monkey was on Xanax. I know that was one of the things, but I think that's a common thing. You give those monkeys Xanax.
What?
I don't, yeah,
To relax
chill
them or
out,
what?
To chill them out. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the other thing, I think I read somewhere that maybe the other person was on her period or something, but who fucking knows? What? It's a monkey. It's a monkey.
real.
We don't need to boil it down very far for you to understand how things got out of hand when you let that creature from the jungle come into your suburban home and hang out with a human being.
So did they like buy it or like?
Yeah, she owned the monkey. It was her monkey. Yeah, she like it wasn't like she just got this monkey and then it went ape shit. She had this thing for a long time. That's where that phrase came from. Yeah, the monkey.
I'd like if the world had more idiots. I'd like to see people buy like baby hippopotamuses and try to like cozy up to them and like, yeah, no, this hippo, he's cool with the family. Like, I loved him since he was 9 pounds, and then suddenly the hippo's like 700 pounds. Who would have thought? Hippo.
If you've ever watched the show An Idiot Abroad, it's got Carl Pilkington in it. He's like one of Ricky Gervais's good buddies, and it's basically following him into weird situations that he really doesn't like, and watch the hilarity. It's a fucking hilarious show. But one of the episodes, he goes into this person's house, and they have an indoor hippo, fully grown, as a pet.
No way.
Walks into the house, and this hippo, which is mind-blowingly big, just stomps in and just starts, he feeds it. And its mouth is so big, it's throwing like a couple heads of lettuce in at once. Like, you could just just toss shit into there.
Put
And
melons
it's
in there.
that thing is, it gets a little bit upset for half a second, and your home is ruined, and you're dead. Like you shouldn't fuck with animals like
You ever
that.
leave the house, you come back and the dog has torn the trash, strewn it throughout the home. There's coffee grounds in the carpet, and he's peed on the floor. Imagine a hippopotamus does that to your home.
Oh my god.
Just
You're
bash
not
through
getting your
walls.
deposit back.
I don't understand why.
Who rents and owns a hippo, though, right?
What?
I happen to know that hippos are incredibly expensive to get and import. That guy in Texas has an interest in getting them, and it's one of the drawbacks because he knows that Pablo Escobar had pet hippos down in fucking Colombia, and so he'd want some as well. But getting the habitat for them and then getting them imported and purchasing them is
Keeping up with the
outrageous.
Escobars.
Yeah, keeping up with the Escobars. That's what he's up to over there. I know for a fact that the giraffes that he have are $250,000 each.
Sheesh.
I wouldn't pay. I'm not interested enough in a giraffe to pay anything for it. I don't think.
Yeah,
I'd
no.
probably pay at least like $15 to have someone come and remove a giraffe from my place.
The best fucking
Exactly.
Hey, it's funny you mentioned that. The best fucking part is, you go to that place to hunt, and giraffes are on the menu. If you want to shoot a giraffe, you can fucking write a check. I think it's $250,000, and you can gun down a giraffe right there,
Dang.
and they'll like butcher it and make you some giraffe burgers, I guess. And you'd
Oh,
have to have
man.
some. Imagine the wall mount though, just that long neck snaking around your home.
I would
Just
be
laying
fine.
on the floor.
The thing I don't like about the thing I don't like about sport hunting is that you don't eat it, and so you're not using it at all. But if there was a way where they got like a giraffe problem, and you pay $250,000 and you shoot it, and the guy cleans it, or you clean it yourself, I bet that's a huge amount of guts to get through. But I would do that just to try it. Like, as long as you can eat it and use all the parts.
They well, that's what they do. That's exactly what they do. You go there and you pay this is starting to sound like an ad for Brent's hunting ranch, but what you do is you go there and you pay a fee. You're like, oh, I want to shoot a Cape buffalo or a zebra or a red pronged asshole or whatever deer you want to kill. He's got dozens of species, and each one has a price. And the price, there's like 3 categories. You want the like bullshit hunt where you just go out there and sit, or do you want a guide that takes you around and drives you on an expedition or whatever you want? And you pay that price, you go kill the animal, and then they butcher it, put its head, mount it and everything, and you get all the meat and everything. It's like one-stop shop.
Are you a hunter at all, Midnite? Or
I'm
have you
not. I haven't before. I think one time when I was like 12, I
What's the
went
biggest thing you've
pheasant
killed?
hunting. I killed a squirrel with a BB gun. Does that count?
Oh.
I felt
Yes.
really
Yeah,
bad,
you and Woody
though.
right here.
Yeah.
The guilt was too much. I have a lot of hunters
Was it
in
a
my family
healthy
though.
squirrel? Did you just kill it for sport?
Yeah, it was up in my tree in my backyard, and so I'm like pumping up the BB gun. I'm like, yeah,
Yeah, I
get
remember
you.
that.
And like my dad was like, you can shoot the squirrels because they're eating the bird seeds. So show them who's boss. I'm like, yeah, I will for sure, Dad. So I'm like, I aim up at it, and I did not think I was gonna hit it. For some reason, when I pulled the trigger, I was like, I don't think I'm gonna hit him.
Right, he's
and then
safe.
I shot it. I hear that, "Pew!" And then I see him fall out of the tree. And then I'm like, okay, cool. And so then I come out on my porch a little more, and I look over because I'm like up on the deck, right? And so then the squirrel is like, I don't know, freaking the frick out on the ground. Like I shot him in the neck, and so he's like, oh my god, freaking out. I'm like, oh my god, pumping
fell out
this
of a
shit
tree.
up again. Yeah, I'm like pumping it up, 10 pumps, and I'm
This is
like,
why
okay,
BB
and then
guns
I
should have bayonets.
for real, that's what I thought too. I chambered the BB, and so I'm like gonna try to hit him again. Miss. I gotta kill him. I was like, I have to do this. I thought I was gonna get in trouble because I didn't kill him right away. I felt so bad. So I'm pumping it up, to rechamber the little BB, and then I shoot him again, and that's when I hit him like more in the ribs. And then just stopped moving, and that's when I was like, yeah.
And that's when it started
I know. I felt so bad. So I went down to see him. He was dead. He was like, peace. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So I didn't know what to do though. I was like, my mom's going to kill me because I murdered this thing. And so I got a shovel. And Simba, check it out. So I got a shovel and I scoop him up and I walk him back to where our fence is and I just throw him over the fence and I forget all about him. I I felt so bad. I think that might be why, though. I felt so bad. I still feel bad about it to this day.
I love
It
that
was
you
just
did. I thought you were gonna bury him. Like that's where I got the shovel.
Yeah.
I
That's
bring a
what I
little
should've
base, a
done.
little tube. No. I just
Never
fucking
happened.
I literally.
put him in the neighbor's
Never
yard.
happened.
We're all good.
Those animals, some little animals aren't nearly as easy to kill as you would think. Like I was out shooting once when in Idaho, and there was like a shitty varmint bird, and I shot it with a shotgun, and it like wounded it, and it was twitching around, and I had a little pistol, and so I just went over and shot it again, and like started to walk away, and I just heard like a. And I was like, oh shit! Like this is a 9mm gun. This should be taking care of this. And I went over and went, bang! And I turned around and I got about 10 feet away and I heard a.
Oh, no.
As it was flipping around, and I was honestly like, "There's no way!" Like getting down, like yeah, it got hit. Yeah, it's hit twice, and it was dead by the time I confirmed that. But it was more than youth can.
My experience-
those things can take.
So mine was. I've told this before. Mine was already like dying. The dog had carried it in its mouth. I don't know if it had a heart attack or what the scoop was, but it was a mercy killing on a squirrel that was just in the mulch under our swing set for a while. And for whatever reason, like I'm not like a money shot with a pistol or anything. I consider myself a normal shot. And
Chain shot. Yeah.
a chain shot.
I was gonna say less than money, but you're good. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Change.
Anyway, change shot. I follow now. Anyway, from like 10 feet away or so, I just lined it up, and I wasn't even sure I hit it. Like it wasn't like it blew up or exploded or anything. 9mm, and I had to look closely, and there was a second hole by its ear. Like I brained it, and it just. I guess I don't know. I was the super me for one moment.
Yeah.
You squirrel killers
Like,
are
that's
some
right.
of the hardiest folk I've ever encountered. It's so weird to me that like it makes sense. Like I guess not growing up hunting though. I don't guess I would have killed as many critters if I weren't like growing up always hunting. And because like one of the things that we would do is like, or maybe it was just I don't really know what other hunters do, right? I just know what we did and what like the hunters that I went out with did. But like we would always make sure that like if we're going fox hunting, we do it in a way and such it's still legal and we're still following all the correct rules to shoot a coyote if we see one, or to shoot 3 or 4 or 5 other things. So if we're dove hunting, there's 3 or 4 birds I'm going to shoot. I shot a banded pigeon one time, a fucking banded pigeon while we were dove hunting.
Is that rare? I don't know.
Yeah,
banded
are they
means
not
it's
all
got
banded?
a fucking band on its foot with a fucking
Oh,
serial number that goes to like the Pigeon Institute of Atlanta because they're tracking this bitch across the country as it flies around. And it didn't make it out of that cornfield. And I'm just like, I thought it was a king dove. I was like, I got the big one. It's just like, it's this fucking, it's huge. And I'm just like, well, what do I do with it? And everybody's like, throw it in the bushes. I'm just like, all right. I felt a little bit bad about that, but mostly because I had broken a law, I think. I didn't mean to shoot it. I mean, I meant to shoot it. I thought it was the biggest dove I'd ever seen, though. I didn't know he needed to go.
That dove's
But
got
yeah.
a white head and it's bald.
But yeah, a lot of the times when we would go hunting, like during archery season, I would bring field points along with my broadhead so that if I saw some fox squirrels or, a varmint or something, I'd fucking shoot them too. I'm always ready to shoot anything that comes along. So by hunting like that, I killed like dozens of different kinds of things. Like all the like things I can think of, really, I think I've shot at one time or another. I need to shoot a skunk. Let me tell you this. I got a story. So the other night, I'm in bed on my laptop, and I type to Chiz. I'm like, skunk. I smell skunk, because I can smell it. I can smell it, and I'm just like, skunk, and my brain's operating like, what's happened? I'm like, oh god, Kitty's fucking dog has messed with a skunk, and I hear Kitty coming toward my door, and I start yelling before she even gets to my door. I go, no, I don't want to be involved. I don't want to be involved. And she goes, oh, please, Muppet's hat and British bullshit. And I'm just like,
British
this is what I said.
bullshit.
I go, what? And she opens my fucking bedroom door and in runs her fucking dog sprayed by the skunk up into my bed with me to hang out. And I'm just like, why? Why have you done? She's like, she's foaming at the mouth. And I'm like, no shit. She got sprayed by a skunk. And she's like, a what? I'm like, a skunk. I don't know what that is. She didn't know what a fucking skunk was because they don't have fucking skunks on that stupid fucking island she's from. How do you not know what that is? She's been living here for like a decade or
Pepe
something.
Le Pew was a skunk.
Associated that smell with that black and white striped weasel that sprays everything and ruins it. Ruined the night. All night. We're burning pounds of incense, spraying Lysol and Febreze, vacuuming, washing, and the dog must have gotten a dozen baths. I'm never going to appreciate. I'm mad at that dog, and I will never get over it. That dog will be dead.
Which dog?
And I'll be like, Muppet.
Muppet.
Yeah. And yeah, she didn't know what fucking.
Dude, letting a dog in that just got sprayed by a skunk, like that's like borderline house ruining.
Yeah,
that was awful.
that smell's in there for a while. How long was the smell in there
Kitty
for?
should have known better. Like Kitty's smart in a
You
lot
didn't
of
know what was
ways.
going on.
But
You didn't know what it was.
But I can't
The dog
fathom.
smells bad. Yeah,
Like if I was on some alien planet and my buddy was like sprayed with something that smelled bad, like I would recognize, like, oh, look what happened here. Like, you know,
would you tell him to quickly march into the house and touch things?
Yeah,
No, you'd be like, stand out here. We're
you
gonna
better
hose
hop on
down.
my bed.
It was awful. I can't understand how that happened, but it happened, and it was awful. And it's only now, like I went to I was like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Like I left the house, and I'm at the gas station standing in line, and I'm like, God damn it! I smell like a skunk in fucking Wilco gas station. Shit!
They
I
know
was
me here.
so mad. I was so mad, and there was nothing to do about it because I can't yell at Kitty anymore. She's fucking washing the dog with a big jug of tomato sauce. You know, she feels bad enough. Can't yell at the dog because it's a stupid fucking dog, and I can't find the skunk.
Yeah, I can't believe she didn't know what a skunk was. I mean, it's in cartoons. Has she
We
never
watched Bambi right afterwards.
Pepe Le Pew was? Just
Pepe Le
an
Pew?
annoying mouse, or like what? What did she think?
We talked about Pepe Le Pew. We talked about Bambi. Apparently, she's not familiar.
Wow,
Mm.
She
ridiculous.
learned. She learned.
She
really
knows exactly
big
what
time.
it smells like. And I gotta say, like the smell of skunk when it's in your face is a lot different than when you drive by it on the road.
Oh yeah.
It made your eyes water. It was noxious. It was awful.
Yep. Yeah, I've never had to deal with a skunk, thank God. But if I did, I wouldn't sprint into the house and roll around on things.
Good. Don't
Yeah.
ever do that. No,
That's-
I hate.
I don't know
hate-
what she must have thought you would know, which you did.
Yeah, of course. Like I knew.
You did know.
I knew like 30 seconds into the future what had happened. Like I was just like, oh no.
No!
Oh,
You like
no.
sprinting up to the door, like, Joe, come in! Like,
Yeah. I in my head I was like, there's no fathomable way that she would allow that sprayed dog into my bedroom, knowing that the first thing that fucker likes to do is jump on my bed anyway, and I don't even like that dog in my bed when it's clean. Stay the fuck off my bed. That's my Casper mattress. That dog.
at least when it jumped up there, you didn't bounce around, you know? Totally.
No, I was able to barrel roll out of bed and fucking scream at the dog, and it got the hell out of there, and that was that.
I have an AMA question. This is a good break.
Which
Yeah.
one?
All right. Had sex with a hooker. Okay, guys. So recently I got out of a long-term relationship and I met with someone new. We hit it off quickly, and one thing led to another, and we ended up having sex. It wasn't until later she revealed to me that she had previously gotten paid for sex via Craigslist. It creeped me off and was a total turn-off for me. Anyway, she's pretty hot and she's really cool. I would never guess she fucks for money. I'm sorry, you would never guess she fucks for money if you met her. My question is, should I continue to hook up with her or just cut it off before I end up dating an ex-call girl? Any help would be
Look.
great. Long-term fan of the show. Keep up the great work. Yada, yada. So I just want to stress, I'm pretty sure she's an ex-call girl, but he does mix up the tense and say she like presently fucks for money. But I think it's ex.
Yeah, I mean the fact she told him after was kind of weird.
Yeah.
Like,
that seems
she
like a
just
Do you
tried to be
mistake.
think that's
Almost-
kind of like a upfront, let's just get this deal breaker out of the way so we both are on the same page type of
Yeah.
thing?
If she tells you afterward, it's almost like she's saying, like, you know,
You
I
should get
usually
checked.
have sex for money. Usually, like,
So-
that's a weird little pass. That's a weird thing to bring up.
Wow.
Like-
So what do
No,
you
I-
do? Like I wouldn't have buried it forever if I was her, but maybe that is the smarter move.
I would have. I mean, definitely don't pursue anything.
He's gonna
with this
see her
girl
on those
at
bus
this point.
benches eventually. Woody.
Or like her friends are gonna mention it. Like, you know, if he's gonna be in her life, it might come out, assuming
This
her
relationship
wife.
was
No,
not
what kind of
founded
friends
on
are these?
honesty.
Yeah, I can just see that conversation in the living room where like one of her friends goes, "Yeah, remember the time you sucked all that dick for money?" That was a laugh, like right in front of your boyfriend.
Really?
I don't understand why she. No, that would never come out. No woman is that stupid. I can't imagine anyone
Some
ever
women
say
would be
anything about that.
vicious if they wanted to be mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be
Yeah, those aren't your
surprised
friends
how,
though. That's the
like, no
that's the
filter
risk of
people are.
someone. That's the risk of someone who you've confided in, like coming and like ruining your relationship. I guess that's
Friends become
omnipresent, perhaps.
ex-friends.
Like, do you want to like continue a relationship, dude, where you had sex
vindictive.
and immediately after she's like, well, I used to be. Some might call it a prostitute. I'd prefer an encouraged sexual companion. Like that's it doesn't like
Monetary.
no, you can't continue this. No.
Yeah, I think
You
you
gonna
Yeah.
call it a deal breaker?
I wouldn't.
deal
Yeah,
breaker.
I wouldn't be so mad that was happening. I guess that she did that because whatever. Everyone has their thing, I guess. But yeah, it feels disrespectful to not tell you before, or
Yeah,
at least
I
because
like
it's a
this
pretty
girl.
big bombshell.
Yeah. So first of all, she told you. I don't know why she told you. So, and you weren't very clear about that. So I guess I'll give you a couple of ideas here. Like, if she told you because you like somehow found out and like drug it out of her, that's very different than if she just said, "Hey, sit down. I need to tell you something."
By the way,
That sounds like she's confiding in you and
By
letting
the
you know
by,
that she's
yeah.
turning over a new leaf. And you know, if you see a picture of her in a bikini on top of a cab riding down the strip, don't worry about that. That's just an old model. I'm not doing that anymore.
it's not me.
It could be that. Yeah, that's not me. That could be something like that. But I think I wouldn't care that she had gotten paid to have sex because like it's probably not that uncommon in the long run. If you're a woman who's maybe 30 years old, at some point in your life, you've probably been paid in one way or another to do something sexual, somehow, some way. Not saying you stood on a street corner, but you don't have to meet that classification.
Yeah.
I don't really
Yeah,
think.
it's
And
all
hell,
you-
have you ever heard of the whole dating situation? Like that's you don't even have to go to that, but
I don't think I have.
basically- well, you know, I come and I pick you up at your house, and you get in my car, and then I drive you somewhere, and I pay for some food for you, and then I drive you somewhere else, and I pay for some entertainment for you, and then I drive you back to your home, and perhaps you have sex with me.
I actually have heard of that. My mistake.
Yeah.
Dating.
Yeah, dating. And look, I got nothing against the dating system. I like the way it's set up. I don't want my date to pay for anything. Hey, I'm taking you out. That's what we're doing. That's what my idea of a date is. And as long as that's still your idea of what a good date is, we'll keep it up.
Yeah. I don't like it when the woman
I
almost
won't
offers to pay.
you have the time.
Yeah, I don't like it when the like
You're
it's
trying
like
to please
oh,
me
no,
with it,
no.
watching The Office.
If I don't like it sometimes when the woman wants to pay because it's like, you know, no, like this is what I'm bringing to the table here. Like you're not
Is this a
like just-
hypothetical?
no, I'm just saying that like if you're going out with a girl for the first time and she's like, oh, we'll split it or I'll buy it or we'll split everything. I understand that it's meant to be nice, but it's almost like undercutting as a guy where it's like, well, no, I want to like do this for you and do the nice thing and like have it be a night where I took you out and you didn't have to worry about, I guess I'm not getting two sides. Like you just order what you want and you have a good time. Like, I don't know. That I guess that's technically old-fashioned, but I think there's a reason for that.
I feel the exact same way. You know, when someone offers, there's a brief moment, and it's just a sort of a gut reaction of like, no, what the fuck are you thinking? What the fuck
Why'd
are
you
you
say
thinking
that?
right now? Are we on like a pal date right now? Because I'll fucking leave you here right now. If that's what this is.
Yeah.
Like,
If you're like
no, it's
in a
okay, I'll
relationship
pay.
with them though, and it's like a long, like me and my girlfriend, like when we go out and she's like, I got it this time. It's like, like that's
Cool.
really sweet of you. Like that,
Yeah.
I appreciate that a lot. So it's very different than like
Sure,
a
that's
first
their-
couple dates.
My
Scenario.
dates
Yeah.
are so long ago. I'm sorry, Ashley. Do you want to go or
No, you go ahead.
are so long ago that there was just an understanding that I'm broke. Broke, right? Like if she orders more than the grilled cheese, I'm getting water. You know, 'cause I don't have enough. Like you can't just choose anything from the menu. What the fuck? Like you know, I clean hotel rooms at night. Like dude, just,
Surf and turf. I was looking more at the appetizer section or maybe the sides. How about the
Yeah,
sides? Huh?
yeah.
Just example.
Right, right. And then I
Or
dated.
breadsticks.
If I take a girl out and she's like, just some breadsticks and grilled cheese, I'm like, yeah, well, I can see doing 2 dates with her.
The super breadstick bonanza. That's it.
Yeah, you're gonna want to go to Olive Garden in the afternoon. That's the way to handle that.
Dude, if you look up that nutritional information on that Olive Garden salad, don't think for a second that you are eating healthy by eating that salad.
Especially not when I get him to like put all of that cheese on there. She's
A
like,
whole wheel of cheese.
"Are you done, sir? Is it over yet?" No, keep on coming. Like sometimes I just think it's funny to see how much they'll put on there before they really start going. You really? Like, sometimes there'll be so much cheese on
Do you
there.
like ask them as a joke, like, "Hey, it's unlimited cheese too, right?" And they go, "Of course, sir." And then you just make them do it for like 3 minutes, and then just cranking the
to
cheese
mess
out.
with a date. It was kind of a joke for my date as well. I was just like, I really like a lot of cheese. Just keep it coming. And then I didn't say anything until she really was like, "Sir, you really want more cheese?" Like she was gonna have to go get some more. I was like, "No, that's plenty. That's plenty." And we threw away so much cheese. I felt a little bad.
You asshole.
So what do we decide with this hooker?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I guess I was still giving my thing. My thought process is that essentially the normal human dating process that every gentleman, lad, and lady is part of is essentially prostitution. Sounds like she was like a call girl or something, or maybe like answering to an ad online
like
or something.
Well, he described her as a call girl.
Yeah, that to me is like a mid-tier prostitute. Like you're not, the street corner prostitute is much worse thing to become because that sort of insinuates that you're a professional prostitute, that you're not going to school in your spare time, you're doing heroin. You know what I mean? That's the difference.
Yeah.
So like, honestly, if you like this girl, I think that you should just date her and just not worry about the fact that she used to be a call girl. It sounds like she probably went on a dozen dates or something, and that's in her past, and she likes you enough to tell you about it. So you should keep that in mind. That's what you should take from this, is that she cares enough about you and she trusts you enough to give you that information without being forced into it or goaded into it or anything like that, I guess.
But she should have maybe told you before, though.
How long have they known each other? Maybe I didn't catch that.
Yeah, it kind of depends, too. It's all situational. Like, if you
Second
can...
date.
Maybe asking her, like, so, like, for why'd you do that, though? Or, like, I don't know, just kind of maybe some more backstory into it. Or maybe she just saw it as, like, a fun and easy way to make money.
Well, the PlayStation 4 was coming out.
Yeah.
And, look,
she got bills to pay.
Well, this guy lived at a Pokestop, and he wouldn't let me sleep over unless I banged him. And so,
that's understandable. Yeah. Okay.
So he paid me in Pokey.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I'm on the same page as Ashley.
What if you became a deacon at a church?
Been informed up front.
Yeah, I would have liked to know before the intercourse.
Yeah,
but
because then it's like
it's too late now.
Like maybe you would have been more concerned about the STD aspect.
Well, yeah, or even just like why, or what was going on in the life at that time. Because obviously, it kind of sounds like she did want to tell him. She just maybe didn't know how.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I say if you can stomach it, you should definitely go forward with this, because she sounds like she cares a lot about you because she told you this stuff, and it doesn't seem like a very big deal to me, because it doesn't sound like she's working in like a I'm trying to think of a polite word for whorehouse, but
brothel.
Brothel. Yeah, it doesn't sound like that was the situation or
Yeah.
anything. It sounds like she was a call girl, which she literally said it like you said. It doesn't bother me.
She was telling you just because she knew that Big Tony was going to show up at your door later in the day, and that'd be a surprise when Big Tony needed his money.
Now, if you're going to have to fend off a pimp or any Johns, then you want to pull the plug immediately. Maybe that should be question number one. Like, is anybody coming to get you? Like, is this all going to end like that scene in Taxi Driver where I'm laying in a hallway soaked in blood? Like, is that what's coming? I don't want this. Like, you need to find that out now.
Yeah.
Taxi Driver's so fucking good.
Taxi Driver or just Taxi?
It's Taxi Driver. He pulls out that fucking 44 Magnum and shoots a guy in the hand, and his whole fucking hand just explodes. It's
De Niro, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's what I was thinking of. That
goes in there with that mohawk. Yeah, that's a great movie.
It is.
Travis Bickle, I think his name was. Yeah,
And so relevant to this guy's question.
definitely. You don't want to be Travis Bickle, do you?
No. So we got any more AMAs? You got a good
Sure.
one?
This one's kind of, we'll see. What has been the best year of your life, and what has been the worst? And he says years 1 through 9 don't count. You have to be older than that.
Oh, I really hated like the 9th grade of high school. I hated that so much. I felt like I just hated it. I really did. I didn't want to be there. I didn't enjoy. There would be like one class a day that I would enjoy, and you'd be looking forward to that. And then that class would go bad, and you're like, well, it's all downhill from here. That was the highlight of my day right there. You know, tripping and fucking weightlifting, twisting my ankle. Now I'm gonna limp through torture the rest of the day. You know, it was. So I really just fucking hated that. I can still remember how awful that was, and how like going to school in the mornings was just like, it felt like you were just being transported to like a prisoner or like an animal or something like that. It's like I have no input on my future. I feel like I'm just being transported over here so that some bullshit will happen, and then they're gonna put me back in my other box tonight. And it just felt so awful. I hated it. I hated 9th grade. I don't know what's the best year. And like, what are you gonna do? Like a 365 day period, or like 1999?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm having a hard
just like
time
say
with
any
best
age.
also.
Yeah, just
Yeah, I'm
like
trying to
any-
think of like a little group of years almost.
There was probably a summer in like 2011 where like I went on a lot of cool trips and did a lot of cool stuff, and I don't know, banged 2 girls in the lake or something, you know, and did, you know, had a good time. So like, I don't know. That year was pretty fucking good.
My worst year had to be the year Colin got diagnosed. So my son's autistic, if people don't know, or whatever, speech apraxia, dyspraxia, a bunch of other things, Tourette's. He's got challenges. And so he was like 18 months old when he got diagnosed. So it was pretty easy to be like, all right, I see he's delayed, but, you know, I don't see it. You know, I think they're wrong. And
did you kind of think you would develop out of it almost?
Well, yeah, and you know, there were some professionals who would say like, we have no idea where this is going. He's 18 months old, you can't tell. And there were others who were like, by the time he's in 3rd grade, you won't even know he was a late starter. And that turned out not to be true. So yeah, just because, like, you know, and then we start sending them to therapy like 6 times a week. I remember we spent $47,000 one year in medical expenses. Like, that was a hardship. So that, like, we just started attacking a whole house, like, converted into like an elementary school with like alphabet on the wall and learning materials everywhere. And it was just like a slow acceptance, and that was a really tough time. That was probably the worst year of my life. That's a toughie. As for best year, I don't know, like 2 come to mind. Like my senior year in high school was pretty good. On the show, if people don't watch all the episodes, we joke a lot about how I was late to puberty, you know, and like I'm like I broke 100 pounds as a sophomore. Like it sucked. Everybody could beat me up. By the time I was a senior, that kind of cured. Like all of a sudden, I'm 6 foot tall. I was on the swim team. My girlfriend was really pretty. She was one of the hottest girls in the school, and I don't know, like I had just never experienced much success before. That was I think, yeah, it was after that year that I became a lifeguard on the beach, and that was like it's hard to explain to like people who didn't grow up on the beach, like what an accomplishment that is. Like it's the best job that you can get, and so that was pretty cool. And then also, I want to say like one of my YouTube years might have been the best ever too. Like there was this period where like my YouTube channel's exploding. I'm doing well at work, but I almost don't have to give a fuck about work, right? So suddenly like all the pressures and stress that come with work are like, you know, other people are getting laid off. Like it was like, you know, during the like post 9/11 stuff. And I'm like, come at me, bitch. Come at me. You know, you're all stressed here. You know, you can lay me off. I'll take the severance package. So like that was a pretty good year too. Like there was a lot of like professional success around then. So those are probably best and worst years.
Those are good ones.
Cool. I'd
Ashley,
probably
do you want to be the buffer zone?
Yeah, I will for sure. I'd say my worst year, I'll just get the worst out of the way, was 7th grade. So I guess that'd make me 12. Parents sat me down. They're getting divorced. A bunch of crazy stuff happens after that with my, it's basically my mom has to get her own place and support us and herself. And same thing with my dad. And then they both don't know how to deal with that appropriately. So I'm just like, me neither. I don't either, dad or mom. So I hated school. I didn't have that many friends. I wasn't confident in myself. I didn't really find like true confidence until like high school, probably, where I really felt like, okay, yeah, this is who I am and I'm comfortable with that and all that. So yeah, that year kind of just sucked. I hated every day. Nothing really positive was happening. I just played a lot of video games, listened to a lot of music. But best years, I'm struggling to find just one, because I've been pretty happy lately, and I also had this will count. I have a year and a summer. Summer of 2006 was awesome, because I was in high school, no really worries. I mean, I had a job, but I worked at the mall, whatever, go there for 4 hours after school. But I had good friends. I was experiencing like so much stuff for the first time, as you do. Like, it was just really awesome. It was a super cool summer, almost worry free. And I think like while it was happening, I didn't really realize how awesome it was. And then more recently, I'd probably have to say, not to completely just hijack Woody's answer, but something to do with the success that I'm having and something that I really like, because I feel like I have a little bit of an advantage, or I guess a luxury, to do something that I really like every single day. And one year I think I flew like 16 times or something like that, going to all these different trips and places for gaming and going to events and just like meeting new people and really just kind of keeping going with something I really like doing. So I'd say that was when I was probably really happy. Also pretty happy right now too. So that's where I'm at. Yeah, definitely like that year, and then that summer in high school was awesome.
I'd have to say worst, to kind of piggyback off the trend, was 8th grade, because I'm convinced most 8th graders really hate themselves, and it sucks, and you're just so uncomfortable. And I was I hated it. I hated that age. I don't know what year that was, like 2003, maybe 2004. I don't know.
I picture Taylor in 8th grade with like muscles, a full beard, like none of the problems that I had.
I had a different set of problems that year, because I was the guy, like you were Mr. Didn't start puberty. I was Mr. like boom, puberty really hit like a fucking train that summer between 7th grade and 8th grade. Like it was creeping around 7th grade, and then just I came back from break, and I still remember walking up to people like first day of 8th grade and like just noticing like, wow, everybody's really short now. Like
I am
huge.
big.
And like I walked over and like spoke, I guess, in the voice I have now, and they're like, oh, someone's voice changed and you growing a beard? And it was like, no, I'm not growing a beard. I don't shave yet, because the only person who shaved got made fun of. So yeah, I hated 8th grade. That was horrible. Best year, I think I'm at the point in my life where it should continue to be trending up. So I feel like every next year is better than the one before in a lot of ways. Things change and you have more responsibility. If I had to like not use that cop-out answer, probably maybe my junior or senior year of college, I had a ton of fun. So it'd be one of those years as far as the best, just because socially it was a ton of fun, going out all the time, being at a large school where there's tons of shit to do. Yeah, that would be that. So that was the best and the worst 8th grade. No, but leave a comment if you enjoy 8th grade, or if you're in 8th grade now and you're having fun, because there's no fucking way that you do. No way.
No.
Yeah, you'll see.
Unless you're way more mature and like comfortable with yourself than I was. But like all that I thought about walking around in 8th grade is like, God, you look so awkward. Everybody's looking at you. And it's like
I can't even relate. It's like you say awkward. It's like, man, you're so strong and you're so tall and you embody all the things that are like masculine and man-like. The horror.
But you're not conforming. That's the problem, though. Like none of that matters. Like you've turned into this freak over there.
Yeah, this
you're
freak
not
that like is the
with the
best
rest of
athlete in the school, though. Like
we don't give a shit about that. You freak with your acne and your dirty fucking back hair. Get out of here. The rest of us boys and girls don't belong around people like you. That's how it would go.
I guess if you're Teen Wolf, but like otherwise, I don't know. It's just our problems are not separate but equal. Mine was
No.
Okay, being totally fair, I would much rather be the guy who hit puberty early, like I did, than be the guy who hit it really late and has to deal with like
You'd rather be first
showering
than
with all
last,
the
for
other
sure.
guys while they're still not going through puberty. That would suck.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I didn't have to deal with that problem. Like,
Yeah, you want to be. You'd rather be first than last for sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
but not too first.
Not too first. You don't want to
first.
start.
Yeah.
You don't be like Lindsay in fucking 5th grade. She had like huge jugs. It's like, what are those? Like,
What's going on?
That was so confusing as a kid to like. I remember there was one girl in my 8th grade or 9th grade class who's like, her boobs were just so big it was bananas. Like it was like, how are you our age? And seeing that and kind of realizing like, oh man, it's about to get a lot more fun going to school with a lot of these girls. Like we're entering the fun time now. But anyway, yeah, middle school sucked. Not fun.
all right. Let me slip in an ad here about CISO. This episode is sponsored by CISO, the all-comedy ad-free streaming TV service made for the serious comedy nerd. And if you love Community and or Rick and Morty, then you have to watch CISO's new original series, Harmon Quest. Harmon Quest is a comedic improv animated live-action journey into the hilarious world of fantasy role-playing with Dan Harmon and his comedy companions. Starring Dan Harmon, Spencer Crittenden, Aaron McGathy, and Jeff B. Davis. Dan Harmon, creator of Community, Rick and Morty, Harmon, and Harmontown, brings you Harmon Quest. It's like nothing else you'll see on TV, streaming, or anywhere else. Dan Harmon and team embark on an epic journey of dragon slaying and chivalry as they attempt to save the world from evils and other such things. Fondue Zubag, Bone Weevil, and Buero Shift find themselves stumbling through mystical lands and treacherous monster-filled caves in their quest to defeat the evil heralds of the Manticore. You can watch every episode of Harmon Quest on CISO now. Go to CISO.com and use promo code HarmonQuest to get 2 months for free. Yeah, that's an extra month on top of the already free trial, so it's 2 months of CISO for free. CISO is stacked with new original comedies, classic series, and loads of stand-up specials. They have every single episode of SNL up to now, and the entire Monty Python catalog. So and so much more. So start your free trial today. And that Monty Python catalog, I got CISO, and I noticed that it's not just the old show. It's all of the movies, Life of Brian and Holy Grail and all of that shit. So big fan of CISO. A lot of comedy in one little package. 2 months for free. We lose Taylor in the interim?
Yeah.
It looked like you went AFK quick, and then
maybe his thing cut off. I don't know.
Tripped over the Ethernet cord as he went out the door.
That could be.
Let's see here. Do we have any more AMA questions?
I do. The one that I wanted to do most, though, I want Taylor back for.
Okay.
Here's a guy who asked me a question. Hey, Woody, fellow collegiate swimmer here. With the Rio Olympics right around the corner, I have to ask if you've been following the swimming world as they've gone through the process of selecting the 2016 team. If so, are there any swimmers you're following and are eager to see compete? I followed collegiate nationals on a really like I was really interested in those, and the times for like the sprint free, like, oh my god, like were they running 19s or something? Like the times were just times that don't happen. It didn't happen 20 years ago. So that blew me away. And then I learned that like, oh, these collegiate guys I'm watching in the 25-yard pools are not even the top guys. Like back in the day, after you graduated college, it was pretty hard to keep being a swimmer. But now, if you're a top swimmer, you can be a multimillionaire and just do it every 2 or 4 years. So the guys I'm watching and can hardly fathom their speed are not even the top guys anymore. But the coverage I found like on Yahoo and stuff just seemed to cover like Phelps and Lochte and shit like that. So no, I'm not really tuned in with what the whole team has to offer, but I'll check it out. They always impress me.
I think I've said it before, but I just want to reiterate because I think the Rio Olympics are going to be an utter disaster.
Did you
I saw that they were telling. That's great. I'll get right on that. That's going to have to add that to my list.
I'll find it.
They're telling the swimmers to keep their mouths closed.
I saw that.
If they're out in that water, This is going to be such a disaster.
Can't believe it.
I predict terrorism, global contagion, tiny-headed babies. That will happen. I want to see one of these athletes have one of those tiny-headed babies, though, to see like the freak that's created, like maybe some sort of super strong but tiny-headed baby. I don't know what you get. There's going to be like domestic unrest, I think, where like protesters or rabble rousers or freedom fighters, wherever you want to call them, that are unfair with how many billions have been spent on the facilities and how no money is being spent on their fire, police, rescue, basic utilities, and increasing their way of life above poverty level.
Sure.
I think you're going to see lots of that. People who are coming to Brazil, I think, are going to be raped, murdered, assaulted, beaten, robbed, all of those things by the populace at large that is mostly poor and being held back at gunpoint. They brought in 90,000 troops and police into Rio to keep things under tabs, but I still predict terrorism, and I think it's going to be the biggest failure in Olympics history. I'm really looking forward to the shit show. I hope not looking forward to anybody getting hurt or anything, but I think just watching this thing fall apart is going to be like really watching a train wreck. It's not even going to be a car.
I feel really bad for the athletes and like their families that have to be there, and it's just like, what the hell, man? Who chose this?
The subreddit is called Apocalyptics 2016.
Great! That's awesome.
And like I'm looking at the top two posts. Athletes told to keep your mouth closed when in contaminated water. Horrifying pic shows dead body floating in a bay where Olympic athletes will compete.
No way.
I was like, he didn't make it.
A group managed to steal and extinguish the Olympic flame in Angra dos Rios, RJ. I don't know where this is.
Good job.
Yeah, it's just like...
And you'd be surprised how many people are pro, not only that it got put out, because to me, they're putting it out because they're protesting against the Olympics being there and all the money that's being spent on the Olympics rather than them. Mm-hmm. That makes a lot of sense. But as I read through the comments, there is a huge amount of people who are upset that there even is a torch relay because apparently Hitler instituted that practice. That was his contribution to Olympic tradition. Yeah, it was the Olympic torch relay. That's a Hitler thing. And so there's this big bullshit back and forth in the comments. It's like, oh, can we not drive Volkswagens anymore too, asshole? Can no one drive on the Autobahn? Like anything Hitler did, we can't be associated with anymore? Like, come on. But I'm glad they put it out. I thought it was funny. That's great.
I don't mind the Olympic flame. That doesn't strike me as very anti-Semitic. Like, I don't
get any weird Hitler.
It's not like they're fueling it with Jews. I mean, that's not what's burning in there.
Not as far as I know.
Not since the old days.
But I don't know. Apparently, it's going to be a real nightmare. We'll see. There is an argument that Olympics forces a nation to build an infrastructure that becomes good for them afterwards. I think to this day Atlanta has better highways than they otherwise would have. The same is true of Salt Lake City and Lake Placid. They have facilities there that have turned them into better vacation spots than they otherwise would have been. But if you do it too big, then it just is
I think the last thing that the poor people of Rio needed was a huge swimming facility.
That's true. But there might be other stuff that comes with it. Better infrastructure that makes business better.
The whole thing's supposed to bring them money because people want to come to the Olympics, or does that get reinvested into the city?
So there's the immediate influx of tourism, of course, that is the Olympics, where you've got all those people coming there and spending money. That pales in comparison to the cost, though. With $100 billion or something, it was absurd the amount of money this shit cost.
I don't know.
And while Brazil's not a poor country, they're not the kind of Germany could have handled this just fine. Germany could have shouldered this burden with no problem. Their GDP's off the chain. They're doing great. Brazil's not the same case. It's declining. It's been in decline. It's not where you want to be spending that much money.
It's not a very attractive location. I wonder. I guess I don't know. Yeah, I don't know too much about it, but they're saying corruption led to it being there, but I can't.
It's always the case.
corruption not only led to it being there, but then corruption within Brazil or within Rio led to them only picking like 5 contractors for like $90 billion worth of projects that needed to be built. And all 5 of them are currently under investigation or tied up in court for not fulfilling their projects in a timely fashion for the cost given. So that I saw where they were turning on, if they did like a stress test where all the athletes from like Bulgaria turned their showers on at once, water ran down the walls.
Oh my god!
Down the walls, like in the living room. It's
a shit show.
They described the Olympic Village or the quarters or whatever, their rooms, as austere, but that's just code for really cheap and shitty. It looked like the cheapest of motels to me. Like the fixtures for the sinks and like, you know, the beds are all those really tiny single or maybe like double beds, whatever the smaller one is, where you're just like not happy you're in it.
Yeah, and that may be nice for the area. That might be like the mid-range hotel there.
See, Rio's like this like touristy place already, where there's already this big disparity in income.
Right.
You've got like these towers over here that cost like $1 billion, and then right over there you've got poverty and people living like Aladdin. It's like Aladdin. like you got a street rat over there, and then fucking Jafar over here living it up with his big feather and everything. Do we still don't have Taylor? What happened to Taylor?
He texted and said that he was restarting.
Oh, okay.
Oh, his internet pooped out.
His laptop locks up a lot. I think it auto upgraded to Windows 10 and became unreliable.
We need to get that PC build going.
That's actually one of the AMA questions. Kind of hard to do it since it's focused on.
We don't have the guy who's
Taylor. Yeah. It's like, hey,
I
Taylor.
I put a build together for him. A PC parts picker for him a few weeks ago. That was, I think it came to like $1,500 or something. No, it was like $975 or something to get.
Did it have a 480 in it?
I think it did have a 480 in it. Yeah, but that. God, they keep, every day they come out with a new card. I don't really know very much about the Titan X. That's $1,200 or whatever, but Gun Surgeon said he has 2, and he'll give me a good deal on one of them if I want one.
Really? Damn. Yeah. No. Wait, is that one's out? The Titan X?
There's a different one that's coming out after in like 6 months.
There's two 1080 predecessors that are coming out. But this is it's.
Oh, this is the 980 base Titan.
Yeah.
I see.
This is this. I think it is. They said this is the Pascal architecture, but it's a Titan X.
I just had to get my computer fixed, and he was talking because my computer's like almost 2 years old now. So he was talking to me about graphics cards, and he's like, "Well, you have this one that's out right now, which I think is the one you're talking about." He's like, "But in like 6 months, this super good one's gonna come out for around the same price. So you should just wait." I'm like, "All right then, I'm fine. I'm fine with where I'm at for now."
So I think the Titan X is the super newest one. The GTX. I'm really confused. I just want to be
maybe that
sure.
Sounds like something that he was saying too. I wish I was a little bit more.
Yeah, Titan X. It turns out that's the name of the one that is the latest and greatest best you can get.
They say anything about one that's coming out in a little while?
I feel like
or
that's
is that
the one.
That maybe is the one?
Yeah,
okay.
That's the one that's coming soon. It's insanely good, super powerful,
yeah,
etc.
that's the one he was
telling me
about.
The next iteration of the 1080 definitely will be, right? Because there's 2 more iterations of the 1080. This is
the same platform as the 1080, the Titan X. It's just it has more cores in it and such.
I don't know enough about it to. Chiz was explaining this to me the other day and correcting me because
kind of what they always do. Like they came out with the 780, and then they came out with the Titan, which is what I have, and then they came out with they skipped
780 Ti.
Oh, well, the 780 Ti and the Titan came out. Yeah, the 780 Ti actually came out just after the Titan. And they turn out they're like the same speed, but it was much cheaper. So I would have been smarter to get the Ti if it's like a week too early. And then they skipped 880. So then the 980 came out, and then they replaced it with the Titan something. It might be Z. I'm getting a little mixed up in my head. And now the 1080 comes out, and the Titan will come out after that, and it's the 1080 base Titan. And that thing will be the latest and greatest. I can't tell you what the specifics are, but it seemed like the 1080 cards had a bunch of VR-related upgrades, which make me think, like, if you're going to get a Titan, I don't think you want to go in the 980 world. Like, you want all that VR stuff since it's so essential.
This 980 Ti that I've got in here runs all the VR stuff really well. I mean, there's some of the more demanding games have outrageous settings within the game itself, and I'm going in the back end and changing the render multiplier anyway to get more juice out of it. But I mean, I want more power certainly, but I'm saying the 980 Ti that's in here now does a great job. I'm gonna do something. I want more power for sure.
Taylor, are you all set up? Your mic sorted out?
I should be fine. Am I all right?
Yeah, you seem to be.
Yeah.
What happened?
Okay. Skype shit out, and then it wouldn't reopen.
Oh.
Had to restart just to get it to.
Yeah, I had to restart twice. Just the computer to get it to go.
It's good, an extra one too.
Didn't work the first time. Give it another.
Is it a Windows 10 thing? That's what I said while you were gone. That it was.
I do have Windows 10, and these problems never happened before it self-updated Windows 10 or whatever it did.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this operating system.
I've been putting it off. But now I think it's in a few days it's not going to be free to upgrade anymore. So I'm like, should I do it? I can revert if I don't like it. So I don't know.
Like it.
I don't mind it, but I've had some performance issues. My laptop does weird stuff. The other day I reset my laptop to factory configuration just because I was tired of it being weird. I was like, what bloatware or bullshit has gotten on here that's doing this to me? Fuck it all. I'm just going to nuke the whole thing. It's not like I keep pictures, images, anything on here. I'll just have to re-download 3 programs and download 3 or 4 games from Steam while I sleep or something. But fuck this computer, and I just fucking went. There's a quick way to restore to factory settings.
Like a backup, or is it like a completely new factory
restore.
new?
Yeah.
Okay.
It takes an hour.
So
yeah, we
Taylor.
just killed everything.
AMA question. Is Taylor considering building... It's not even an interruption. It's part of the topic. Is Taylor considering building a PC so he could possibly get more into PC gaming or streaming? A better PC and a good webcam could go a long way to help his quality on the show. I think your quality on the show is fine, actually.
Yeah,
it looks better now.
Clear.
I put some more light shining on me this week. It gives me the appearance of a person instead of a dead body. More color.
You have color.
I look more
Is it like
full.
a yellow light, kind of, or not? It's not white.
It's the light that was closest to this place in my
might
home.
be a little bit too much light. I think you might need some like a diffuser over there or something. I don't know what's going on because it seems like you're getting hit with
got a little forehead shine.
So much light. You're getting hit with so much light that it's creating the appearance that you're a zombie a little bit.
Taylor,
even a webcam
dead.
setting can fix that for you. Though. I mean, mine. I have a white light on right now, and I think it makes me look really pale. I'm pale, but I'm not this pale. So I still need to figure out my lighting situation too.
I watched the Truly Terrible with your first video. It's fuzzy, right? I'm sure you saw people give that feedback. But I noticed that your screen wasn't in 16:9, which implied to me you weren't at your best webcam setting during recording.
Yeah, it was the first time we did. I didn't even full credit to Melissa, my girlfriend, who wanted to do the video thing. I was like, no, let's just do it audio again, like I've always been doing. It doesn't matter that much. And she's like, no, come on, let's do the video. And so we got it all set up and going, and we just didn't do it right, I guess. But it'll be better in the future. For the PC thing, though, I'm really close to pulling the trigger, on that list that Kyle sent me. Just because, it's great that Kyle's so into it, but I don't care about the specific, oh my god, I got the XR20 Razer graphic card. I want what's pretty good, and Kyle did a great job piecing that together for me. Reasonable price, less than $1,000, $970, really not much. I don't know. I don't play any PC games independently. The only time I play PC games is if we're playing Company of Heroes or Age of Mythology or something with, Kyle or Chiz or some subs that play those games on Steam. So I don't know. But just having it would be nice, though, I guess. I could do.
I feel like you haven't been PC gaming through in November yet. I could be wrong on that. But
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I suspect that this Christmas season, you're gonna wish that you could play Battlefield. I don't know what else, but
then I'll probably get
Battlefield
it
is gonna look really nice.
Yeah,
and the thing about this PC builds is, for every time you go up $100 or $200, a lot of things can change because it's oh well, if we invest that extra $200 over here, then that opens up the future for an array of things that you could do. And for for $280, where you're getting like 20% more performance, so like the more money, the better.
How much worse is my PC if I were to just click buy and buy that? How much, like, would I be able to keep up with you playing games for a couple of years? Like,
So the difference is you're going to be playing in 1080p, and I'm using all that extra power that I've got to power, a 4K monitor and this ultra wide 1440p monitor and the VR headset. But you're going to be playing on one 1080p monitor, so you're going to be able to max the settings out with that RX 480 for a lot of games, or at least the top tier, 90% maxed out on most games for that 1080p monitor, and still be running at respectable frame rates.
That's perfect.
I would expect
for me then,
that becomes true even if you go to 1440p. Now, Kyle has an ultra-wide 1440p, which is a little more difficult to run. But a regular 1440p, which is super common, I think that 480 would be great.
Sure.
I don't even, my eyes are so bad, I don't think I can see in 4K. So I need to invest in that. Like, my eyes, like, it's a shit show. Like, what's the point? Like,
it's blurry anyway.
Why would I spend so much money to still see the same blurry stuff? Oh, can you see, like, you can see the leaf blades? Really? Because I can go outside and not see those too. Like, I have to get real close to shit, even with my glasses or contacts. Like, I'm doing that thing. Like, I'm 25 years old and I'm closing one eye to, like, read shit.
On
like
my
with
phone,
my,
I do
my
that.
phone, if my glasses are off. Like,
have you considered getting one of those, okay, what's the iPhone, what's the big iPhone called? Help me out. Is it S?
6 Plus.
Plus, that's what I'm looking for.
This
Have you
thing?
considered? Oh, is that what
Brick?
you have?
Yeah, this brick. It's too big. I mean, it's perfect for when I'm at home and I'm reading Reddit or doing whatever I'm doing. But then immediately when I have to go somewhere and I have to put it in my pocket or carry it with me, it becomes a hassle. So.
But I've got two counters to that. One, you wear girl clothes and your pockets suck in comparison to I'm pocketed.
Trying to fit it into my front pocket is like a joke.
Over here can put a whole bag of nails in there.
Dude, I can put a bag of nails, a phone, and a gun in my shorts, and still not enough to do with my other back pocket. Like,
and I'm not even huge on like purses. Like sometimes I'll carry a bag or whatever to carry other things too if I'm going somewhere. But like, yeah, if I'm just going to the mall or even into a store, I got my wallet or whatever. I'm holding my money. I got my stuff in my pocket, and then I got to put it in my other pocket. So half of this big phone is hanging out of my ass while I'm trying to shop at Target, and I don't know.
I'm not sure if we've met in person, but I imagine you're smaller than me in general, right? Like I bet my hands are bigger than yours and stuff.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, I don't know. I like it. Like I said, for at home, it's great. For viewing and reading and all that, it's wonderful. But I've cracked it pretty bad, so now I'm waiting for the new one to come out, the 7 or whatever. I'm assuming it's coming out. I'm just like, hold on for like 3 more months or whatever. But I don't know which one I'm gonna get.
Sticking with the Androids, I don't like. I was gonna go to Apple, but strictly because of the phone jack being removed and all the bullshit I've read about that, and the fact that none of my current Apple accessories will be any good whatsoever, even though I've got a few. I don't know. I guess those Thunderbolt cables maybe still work and all that bullshit. But anyway, I want no part of it. I'm gonna get that S7 or not the S7 though. Whatever the new Galaxy
whatever
is.
Just came out.
Raving about. It's beating Apple in the sales. It's beating Apple in the reviews. Yeah, and
maybe I should get that one. I'm gonna look at it because I've been iPhone
6s. I mean, it when the 7. So the 7 pre-orders start in. September 9th.
So one would expect.
It's not a good year. No. So here's the scoop. Normally you go like 5s, 6s, and then like 7 would be a great one. It happens that 7's not going to be great because they want their 10-year anniversary to be great. So we're going to have 2 S years, and then supposedly the year after that will be wonderful. But the 7, that's what maybe
it's time to convert. I don't know, man.
I read this stuff too much.
I like how simple the iPhone is.
I like my iPhone a lot. I went to Android and I switched back. Maybe they're better now than they used to be, but I didn't have a good experience.
I had a bad experience too with Android. The operating system on my old phone back in the day, and also the phone itself literally fell apart in my hands. I'm not even like, I didn't subject it to water damage, nothing. Like I treat my stuff pretty well. So I was really disappointed. That's when I became Team Apple, and I was like, yeah. And then ever since then, it's like you're stuck.
I had the
Like,
Galaxy.
feels like
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I had the
I was
Galaxy.
gonna say the thing that impresses me with all phones. Shut up, you.
I have something to say. You know.
Smartphones in general, the thing that impresses me, because I've seen this with iPhones and with the Android devices, you can drop these things from head height into a parking lot all day long, and they'll fall to fucking pieces. But if your pinky nail worked in there just right, you can fucking call for help. It'll still work. I had an iPhone, and the screen had been picked off of it. You know how as a kid, you got a scab, and you pick at it? You're like, you just can't stop picking at it. That's how my screen was. There'd a little piece of the glass would get wobbly, and I'd be like,
it's so satisfying.
pick it off and expose like some copper and like interworkings, and you could see the circuit board, and you could see where the tiny screws were put in by the Filipino children. And I would just keep picking away at it until like this much of the glass up was just gone, and it would still fucking work. The camera would work, the phone would work. You couldn't see the screen, so you had to like imagine.
You just have to really know what apps you had on the top.
Exactly. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, I had the Galaxy 3 and 4, and they were supposed to be like, one of the better phones. Like, they were the top sellers at their time. I've later learned that they were really loaded with some bloatware. I reskinned it, and it started crashing all the time. And I'm like, man, I just switched over to Apple, and it just kind of works. It's great. But I'm thinking about going to the Plus version, because like Taylor, I started to do the one eye thing, and maybe I just need a bigger one.
Well, if you've got big pockets to carry it around in, and I mean, even like my mistake with this one is because it's so big, I didn't want to put a case on it, because then that's more of a brick hanging out of my ass when I'm at Target. And so I didn't have a case. I haven't had a case on it for like over a year. I've been traveling with it, go to events with it, nothing. So like about a month ago, I was sitting on a park bench and I was talking on the phone, and then like it just like I'd been on a bike ride, and I'd had like shorts on, and it just like slipped from my shorts through the crack, and it probably fell like maybe this like a solid like 2 or 3 feet. Not bad. I've dropped it out of the car. I've slammed it in things. I've dropped it off this desk numerous times. I've dropped it on tile. Nothing. The thing's indestructible with no case. I just barely drop it on some pavement, and I look, and you can't see it because it's black, but I got cracks all up in here. This part's like groove. I could stick like my nail in there and really feel around in there, and I'm just like I'm holding out. I don't even know if I need to hold out for the new iPhone, especially if I'm gonna get the Samsung, but I want to see, I guess, what comes out about it once I find out.
So I had mine repaired, and I didn't have the Plus, but it was $100. They fix it same day. You just
really?
Yeah, you walk
you can
around
get
the mall.
Kit, do it yourself.
I mean, it even has like it had this lag problem before I even cracked the stream. Probably because I was dropping it so much, but it like I can't type properly. I'll type something out, and then like 10 seconds later, it types what I was trying to type. So I'm like, I haven't even been tweeting as much. I was a pretty fanatical Twitter person before. I tweet out anything I think. I tweet it out. But now I'm like, I don't even want to type on it. I don't want nothing to do with typing on it. So
it sabotaged your Twitter game, basically.
Yeah, for sure. Because typing's so hard. I don't like texting anymore. Maybe it's just because I'm getting older. But like, yeah, I'm pissed at my phone right now. And I don't know. I got to look into this. Maybe you guys in the comments will have a war about this, I'm sure. Let me know which one I should get.
Well, I'm sure it'll be measured, reasoned, and they'll come to a conclusion.
There will be no like telling each other to KYS and do all this other crazy stuff.
This is the question I wanted Taylor around for. Are you ready? I'm a 20-year-old Finnish guy studying civil engineering. I'll be graduating in 2018. I've thought about moving to the USA after a few years work experience, main reasons being climate and wages. In Finland, a rookie engineer will earn about 35,000, whatever the fuck that thing is, probably euros. And with experience, that grows to 70, 100. When in the US, you can start at 50 and go up. My main worry coming from country with stronger social learning priorities and priorities to a country that is more business and GDP oriented. So looks like Finland's is social learning and the US is more GDP. Is the American work environment really as harsh as I've been led to believe? as in almost non-existent or frowned upon vacation times, little to no parental leave for fathers, and that whole mindset that one's purpose is to work and contribute to the GDP first, and other aspects of life like mental health and well-being come behind. If so, I guess there's a reason why civil engineers make way more in the U.S. So, Taylor, and anyone else who's been in the workforce, what do you think? Is it true that we have little to no vacation time, parental leave?
Yeah. I mean, if you look at like the comparison, like for him, our vacation time probably does look like shit because you get a ton of like I think they have like paternity leave, like even for dads in Finland.
That would be paternity.
They have it very far, but it's very interesting to see the way his mind is framing it naturally, where he's like, well, you know, in Finland it's all, you know, social learning that you're putting it towards, and in the United States you're putting your effort towards the GDP. Because, like, I guess he has that frame of mind of everybody working collectively towards something. But nobody's going to work every day like, God damn, can't wait to crush Russia and GDP again. I'm contributing to, like, no. Like, the fun part is that you're working for yourself. You know, even if you're not working for yourself and you have people to whom you're accountable, the dream, the American dream, is you're working on behalf of yourself, and that through hard work and determination you can get through bad shit and make more money and enjoy yourself and find a job that you like. But yeah, the whole like business world thing, like there are so many jobs, dude. It depends what you're doing. Are you gonna be, you know, in HR? Are you gonna do that kind of job? Are you gonna be a salesman? Are you going into, like, obviously he's doing engineering, but I was speaking kind of towards all Finns at that point. Like it's really hard to group all of business in.
You generally don't share your private life, but can you share your paid time off package? Like, would you get 2 weeks paid time off, 1 week sick?
No, I'd rather not.
Okay, so at Cisco, I got 4 weeks off, and there was no concept of like sick time or like vacation time. If you're the sort of guy that gets sick with 4 weeks a year, then there's no vacation for you. If you hardly ever get sick, then you get 4 weeks a year. And then there was a capability of carrying it over. Like you could build up to 6 months, at which point it stopped accumulating.
Like roll it over, kind of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
and a lot of that time off, like I don't spend a lot of time off. Like in past jobs where I've been like hammered down with like you get this amount of time, because thankfully I don't have to deal with that anymore. Like with past jobs where it was like you get 1 week and this amount of time or whatever. Like a lot of the time, I didn't even spend that time off because it was like I could use this time to get ahead.
Are you willing to share other packages you've had in the past? Like because I feel like okay. So in the U.S., it's often considered 2 weeks off vacation and 1 week sick is kind of like a standard. Like that's a common thing. But I don't even know anyone that has jobs that sucky. Like, you know, everyone's like, oh, U.S. sucks. We only get 2 weeks off a year, and the whole time I'm like, I get 4. You know, like I 4 just, it's not as good as 6 like I think they get in Europe, but it also is not too.
But be honest though, like I find it interesting that you're thinking about coming to you're thinking about coming to the United States to work, and your first thought is, hey, how much time off can I get?
Yeah.
Hey, when I travel to your country to work, I think there'll be a lot of vacation time, and could it start kind of immediate? I'd like to take that up front, actually. Yeah. If I could just, you know, I'll start on my first day and collect my first paycheck. I'm going to run to the bank and deposit. And, you know, I'll be back in around noonish on that 16th technical day of my tenure there. Like, look, dude, like your first question shouldn't have been how much time off can I get when I come to your country to work. If I'm the guy stamping your fucking work visa, it's fucking denied because your thoughts are in the wrong place. And the whole idea of a GDP, like, first of all, the average American worker and the average human being doesn't know what a GDP is, and it doesn't fucking factor into their day one iota, not even a little bit. Even if you're an economist, you're like, it's not the determining factor of your day. You're not thinking about it constantly. Jesus, why are you? You're thinking about, like Taylor said, bettering yourself, getting ahead, and getting ahead of the pack in many cases if you're in one of those middle tier jobs where there's so much room for advancement and like becoming an entrepreneur perhaps through your tenure at this place or something like that. The idea isn't like, oh, this is a real sweet gig. I just sit here for the next 60 years, check in as much as they need me to, and then I collect my, you know, my pension for until I'm dead. Like, that's not the mindset you should have. Let's see if we can get ahead here and
try to
really
work
better
your way
ourselves.
up. That's the whole American dream is starting somewhere as a cashier, like, and then working your way up, or going to college, and then you have a degree to get yourself somewhere, you know?
Don't get me wrong,
in America,
though, if you're an engineer and you're shopping 3 different like engineering firms, go with the one that's going to give you the most vacation days, right? Because you can probably cash them in at some point.
You're not even supposed to
that
ask
it's
about
immaterial.
vacation time in America. Like when you interview, it's considered bad form to be like, how much time off do I get? No. They will give you a package.
Yeah, they
and
get
then,
what you get.
Yeah, they're going to talk about salary, and that's okay. And you negotiate that higher, you know, if you can do that.
Always negotiate.
And then when they give you the package, they're going to say, at this company, you get 4 weeks off a year, and you'll invest in your 401k. This is our matching, etc. You just sort of learn all that, and then you know what you've got going on. You don't ask. You know, you'll find out before you accept.
That would be like on a first date if you asked if she did anal. You're getting a little ahead of yourself. You got to prove yourself here a little bit first. You gotta get your face, a little more familiar around the office. Then we'll start talking about your retirement package and your vacation days. Like we just met here.
Perfect analogy.
Olaf.
Well, you get 3 anal days a year, rollover, and cannot be used concurrently. You know,
In the Netherlands, we get 4 ass fucks a year minimum.
The other thing that he was saying, like, you know, in Finland, we start out at 35 Fin bucks or whatever he's talking about, and the United States, you start out at 50 real dollars. I don't know what the culture is in Finland. Maybe when they say like, oh, you starting at the 45,000 Fin bucks, and they're like, oh, that sounds good. How much vacation do I get? And I start now. Like I don't know. That's the culture. But here, you're gonna be talking to a guy, and he's gonna go like, all right, Finland School of Civil Engineering. All right, we're gonna go ahead and start you at 29,000. And is that all right? Is that good? All right, perfect. Just sign here, and you have to negotiate your starting salary. I don't know if that's a thing in Finland, but regardless of people, you'll come across people every time you're being interviewed of, well, this is really just our set package. Nay. No, there's no such thing as a set package. You think if you walk in there and just accept whatever offer they give you first, if you're actually worth more than that, like, you could get more. You can always get more if you're worth it. So definitely negotiate that salary, and then maybe you can pick a job where you get more vacation days instead of just going, well, I got more salary over here and less vacation, and less salary, more vacation. Like, you got to be playing the angles. You got to try and familiarize yourself and really negotiate that. Not nearly enough people do that.
And keep in mind, bonuses are not guaranteed. They will tell you bonuses are guaranteed. Fuck that. Oh my God, bonuses are not guaranteed. At Cisco, bonuses were often like a decent chunk of your salary, like 25%, could be 40% on a good year. And then you go through the whole fucking George W. Bush years, and you're like, I have had 0 bonus like 7 years in a row now.
That's exactly how selling cars was, because the percentage that you made per car, like you make $1,000 profit on the car, you get paid. If you only sell 1 car a month, then you get like 20% of that profit. But if you sell 20 cars, you're getting like 30-something% of it. There's a sliding scale, and it goes back on all the previous deals. So getting to that 20th car might net you another $4,000 on your paycheck at the end of the month, like 1 more car sale. So everybody's trying to hit those numbers. That's why whenever I'm talking about like buying a car, it's like, you got to get patient and go to a lot of dealerships if you really want to get the best possible deal. Because if you can find that one manager, sales associate, finance guy who just needs that one more number on their monthly, quarterly, or yearly scale to put them over the edge for this big $10,000, $20,000 bonus, or maybe a bonus that applies to their whole network of dealerships, like, you can really win the jackpot.
So is it better to go like towards the end of the months or quarter? You always want to shop late?
Yep.
I hadn't heard quarter before. It's better to go at the end of the quarter too.
It depends on the situation, because like, all right, if you've got like Rick Astley Chevrolet and Rick owns 2 of them, one here and one in a neighboring town, like, probably not. But if you go to a chain of dealerships that's owned by like AutoNation, AutoNation is the biggest auto retailer in the world. They own all of these chains of dealerships under many, many different brands, and they own them in different regions across the United States and maybe the world. I'm not sure. But like they go by names like Fox or Team. So if you see Team Chevrolet, Team Ford, or Fox Chevrolet, Fox Ford, they're all owned by the same asshole. It's a corporate thing. So yeah, if you're in a corporate chain of hierarchy of stores like that, then yeah, one more car might be like winning the lottery for your general manager with Ford Motor Company.
I can't tell you how many friends I've had who have got into like some competitive field of sales, and I'll ask them just, oh, that's awesome, you got a job. Like, what's the compensation like? And they'll be like, well, they told me that I could expect my first year to be at around 80. And it's like, wow, that's great, man. First year at 80 and you're, 25 years old, 26 years old, like obviously not believing it. And then you ask them a little further, like, well, base is 31. But with bonuses, I can get all the way. And like, if you have never been in a sales position before where you're selling something big, where a huge percentage of your income is going to be that commission or that bonus based, like they will intentionally make it so that bonuses are unattainable. So for Kyle, they'd say like, oh yeah, Kyle, you're going to start out at $120,000 a year. You got to sell, how many cars on the lot? You got to sell 500 cars a year. And of course, they don't tell you that until the end. So they just manipulate it and keep it as like
depends what
we
they're selling
negotiated.
too.
We negotiated our own pay rate at one point. All the salesmen got together and were like, "We don't like this current pay rate. It's not fair. It's not fair for the salesmen who are like coming in on Sundays and on their days off and working fucking Easter and shit, like for us to not getting compensated for trying to hit higher numbers." And we negotiated that sliding scale that would actually you could actually hit. It was like, yeah, when I get to that 14th car, that means something. You kind of got to bust your ass to get there. And when we get to 18, it should mean something too. That's shitty if you can't even get to it. That sounds more like a pyramid scheme. Sounds like we're selling Mary Kay all of a sudden.
It wasn't like that at Cisco.
The way they do bonuses in a lot of places is they'll have like a tier system, obviously. So they'll make it so that tier 1 attainable, tier 2 attainable, tier 3 where the money really starts rolling in. It's just like a bananas difference in what you'd have to do. So it's orchestrated in a way that's very manipulative to people who go in just wanting a job.
At Cisco, there was a guy on my hockey team. There was actually a Cisco hockey team. Anyway, he he drove a Corvette to the rink one time, and everyone was like, "Oh, damn, nice." And he's like, "Yeah, man can't live on salary." And I was just like, is there something I should learn from this? Like, do I need to be in sales? Like,
do I need to be in sales?
Yeah, it was just like that.
I've been living on salary.
It's the highest paid occupation in the world.
Right? Like I
also one of the lowest.
That's interesting too.
On average, it's the highest though.
So management seems to really value the people who invent the product and the people who sell it. Everybody else is just an expense. And so that those are the people that make the money.
We need salesman robots.
No, that wouldn't be very compelling. Imagine Hillary Clinton trying to sell you something.
I wouldn't get on board.
I felt like on a scale of 1 to 10, Trump's
give it
convention
emotion.
was a 5, and it would be easy for Hillary to do better. But I feel like she's rocking a 2 or a 3. I did not expect
Unfortunately, it seems that she's doing very well. The ratings are very high. They've beaten the RNC every single night so far. They to not be united. So the Democrat Party, it's not the Democratic Party. That's not what it's fucking called. The Democrat Party is not united. At least the voter base is not, because you've got that 46% of voters who voted in this last process that are really unhappy about what just happened. And at least 40% of them are fucking pissed about what happened.
For
but
sure.
what you do have is all the hierarchy of the party, all the old guys. It's easy to wheel out Biden and Obama and Michelle Obama. And the only guy I didn't see up there at the DNC so far that I would have thought would have been like a good guy for them to bring out is Al Gore. But he seems to have sort of distanced himself from the party as well and done his own sort of environmental Al Gore thing.
It's the Democratic Party.
Democrat Party, right?
It's not, no. Democrat Party is a insult that Republicans use. The
Democrat Party is an
Yeah.
insult?
Yeah, it's a political. What is this word? Epithet?
Epitaph.
Epithet, yeah. No, an epitaph is what they write when you die on your gravestone. An epithet is like a racial
Good
phrase.
point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if it was like, here lies Obama, That would be an epitaph.
Thank you, Taylor. So, yeah, it's the Democratic Party. Anything else is name calling, which you can do if you want to. Just know that you're name calling.
I'm comfortable with that.
All right, then.
I didn't even know that. I guess it doesn't make sense because that would be like calling it the Republic Party, right?
Kinda, yeah.
The Republic Party.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Who would have thought that they would be offended by something like that? That's so out of character for them to get offended over something
to get
silly
all pissed off over
and menial.
nothing.
Yeah, yeah. That isn't tonight the last night of it.
I was gonna ask that. I think we're missing it.
Yeah, I think Hillary's probably speaking now.
Yeah, I'm sure Chiz will have information about it, where he'll link us a bunch of shit, and can you believe
Chiz
this?
has been following intently that whole thing.
Yeah, I've seen his tweets. He's really into it.
Yeah.
And I feel like I should be more into it because I'm old enough to care, I guess, at this point. Before I was just like, whatever, but now it's like I just have a hard time really getting excited about this election because I thought when I heard Trump was going to try to get the nomination, I was like, that'll never happen. And now here we are, it's happening. And even when Hillary, they were like, yeah, Hillary, I was like, no way she's going to be the person. We can't have two Clintons in however long. So I'm like, I don't know. It's just
how
a
much
shit show.
How much makeup they slathered onto old Bill Clinton to make him not look like a frail, fragile old man.
I somehow doubt it was more than Trump.
Oh, it was. No, look. I've seen Bill Clinton when he's not made up, and they made him look like fucking 90s Bill Clinton there for a minute. He still looks skinnier, but he fucking, they had him snort some fucking meth, rolled his ass, threw his ass out on stage, and he came alive. Bill Clinton gave a speech, a very good speech. It went on for, I don't know, an hour or something like that. It was a little lengthy, but he sounded stronger than I've heard him in years past, and his whole his face doesn't look right anymore. There's like red and splotchy.
Yeah, it's very
and
weird.
You see lots of veins. Lots of veins.
Where do they
sunken
live?
in.
Yeah, really sunken in.
Sallow. Yeah.
They fucking had that same guy that like a mortician come in and fucking made him look alive again. And man, he did a great job out there. I was so upset at how good he looked because I was looking forward to seeing him look bad because he looks bad in real life. But I was like, shit. They not only just they brought out some Hollywood makeup artists to make this guy look like a human.
It looks like he's the first ever person to have both eyes transplanted with tiny little eyes that he didn't like. Just look at his eyes now; they're sunken in. Like his fucking profile right now, you see like an inch back of skull where his eyes start. Like it's weird. He has the kind of face right now, like the gaunt, sallow, sunken look of someone who has some kind of disease. Like I don't know, but
Do you think he does?
He's a vegan now, right? Because I know he had all those heart problems and all those heart surgeries. Because remember back in the day, you'd see him like jogging and then he'd duck into a Mickey D's for a double cheeseburger. He wasn't the healthiest of guys.
Actually, there's
raping as president though. In
if
quite
you
some
Google 2016 Bill Clinton, there's a lot of pictures
Thomas
where he
Jefferson.
looks good.
You got to go back to a family.
Yeah, that's what I was just
find
Googling.
Yeah, no, he looks good now.
I was wondering how old he is too. He's 69.
69 years old.
My man.
They're
Same
old.
age as Hillary.
Yeah, age is not a factor in this election because Hillary's going to be, I think she's 68, but she'll be 69 when she takes office. And I want to say Trump will be 70, if not real close to that.
Yeah, they're very close in age.
Yeah.
Let me tell everyone a little bit about. You got something?
Real quick, Biden would have been 73.
Yeah, Biden spoke as well. I really wish Biden had ran because he'd have beaten Hillary hands down.
Sure.
Because he's a human being. He's just a human being I don't agree with. That's very different than that like robotic monstrosity they wheel out every now and then and that shrieks at us.
Ugh,
Let's see here.
the cackling.
This episode is being brought to you by Loot Crate. Loot Crate is a monthly subscription box service for epic geek and gamer items and pop culture gear. For less than $20 a month, you get 4 to 8 items that include licensed gear, apparel, collectibles, unique one-of-a-kind items, and more. Make sure to head on over to lootcrate.com/painkiller and enter offer code painkiller to save $3 on any new subscription. Loot Crate is more than just a subscription service, though. It's an entire community of fans that share their experiences and interact with each other around the unboxing of each month's crate. and they guarantee $40 or more in every crate. Sometimes it's a lot more. Every month there's a different theme, and all items are curated around that theme. Previous crates have included items from franchises like Star Wars, Marvel, The Walking Dead, The Legend of Zelda, and many more. From bad guys doing good things for the wrong reasons to good guys with questionable tactics, August is the perfect time to explore the anti-hero, walking the hero-villain line with the 100% exclusive collection of items from DC Comics, Archer, Dark Horse, Kill Bill, including 2 free collectibles, a wearable, and of course their monthly tee. And don't forget the pin. Remember, you only have until the 19th at 9 p.m. Pacific to subscribe and receive that month's crate. And after that, the cutoff happens. That's it. It's over. So go to lootcrate.com/painkiller and enter offer code painkiller to save $3 on your new subscription today.
Check it out.
Nailed it.
Good read.
Yeah, Kyle's a very good reader. I don't think he gets enough reading credit.
You know,
Lots of practice.
You got to start early with that reading stuff. When I was in like the 6th or 7th grade, they said, look, here's the alphabet, all right? This is the key to reading in the future. And by the time I was 15 or 16, I was reading whole sentences on my own.
My God, that early.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Were you guys the fast readers or the slow? Like, were you the good readers in your class?
Yeah.
Nope.
I like to be done first so I could be done, but it led to a lot of skimming and missing important details.
What I did when I was learning to read is they were like, hey, why don't you read this book to me? Like those little tiny, like, Tom talks to Tim. Tim rides a bike. Tim's bike is red. Like that kind of thing. They would say, you can read this, and then when you're done, you can go play with blocks or Legos, or they didn't have Legos. They had like those bullshit Mighty blocks where they're too big to build anything cool, and they don't snap down. And so it's like, I'm 5, but I get it. Come on. But I didn't care for that. And I just did my best to memorize every story. And for a while, it worked to where I would see the cover and I'd be like, the big red bike. Oh, I know this one. I can do it with my eyes closed. You want to see? Oh, Steven loves his big red bike. The big red bike goes fast. You won't believe how fucking fast this big red bike goes. Like, it's just shit like that. And eventually, I captured maybe like 2 times because I'm not some suave motherfucker when I'm 5. They're like, Taylor, you're clearly just memorizing this because you started reciting Clifford during a Arthur book. And I had to go to like the special Learn to Read Faster program to like get me caught up real quick. And in that class, I was a god among men. A god among men in that class. I walk in and she's like giving Starburst to kids for pronouncing the TH sound, and she's like, oh man, I immediately the star of that show. Everybody else, can you read this sentence? It's Bill. It's Bill, Tim. It's Bill. Do you see the 2 L's? Taylor, what's this? Bill
Flicks you a starburst.
Parents. Bill also loves Halloween. Taylor, my goodness, that's excellent. I know. Give me the candy. I didn't get to stay in that class for very long, but
They caught on.
Dude.
Yeah.
This is my so I was a pretty good reader, right? That I did fine. But my pronunciation was bad. Like I had like not even a lisp. Like I remember there's not 26 sounds in the alphabet. There's like 40 or something like that. I don't know how many because some of them have a couple letters or whatever. So it was something like hey, out of the 45 sounds in English, Woody fucks up 29 of them. Yeah. And it was and I'm like they were really picky. And she'd do this. She'd look at my mouth. And I'm just like, I don't fucking see what's happening in there. Like this isn't helping me at all. Say R. And I would just say it, repeatedly, the same sound, I think, until she liked it. Like, say R. R. Nope. R. Nope. R. There you go. I'm like, all right. If you say
that
so.
one worked.
I don't really know. And, I just, so much. So they'd pull me out of class and bring me into, speech therapy all the time. And but I didn't mind it because I was out of class, and I just didn't like the up close, she really wanted me to look inside her mouth and see what was happening in there, and that wasn't really my jam. I was just
she wasn't trying to come on to you. Maybe if you felt the inside of my mouth, Woody.
Look at my tongue, Woody.
What if
It's
she
kind
has,
of like Braille. Let me just.
Now they do that. That's how they do it now. Like it's called
Helen
touch
Keller.
prompts. Well, you don't go inside the mouth, but it works like suspiciously well. You're like, there's a thing here, there's a thing there, there's like a tug, and Jackie knows them better than I do. We do them with Colin, and the touch prompts, like you're like, oh yeah, that would make you say T. And
I found the whole Helen Keller thing fascinating because it's like, wow, when you can't see or hear, like, you have to use signs in the hand. So like they're just doing that sign for water over and over, like water in her hand, and then like pouring the water on her, and this back and forth. I can't imagine.
Yeah. That's illegal now.
Yeah,
Couldn't teach someone to read like that anymore. She read, right in the nick of time. Some say. That is really impressive, though, that she learned how to. Actually, is there recording of her talking?
No, she can't talk.
Yeah, she could.
She did.
Wasn't it just inaudible?
Yeah, like
sounds?
only the one person could understand her, really. Let me see.
there's no
I'll
way that
YouTube it.
Because if there's like footage of her talking, that'd be interesting to hear. But it's also
There
like
might be some footage of Helen Keller making some noises. Like, I could believe that. But if she's deaf and blind, she has no concept of like a human mouth. She would literally have to put her hands inside a human mouth to even, and then just like feel the vibration of the throat, and then try to mimic those feelings. Like, I can't imagine her being very eloquent after that.
Do you want to watch it? I don't know what this is going to be.
Interesting. I'd like to see how she spoke.
1930. Wow. That's old.
I'm queued up at 0. I didn't pre-watch.
Surely she's going to sign into the lady's hand. I'm queued up at 0.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Set. Play.
Go.
When I saw Helen Keller first, she was 6 years and 8 months old.
Not bad looking.
She had been blind and deaf and mute
Translator.
since her 19th month. As the
It's a
result
lady that could
of an
understand her,
illness.
maybe.
She had no way of communicating with those around her except a few imitative signs that she had made for herself. A push meant go and a pull meant come, and so on. She had observed that we did not use the hands when we were talking to each other. And I let her see, by putting her hand on my face, how we talked with our mouths. She felt the vibration of the spoken word. Instantly, she spelled, "I want to talk with my mouth." That seemed impossible. But after experimenting for a time, we found that placing her hand in this position, the thumb resting on the throat, right at the larynx, the first finger on the lips, the second
I want
on
to get
the
to the
nose,
talking part.
we found
Yeah.
that she could
This is
feel
crazy, though.
the
This is really
vibration
interesting.
of spoken words.
So she's basically got
For instance,
her middle finger
the
pressed up
throat,
against the lady's
she
nose,
feels
pointer
the
finger on the
G,
mouth,
the hard G.
thumb on the
The.
Adam's apple, or whatever that is for a woman.
And on the lips,
Larynx.
she feels and the K sound. On the lips, she feels the B, and with the second finger on the nose, the nasal sounds, the the
Wow.
The first word she learned to articulate was the little word "it." With the hand in this position, I made the vowel "I." She felt it. "I." Then I made the T. She feels it with the finger on her lips, on my lips. Then I put the two letters together to form the word "it," and the first word was learned.
That's incredible.
After
That
her
is.
seventh lesson, she was able to speak the sentence word by word. I am not dumb now.
Wow, Wow, that was crazy.
Oh, that was so good.
I was amazed when she put her hand on her face like that. I was like, surely this can't be how she's doing it.
Wow, the most impressive thing about Helen Keller
Wow.
isn't that she managed to communicate at all. It's she was a fucking genius, it seems like, who just couldn't see or hear. Wow, to be able to do that. Incredible. Especially when she said the sentence there at the end.
Yeah, I am not dumb. That's really...
Well, she
that's a
probably
way-
got, yeah.
It's easy to make fun of that story when you don't really know much about it, which I guess I didn't, but watching that,
It's fun.
that's fucking remarkable. To
I
be
think
able, like,
people would...
if you don't have the ability to hear or any of that, to even be able to put the pieces together of what is vibrating and what's not by
I just want to know how
where do you
much
even
communication she had, though. Like, what we saw was a parlor trick, right? What we saw was her able to imitate I am not dumb, right? And it. What can she do, right? Can she freeform her own sentences? Like,
Yeah.
I wonder what the limits are of her abilities. Like, yeah.
She's able to mimic, and how much did they practice that one sentence that she did say? So
Right.
if she had this lady with her, could she communicate, like, I have to use the bathroom or whatever she would need to do?
I've seen
I suppose
Siberian
there's-
Huskies say I love you pretty well, actually. Right? But they're not saying I love you. So I don't want to compare her to a dog, even though I clearly just did that. I just wonder, like, what the limits of her,
I feel like it would
communication
be-
are.
Give her enough treats.
It seems like it would be like an escalating trend where, like, once you got all the basic sounds down and you could explain to her, like, what do you think about this, then she could maybe pontificate on that a little bit, given her, shrouded ability to ascertain what's going on around her. But
We've
I
seen
mean, when
that
you
with
look at her
Colin.
Wikipedia page, it says she's like an activist or something. Like, I don't know if that's something they just slapped on her to, give her something. Not to be mean, but like, but I don't know. She must have actually been giving speeches and having opinions, because obviously that's the most compelling image of someone who you would think at the time is like so stupid and worthless. And then you see this, and you're like, oh my God, that's just another person in there.
When a kid
Yeah.
learns to walk, like I don't think anyone here has kids yet. When a kid learns to walk, like first they're like couch surfing and going from the couch to the coffee table or something like that. But their primary form of locomotion is crawling. And then once they switch from crawling to walking, and that's how they get around, like the running comes, the dancing comes, like everything else just kind of switches. In language, we had a similar thing with Colin. Like for the longest time, he could say a word or two and communicate that he wanted things, but it wasn't until like talking really became the way that he interacted with his world that like the rest of it like started. To say it avalanched in is maybe overstating it, but his communication was just kind of like working, and then we had a real nice long prolonged growth curve that we're probably still in really. Because he just, he talks every day. He talks for strangers. He talks at parkour. He meets new friends at parkour class. He talks with his family. He just like all the time. He talks. Actually, he never stops talking. And
It's actually getting to be a problem. We're
Oh,
trying
yeah.
to discourage it.
like, dude, it's nonstop. Well, the thing is, I'm not usually interested in his topics. Like, he'll watch a YouTube video and want to tell me all about it, and it's like, oh my God, this is work. But yeah, so that's how it went with him. Like, it just like it sort of like there was he had to cross the chasm where talking was like this thing we forced him to do. This is how I can interact with the world around me, and then
maybe he just
exploded.
like hit the stride, and then he's like, oh, I've been waiting to be able to do this,
Yeah, that's the hope is that this keeps going. That at some point, like if he's, I'll make up numbers, right? Let's say he's 10 years old and he speaks on a 3-year-old level, like that's a real problem. He's 7 years behind. But if he's 25 years old and he speaks on a 18-year-old level, then that's really not a problem anymore.
Sure.
So we'll see where the future takes us.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that video actually made me start thinking about a lot of things and being kind of
Me
sad
too.
for Helen Keller.
What a downer.
I've always thought that she's really trapped. It's you think of it as a disability at first, but what it is a box that she can never leave. It's a trap, and it's not about keeping her in it. It's about keeping everyone else out because she can't interact with anyone at all. She can't let anyone know what she's really feeling. She talked about she had two sides. There was pull and push, like come and help me or get away from me. That's all she had, and that was her entire interaction with other humanity was go away, Eric, please come here. And that's so dark and so awful. It must have been so liberating and incredibly emotional to be able to express yourself for once. And I, we saw her learning to make those noises like that, and you think like, wow, I could never learn that. You totally could learn that if that's all there was to learn.
Yeah,
like if the only thing there was to learn was that, and that's all that mattered because that was helping you get a little bit closer to being like whatever her visual imaging is of what the world around her actually is. Like, man, what a dark way to live, literally and figuratively.
As a kid, we learned she was blind, deaf, and mute. Although, as I think about it, I feel like she was blind and deaf, and the mute was just a downstream symptom of the other two.
Yeah.
Often.
Yeah. Usually, a lot of people who are deaf don't speak because they can't properly mimic the sounds correctly, and so they're self-conscious about they don't hit sounds as hard. So instead of saying like they'll do like meh, like sounds that just.
Like, remember the lady on Seinfeld? She's like the best example of that because she's a deaf actress. That blonde lady, she's been in tons of movies and TV shows since then. But she played Jerry's deaf girlfriend. She was the tennis player, and he's like trying to hit on her, but she's ignoring her. And finally, she turns around. He goes, "What are you, deaf?" She's like, "Yeah."
So it's not like you can't understand what they're saying. It's just a lot of times my understanding is deaf people don't like to talk because they don't want to draw attention to it.
Yeah.
Someone told me if we have any deaf listeners, which is probably unlikely, they can confirm this. But it's like a romance language.
Deaf people listening in right
Yeah, I know.
Podcasting is really taking a surge in the deaf market.
I think what you mean to say is, hey, if any of you out there have a deaf guy next to you, sign this to him.
No, I said what I meant. I meant what I said. If we have any deaf listeners, then you can confirm or deny this. It's a romance language. That's what I'm told. Like I have a friend whose wife did this like a sign language. She taught it, and so a lot of the words are like in a different order than they would be in English. And if you've ever like received a letter from someone who's deaf, like you really have to fucking dissect the meaning from it because the adjective is on the wrong side of the direct object and stuff like that. So
like Spanish.
That's interesting. I did not know that.
And it's a lot more simplified. I got credit for my foreign language being American Sign Language, by the way.
Nice.
Oh, you sneaky bitch.
Did you take 2 years of sign language and get decent at it?
I'm just going to... No. I knew the alphabet very well. I knew a handful of signs, but like I was going through a lot of stuff while I was in that class and kept my head down and slept a lot. And I didn't really pick too much up at all. The teacher was very cool about it, though. She was just like, she didn't really give a fuck. There were some classes where I wasn't even there. That's how I got injured one day. I was supposed to be in sign language, but instead we commandeered a gardening cart, the kind that had one of those pull-behind handles. You'd like pull it behind you. Well, you flip that handle back into the cart, and now all of a sudden it's a steering mechanism. So I get in that thing at the top of the asphalt parking lot, get my buddy to give me a real running boost shove down the hill. And it's not until I'm going 25 miles per hour down a hill in a gardening cart that I realize this was a terrible idea. I go straight into this 5-gallon bucket full of dried concrete that they were with a flagpole stuck in it that they were using to like signify parking areas. Hit that, and the cart just hits it and then goes backwards. I fall on my back on asphalt and slide, like taking the skin off at every vertebrae down my spine. Pop up, dust myself off like it didn't hurt at all, as I like to do, and proceeded to go into the men's bathroom, pull my shirt up and look, and fucking passed out right there in the floor.
Wow.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
And
in the
so-
men's room with an open wound?
So I didn't pick up too much sign language.
We used to do that same thing. My friend had a driveway at the end of the street that was really tilted, but I feel like we knew we were going to crash, so we kind of rolled with it like a skater might. Like we would just crash all the time. We used a wagon, not a gardening cart, and like a Red Ryder, like Red Wagon. And dude, like so like with a car, if you do nothing, it kind of wants to go straight. The wheels want to center, etc. You correctively steer a wagon even a little bit, and it just wants to turn sharper and harder until you roll out the side. But none of it took us by surprise. So I don't think we got hurt as much.
I got hurt.
Yeah. I got another question. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to go with something?
I was going to say, like, that was the biggest scam ever, taking ASL for your foreign language and then letting us do that. And then, like, only having one, like, it's not like there was a Spanish, in Spanish, I bet at the end of the year you had to display some proficiency. Maybe you had to I don't know what your exam is in Spanish, but I would imagine it displayed proficiency beyond any doubt.
Yeah, it's all in Spanish. Yeah.
Especially if you're taking, like, Spanish 2, it's your fourth semester, second year of Spanish, something like that. After 2 semesters of this shit, like, there was no anything. Like, the tests would literally be like a hand signal, a hand sign, and then you'd write underneath it what it was and shit like that. And, like, there'd be a little group participation, but if you didn't know it, you just kind of had to glance out of the corner of your eye and you'd see somebody else doing the sign.
Before we get to the next AMA, I had a thing about languages. So in college, I know I've mentioned it before, the only language you can take in 2 semesters and finish instead of 3 was Italian. So I took Italian, and I took Italian 1 my sophomore year, and it sucked, and I hated it. And so I was like, I am putting this off until the last possible minute, and then I'll take Italian 2. And that was a grievous error, because I forgot fucking everything. Everything. I showed back up 2.5 years later into the class, and, Italian 1, the instructions, at least on the test, are in English. So it'll say, write or translate this sentence into Italian, or write a story about this in Italian, or what is, dissect this word in Italian. I get Italian 2, and I foolishly assume, of course, the instructions will be in English. Why wouldn't they? I speak English. And I go in, first test, and I thought I was going to be okay. I had to turn...
No!
Did we lose him?
It looks like that.
Right at the beginning of the story. So do we want to take turns concluding Taylor's story for him? Where does the story go from here? This is like one of those books you got as a kid where you're like, do you want Taylor to get the test and it's all in Spanish and he has to turn in a 0? Flip to page 47.
I'm going to say that he ended up cheating off other people and made it through Italian 2.
I'm going to guess that he guessed his way through the first test and didn't do so hot, but then he toughened up and he did his research and he passed.
Okay.
He either had to get a 0 on the first test, or he had to, like, turn the thing over and write on the back. Like, I don't speak any Italian at all.
Help me.
It was definitely a 0 the first time, right? That's awful. I can't imagine. That would be so embarrassing. That sounds like a nightmare scenario. You have those... or a literal nightmare scenario, the scenario of a nightmare. I still have those dreams, and we all know. I think everyone has very similar dreams. Of course, we've all had one, maybe where you're flying or you're somewhere in an awkward position, unpreparedness. I'm sure we all have. You didn't study for this. In my scenario, sometimes it's not that I didn't study for the test of the day. It's like, holy shit, today's midterms, and this is my first day in class. Like, I didn't. The dream will literally be that, like, I thought there were 4 periods, but there were 5. I have been missing the 5th class of the day for fucking a year, and only now do I realize, and only now do I have the opportunity to perhaps graduate in spite of this. And I'm in there, like, talking to people like, well, what the fuck is this? What do you do here? And they can never quite explain what the class even is. Like, I'm trying to cheat, and I can't even cheat effectively. Like, I have that dream a lot.
Dude, I have a similar one. So in college, like, your schedule's not booked all the way through. There's all these gaps. You might not even have classes some days, etc. And the nightmare is that I just, like, missed one. Like, oh my God, all this time, Wednesdays and Fridays at 2:30 p.m., I was supposed to be here. Now the school is like 4 or 5 weeks in, I'm hopelessly behind, trying some way to salvage a passing grade out of this thing. And I've got that one. I've got another one sometimes where I really worry about my mortgage. I don't have a mortgage anymore, but it still like gives me this stress. Like
You gave yourself mortgage PTSD.
yeah,
I really did.
I just like I got to come up with this.
I have one where it's the situation will vary, but the constant is that I have a handgun that I am not strong enough to fire. That's always what it is. I literally cannot squeeze the trigger. And in the dream, I'll go so far with the foreknowledge of, I'm in the dream, I'm thinking to myself, all right, he's not looking. Got to get him. Like I'm being held up by a robber, or there's someone. There's like it's always something like that. And there's a monster. That's the case a lot. It'll be a monster or a demon, because I believe in those apparently. And I'll be like, all right, let's fucking get it into fucking double action here, so this will be easy. Let's get as much of that trigger pull taken out of the situation as possible. And then I'll literally double my fingers in and like, and I cannot, and sometimes I'll get one off and it'll and I'll miss. And now the like giant praying mantis that I was trying to like fucking kill goes and he sees me and I'm like, oh shit, I don't know if I got enough juice for two. I have that dream so much. I literally cannot fire the gun. I don't have the strength.
Crazy. I don't have any like crazy reoccurring dreams. I mean, probably like scary dream wise, it's just like something's chasing me and I have to get away, or I have to outsmart it in some way to get it off my back. But usually when I dream, I'm just like doing something random and it's cool.
When I've told this before, but when I was a teenager, my house got robbed like, I don't know, 14 times or something like that.
What?
Yeah, and to zip through it, at one point I was sleeping on a downstairs couch, and he literally like reached over me, opened my wallet, threw it on another couch. Yeah.
No.
And
I think this is why you're so trigger happy with the prospect of home intruders now, by the way.
Well, maybe you're onto something. So
Wood is ready.
In the end, like I heard him coming up the stairs. Our stairs were really creaky, or the door was creaky, and then I confronted him. I yelled at him. He ran away, and then the police came and everything. But coming out of that, now I'm like, even though I feel like I was like fully brave on game day, after that I'm just like PTSD'd from it. I slept with a knife underneath me. I had these recurring night terrors where I'd wake up at like drenched in sweat. And the thing is, so the way the nightmare would go is there'd be a door with a light behind it, so I just have like a silhouette of our robber there, and I need to like confront or deal with this robber in such a way, but I'm asleep, so I'm kind of like half paralyzed in this situation.
And sleep paralysis.
Yeah, I was gonna say that sounds just like sleep paralysis.
And so I'm like struggling to wake up. Like it's a fight to come out of this sleep paralysis. And I'm making some noises. I'm sweaty. I'm hot, and I'm just kind of stuck there until eventually I wake up, and then you gather in your surroundings, and that's that. But I had that reoccurring night. It's called a night terror, all the time. And it would take like a while, like 30 seconds, a minute to wake up, where I'm in that like sweaty, like, because I'm still asleep, but in my dream it manifests itself as being like just paralyzed with fear, unable to move and act. And I had that for like a decade.
Taylor's back online.
Yeah, he says good. There. Does that mean like we're still here, or can we see him?
He's asking if we're still here. Okay. I think we just need to call him.
I'm doing that now. Call failed.
Yeah, that's oh shit.
Where?
Normally he rejoins on his own. Let me see.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of other scare. Now, my favorite dream is obviously the lucid dream, where at some point I figure out that, wait a minute, I'm in the Matrix right now, asleep in bed, inside my own fucking brain. I own this brain. I decide what goes on here. And literally through like, just like in the movies, I can remember once being like, I need one of those giant hammers where you hit the thing at the circus and the thing goes to the top. I was like, that would hit the spot right now to deal with this fucking asshole. And I'm just like, make a giant hammer, poop. and I had one, and I was like, holy shit, I'm God, and just smash my enemies or fly or like, go grab some boobs or something or whatever, like God version of me does. It's usually one of those things,
Smash your enemies or grope someone.
Whichever is closest. If I see an enemy, if there's an enemy nearby or boobs close by, that's where I'm going to, because the other quality of the lucid dream, at least in my case, is they're fleeting. Like once I figure out that it's like someone pulls the plug out and the water starts draining. As soon as I realize, and I'm like, all right, precious little time here. Honk honk. Let me find something to fucking kill. All right, you. I try to get the most I can out of those. So Taylor, you cut off at the point where you were saying you got the test, you weren't expecting it to be in Italian, and
oh yeah, God, fucking Skype. So Italian 1, all the instructions are in English. I get the first test in Italian 2, and it'll be a testament to how little I learned in Italian 2. I fumbled my way through that, but like I just looked at the test, and the first section was like, "Quales cose col or whatever it is," and I was like, oh shit, oh no, I don't even know what the question is, and so I had to go up to my teacher. Everybody else is Italian too. They all know each other because they took Italian 1 the previous semester, like someone who's not an idiot would do. And so I walk in not knowing anything, and I have to go up to the teacher. You know how there's like a buffer zone of they hand out the test, and even if you have a question, you go on and continue as much as you can, and then you get up like 20 minutes later. I couldn't find a single fucking thing on that test that I could answer. Like, do I know this question? No. Do I know qual?
You're
that means
weeks
how many,
into the
right?
class, right? Like they don't give you a test on your second day of class. You're like 3 weeks in or so, right?
Yeah, a couple weeks in, and I knew I was behind, but the extent to which I was behind was mind blowing, because I thought I could just I just memorized all the vocab words, and I'm like, that's enough for a C, and I go in, and it was not. I had to ask her, go up to her, and be like, Senora Wilson, I don't know what this means. and she's like,
funny, Senora Wilson. I am way behind. I am fucking lost. I just used all of the Italian I know, quite frankly, and I don't know where to go from here. Can I go back to Italian 1 and just do that twice and then get credit for the language? Because that would be the tops.
she looked at me and she goes, like, non sol Timoteo. And so started explaining to me in slow Italian what the Italian on the test meant, and it was like, no, you don't get it. I don't know what you are saying. Can I just put my thumb in your mouth and then listen for a bit, because I don't fucking get it. And so I just had to trudge back to my seat with no answer, sit down, struggled my tits off. It was honestly just like a word vomit of I remember this is the word for the garbage man. Maybe that's something. You at the end of every test in Italian, there was a question, and you had to write a short story in Italian about it, only a couple hundred words, and it'd be like, what did you do at the fair today? And every fucking test, I started out every sentence as, sometimes it was, you go to the fair, sometimes you go to the movies, sometimes you go to a sporting event, and every time it was, me and my brother love blank. Me and my brother and my dad and my mom and my sister and my uncle and my grandpa and my grandma all go to the film. We love film. No. I still remember. Mi piace. Something, and that's what every one of them was. And the 7th, because there were 10 tests in this class because they were average size, and by the 8th one, she was like, Timoteo, that was my Italian name. I got to pick it. And
why would you be Matthew? But anyway.
Yeah, Timoteo.
Oh,
all of your stories are very similar. I was like, well, yeah, but in Italy it's very family based, so everybody's in on the show every time. So it was really just about a sentence of new material every time at the end. It was like I was a stand-up who was really big in 1984, and I was milking the same shit up into the early 2000s. It was humiliating to be that bad at something and be that guy in the class, raising his hand, because that's the way I passed, is every day I would raise my hand for 5 questions just to show I'm engaged, I'm really fucking trying here. And Yeah, it sucked. It sucked. I felt
And
like an
that's how
asshole.
you passed, just by being the best student that you could be, which was not very good, but...
But if you put in the effort and your teacher knows you put in the effort, they will do everything they can to help you. Absolutely they will. Like, I showed up to office hours when nobody else would, just trying to show, like, you know, I'm doing these extra workbook assignments poorly, but I'm doing it. You know, I'm trying. But yeah, that's a college tip. Just even if you suck at it, make sure your teacher knows that you are engaged. Even if that means being the guy who asks like leading questions of like, you know, something you know they're interested in. Like, tell us again about your time in Spain, Senora. Like, nonsense.
Dude, my college tip is the CLEP exam. Like, I not to be an arrogant douchebag about it, but you have to be a little smart, you know, or at least the best version of you. You know, if you have any kind of cognitive horsepower at all, well, you can turn it on for just a couple of weeks, maybe 2 of them, and study. Like, I needed a year worth of biology to graduate.
What is the CLEP?
It's the college level equivalency program or something like that. And basically you take a test, and I got out of a year of biology. I bought the textbook that they used for the class, and I read the whole textbook, something you rarely do, at least I rarely did in normal class. I read the whole textbook. I had some like CLEP study guide that would like, you know, tell me what, like, you really needed to know what the cell was. You really needed to know what this was. Well, you know, the mitochondria, powerhouse of the cell. Like, you needed to know that bullshit, right? And I knew enough that in 2 weeks I could pass the end of year biology course, and it saved me like $1,500 and a whole year of studying. And I'm like, you know, dude, that's the bomb.
Totally worth it.
Yeah, and I have since never used biology. Like, it's just not something computer programmers or accountants need, and I don't regret it one bit. It was a great use of my time. Figure out how to clip. Yeah, clip something. You'll be happy you did.
Yep, I did that with math. Worked out.
Did you? How did that work?
Yeah. I didn't want to have to take math in college, and so they were like, hey, if you think you're good enough at math to test out of whatever college algebra and whatever was after that, like discrete statistics or whatever it was, just take this test and you'll be fine. And so it was really fucking easy, and I didn't ever have to take a math class again.
I had something similar.
Except for like finance classes, but I don't consider that math.
For the very lowest level, right? And they were like, look, you know, if you want to get out of like college algebra 1, yeah, you can take that. But I'll advise you, college algebra 1's a little different than, you know, high school algebra 1. And even if you do pass this test, you might struggle with college algebra 2. So I was like, I'll just take it, you know.
Yeah.
If I was super strong, I might have changed my mind. What were you going to say, Kyle?
I was going to say either we could close the show or we could watch this YouTube music advertisement that I got on Hulu that surprised me a little.
Am I going to get a copyright strike from the automated music stuff?
Oh,
I don't see how you could, because it's a YouTube commercial for YouTube music. You know what I mean?
Is that risky to put songs on? I don't know.
Yeah, they
Is
have
it a
these
song?
automated algorithms that catch songs.
Yeah.
They're particularly good at it.
why
Okay.
does it have
Maybe
so many
we'll
dislikes?
do it on PKA.
Because it starts out with a guy, and then he's transgendered, I guess. So about halfway through it, he gets home and dresses up as a girl in like a skirt and a bra and like a see-through number and a wig, and does his makeup, and then like goes out. That's
Sounds like a good one. We could
There's
risk it, or
another-
we could do it on PKN.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe we'll save it for that, because they've got a couple of them that are kind of out there like that. Just it's not that it's out there. It's just that, like, all right, so this affects like 1% of the population, if that. Like,
It's
why is-
attention grabbing.
Yeah, it seems like it grabbed the wrong kind of attention based on the comments and the fucking ratings. Nobody seemed to care for it. And then the other one, there is a white girl with an undershave picking up garbage on the side of the road. She's a convict.
What's an
And-
undershave?
It's where she like shaves the sides, but it's long, like hanging over.
Oh,
And
okay,
then you pull
okay.
up in a ponytail, and it kind of. And so at the end, she gets done with her like fucking convict garbage picking up duty, and she goes and hangs out with her daughter and her baby mama, or her baby's daddy. You know, it's just like, wait a minute, is this a commercial that are you saying that YouTube music is good for cons? Like, yeah, hop into some YouTube music while you pick up trash on the roadside before you go hang
And
out
are they
with your
drawing
bastard.
an equivalency between a cross-dresser and a convict?
There's like 4 or 5 of these commercials, and they're in one way or another. They all seem a little like they're all a little
Off.
All right, so another one. There's just a girl sitting clearly alone on a flight, and it's an international flight, so because she's like sitting in that center aisle thing that like domestic flights don't usually seem to have. She's sitting there with her like knees pulled up, like in the chair, and she's sobbing quietly to herself. That's the whole commercial. She kind of looks around. It becomes clear that none of these people are with her. She sobs silently to herself, then starts playing a song and sobs some more as she listens to the music. I don't know what these ads are. They make me feel terrible or unsettle me.
Yeah.
Like when that, like it's not that I'm not transphobic, but when that guy randomly in the middle of the commercial just started dressing like a girl in some like sexy provocative stuff, and then completely gets made up and like goes out, I'm just like, I didn't see that coming. I'm certainly not focused on YouTube Music right now. I'm just who's coming up with these bizarre commercials.
Seems
Then
like
again,
an
we're talking
attention
about it.
thing. Even if it's negative attention, they're still bringing it. It's just really
Well-
weird
well,
platform launch.
I did a little more investigation, and apparently you can't even use that. You have to like have your phone unlocked and the app open and running for it to even work. And it's a
Deal
music
breaker.
app. Like who doesn't
It's a
want to
deal
like
breaker.
lock their phone, put it in their pocket, and go? And that's what they show people doing, like that convict. You think that convict can be having her phone open and unlocked at work?
Wait, this is YouTube
I mean,
Red?
in jail? What?
Were we talking about YouTube Red?
Now
think
YouTube
it's-
Music, it's
Oh.
new.
Yeah.
I
I-
see.
Yeah, I don't know. I had no problem with the content of the commercial. It just seemed odd, you know?
No,
It-
yeah.
Yeah,
it's
YouTube
weird.
Red is pretty. Like one of the things that YouTube Red lets you do that you can't do with the like normal YouTube app is change it and still play the video. Now if you want to watch PKA, for example, without YouTube Red, you just have to like keep that in the foreground. But you could like switch over and read Reddit while PKA plays in the background with YouTube Red, which is I think one of the things
That's a good
people
feature.
like most
I think
about
if
it.
you,
Yeah.
I think I may have actually read, to be fair, that if you have YouTube Red, then you can do what we were just discussing that
With
everyone
music?
wants to do with their music, you know. But it's it's just another barrier to get you there, and there's so many services where you just fucking plug and play and go.
Is music
you know.
free?
This
don't know.
is
Or
to
they don't-
download for free.
I know some places where music is free. Let's just say that. So I'm not. When it would be like, I don't know what's free right now.
What's the incentive for this over Spotify or Pandora?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Especially if I can't like put it in my pocket when I go like to the gym or ride my bike. Like there's not a lot of reason for me to be like, yeah, let's do this. I think it's maybe for desktop use.
Maybe
And
it
if
just
it's a
made
podcast-
YouTube Red better, right? Like so if you just have it as a music app and it sucks because you can't lock it and continue to listen to music, that's a thing. But if you were a YouTube Red person already and now this music service comes along and it does all the things that Spotify did, you save yourself $10 a month.
It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't like music very much.
I'm having a hard time. So I've been driving a lot lately, tying into the whole paramotor thing.
Have
and
you got XM Sirius yet? Sirius XM yet?
I guess the phone would be a good player, but no. But and I was gonna say the paramotor thing and taking my daughter to see colleges. It feels like a couple times a week we're making these like 4-hour drive days or 6-hour drive days, and I've just run out of songs to like. It's hard to like
get on the
new
talk
music in my
radio.
truck because it's so loud. Oh, talk radio would help.
Yeah, I don't listen to any music as I drive around. I only listen to podcasts and talk.
Podcasts help.
I
Yeah.
feel like, I mean, if
Makes
nothing
time
else, I
faster.
feel like I don't. It's not like I'm getting an education when I listen to the Howard Stern show, but I am getting more of an education than I ever would listening to the same old songs over and over, or just the radio. I'm getting current events. I'm getting it's entertaining, and I listen to a lot of news and mostly talk radio, almost exclusively. It's so rare that I flip over to my other set of presets that have actual music on them. It's almost always news or talk.
Out of curiosity, what podcasts do you guys listen to when you're,
Just
I like
PKA
Showtime or
again and again.
just only to your and only your sections?
Yes,
Oh, this
yeah.
sucks.
If you guys start talking, I fast forward.
I'm a Joe
Never
Rogan
ad.
Experience
Mhm,
person. I like him a lot. If I fly, I make sure that I download his podcast because they're pretty long. This one as well. No lie, I have you guys downloaded onto my phone. So
Awesome.
listen to you guys on the plane too. I used to listen to more and kind of explore. I like to listen to like Bill Burr's podcast or just.
That's a great one.
I like Rogan if he has the right guest. A lot of times I'm just not interested in it. I like the fight stuff more than most of the other stuff. Did Midnite freeze for you guys?
Yeah, she froze.
Oh.
Yeah.
And Bill Burr, I wore out with him. His inability to like flow through a topic in a straight line is something I value, and he doesn't have it.
I like that.
I love it so much. I was listening the other night. I wish I could remember the tangent he went off because he started on one thing. He was like talking about something he had done in his day. He's like, I went here and I went there and then this thing happened. Let me tell you about that thing. And he just goes on this whole thing that ends up talking about the banks. And, I was just like laughing. I don't care. He sort of teased me at the beginning maybe like, let me tell you what happened to the dry cleaners. And by the time he gets to the dry cleaners, it was much more entertaining for him to tell me about his car trouble than what happened at the dry cleaners.
Sometimes
it's about the
works
journey,
out.
not the trip, I guess, not the destination.
Oftentimes when I listen to Bill Burr, there's a particular topic like I'm invested in. You know, he once talked about. I think he saw his first UFC fight not too long ago. It might have been the one that we saw at the movies. I forget. And he told the story so well, all the way from Bruce Buffer does the announcements, and he's like, "Oh my God, like this guy kills it with the announcement. I've been introduced on stage like 10,000 times in my life, and they just say, hey, this is Bill Burr. He's from Boston. He's got red hair. Give him a hand, everyone." He's like, but no, Bruce Buffer takes it next level. He's jumping. The whole crowd is like excited on another level, and he tells the UFC experience story like amazing. So I got hooked on his like, hey, I saw another event. This is what it's like. And then he just goes like, yeah. And then, oh, by the way, this guy had a tattoo. The tattoo was of a sword. And I'm like, no, what the fuck? Like, you changed topic. You interrupted yourself. And I really wanted to hear what you had to say.
I
can see
empathize with
that.
that because I often do the same thing. Where
I like it,
I
though.
have my own story, and then like something else catches me, and it's like, oh, now we're going this way, and so then I forget what I was talking.
I like that, but I feel like that's my brain. The creative part of my brain will sometimes open up if I have it start telling a story. It's like it starts coming. It's like I allow it to do things in the background, and it starts coming up with some other shit, and I want to jump on that other shit that it's fabricated. I was talking to somebody the other night, and like went on this fucking long rant about Japanese prison camps or something, and how you wouldn't want to be the tall American in there.
Yeah.
I was like, I was like, can you imagine if I was in one of those? You'd just be fucking scared the whole time, rolling up in there. I'm 6'2", fucking Tojo over there is 5'3" with the world's biggest inferiority complex. Not to mention he's got a 600-year-old katana on his side, and he's looking for a head to lop. Whose head do you think he's going to lop first? It's me. He already got Popsy. He got Steaky. He got Mo with the squinty eye. I'm next. I'm the next tallest guy. Like, you just be living in fear every day.
Yes.
Hey, Ashley, welcome back.
Am I back? I had to call back in. Yeah, I had to call back in on my phone. My internet actually literally just went out, and it never goes out.
All right. Well, I tell you what, we're pretty much done with the show anyway. Let me read this last ad, then you can tell everyone how they can best reach you, and then we'll call it a night.
For sure. I'm sorry my cam's not working for that part, but yeah, I'm resetting the router now, but I don't think it's gonna work.
No worries.
Yeah, thanks again to Loot Crate, the monthly subscription box for geeks, gamers, and pop culture nerds. From bad guys doing good things to for the wrong reasons to good guys with questionable tactics. August is the perfect time to explore the anti-hero. Walk the hero-villain line with 100% exclusive collection of items from DC Comics, Archer, Dead, Dark Horse, and Kill Bill that include 2 great collectibles, a wearable, and, of course, their monthly tee. Oh, and don't forget the pin. You only have until the 19th at 9 p.m. Pacific time to subscribe and receive the month's crate. When the cutoff happens, that's it. It's over. So go to lootcrate.com/painkiller and enter offer code painkiller to save $3 on your new subscription today. And just want to remind everyone one more time, you can watch every episode of Harmon Quest on CISO right now. Go to CISO.com and use promo code HarmonQuest to get 2 months free. Yeah, that's an extra month on top of the already free trial. CISO is stacked with the new original commies, classic series, and loads of stand-up specials. They have every episode of SNL, the entire Monty Python catalog, and so much more. Start your free trial today.
Boom.
Nailed it.
There it is.
Midnite. Tell them where they can find everything that is you. YouTube and Twitter and Facebook.
Oh yeah, I got all that. Twitter and twitch.tv link is OpTic Midnite, no spaces. And then YouTube is youtube.com/midnite. I play video games. I have fun. It's usually a good time. And yeah, I just thank you guys so much for having me on. The third is a hat trick, right? Is that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
Okay. This is the hat trick episode.
Very
So
nice.
thank you guys so much for having me back, and it's always fun talking to you. And I'll be keeping an ear in on the podcast too when I fly and all that. I'll be listening to you
Awesome.
guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks
All
for
right.
coming on. Always
PKA.
welcome.
Oh, no problem.
293.
In the books. Thanks again, guys. I'll talk to you later.